Hello and welcome to the penultimate day of the Dota 2 Portal Invitational. My name is Otoma. Joining me is Leonard. How are you doing today?
Well, I'm feeling absolutely fantastic, or maybe even ecstatic here.
Ecstatic? That someone's using their word of the day calendar. You know, where it's like today's word of the day is ecstatic. Like, I'll be using it while
it's actually
casting.
it's pretty knowledgeable, right? Those kind of days you get to learn a new word. I think that's pretty great, you know.
And I was like, oh, today's word is belligerent. Well, I feel belligerent right now. But yeah, we're going to be giving you 3 best of 3s today. We're going to go to the lower bracket quarterfinals, lower bracket semifinals, and the upper bracket finals. So by the end of the day, we'll have our top 3 teams. It is going to be a bit of a long day. We're going to be here for the whole thing, though. And I'm looking forward. You know, I feel like all these matchups could go either way.
I mean, definitely for sure, right? I know it's a little bit of a rough word to say, but we're slowly filtering things out, right?
Weeding out the weak, and only the strong shall remain.
But then again, at the same time, what we do, yes, well, you use the term weeding out the weak, right? I also feel like it's slowly molding the team as they slowly progress, right? They learn a little bit as they progress along the way. So I think there's also some great growth for some teams, especially for teams like Night Pulse, for example, here, because I think it was definitely a team we weren't, not say wasn't expecting a lot, but especially with the teams they were going up against, we were saying like, okay, this is definitely not going to be a really easy game for them. But so far, they have been proving us wrong.
Not only did Night Pulse, firstly, they were not an invited team. They actually replaced Navi. Navi couldn't come last second. They're like, Night Pulse was like, we'll come in, you know, let us in. And now they're in the upper bracket finals, guaranteed top 3, guaranteed a decent chunk of change as well from it. So it's pretty impressive. Anyway, let's look at how the tournament is sort of structured here. There have been 8 teams invited, and it is going to be all of the matches are best of 3, and except the grand finals, which is the best of 5. It's double elimination. There was no group stage. Only we went straight to the playoffs, and you know, total prize pool, as we mentioned, is 100,000. 50 of it goes to the winner. So half the money for first place. Not bad.
Yeah, it is really not bad. And honestly, I'm really liking the idea of the double elimination. I'm not really a big fan of single elimination. You know, you get one chance and that's all you got. That's a little bit too much pressure, especially for the very first round of the upper bracket. Although yes, eventually 2 teams or 1 team will have to say goodbye. For our tournament, at least first day of the upper bracket, we had to say goodbye to 2 teams at least here. But at least that way, it doesn't feel too pressuring for the teams. At least it gives them a little bit of a reassurance, right? Like, hey, you know, even if we lost this first series, we still have a second chance at the lower bracket. Anyway, moving forward, let's quickly check out for the prize pool breakdown. Like Tomo mentioned as well, champion will walk away with 50,000 USD. That's literally half of 50% of the total prize pool, which is 100,000. First runner is going to be 24,000. Second runner is going to be 9,000 here. And the rest of the remaining place, guess what? I think that's the best thing about this tournament is the fact that we have top 8 teams. And regardless of which position, of course, the higher the better.
Of course, naturally.
But every team will still be able to walk away with some monetary value.
Yeah. By the end of the day, we should have you know, the bottom 5 all weeded out, and we'll have the top 3 ready to battle out for tomorrow. So and by the way, the jumps get in from when you go to the 5th to 6th place. That's not bad. When you go to 6th to 9th also, but it's like, we'll see which team is able to secure that guaranteed spot in the grand finals. You have 24,000. That will be exciting for me. That's going to be our second matchup of the day, though. We're going to start off with a different series, which is going to be, of course, you know, Nouns versus. Not Nouns, sorry. It's going to be Mouz versus What was it?
Nouns versus one bid for our first series. Then we have Mouz versus Night Pulse for our second series.
Oh, imagine if we have Nouns versus Mouz, and I'm like, come on.
That'd be a little bit of a tongue twister there for sure. Thank God for the icons too, the team logos.
Let's see who is going to be playing. As we mentioned before, Night Pulse originally not invited. They replaced Navi, but Navi already had Navi Junior already playing in. Navi Junior and Dandelions have been eliminated so far. I believe Bait as well has left. So we have Mouz, 1 win, Night Pulse, Nouns, and Liga. I'm telling you, this Nouns and Mouz thing, it's too much.
Well, that's why we're very thankful for the team logo at times, right? But then again, there is some similarities in color schemes.
True, they both
taking the red.
I do like the Nouns logo, by the way. They have that. It's like the sunglasses. It's very cool. I like it a lot.
That's really cool, yeah.
In the meantime, though, are these 5 teams? Do you have a favorite?
I think the one that really caught my eye so far, I think is so far Team Liga.
Okay.
Like it was Liga and Dandelions. I think it was between these 2 at first here. Navi Junior was definitely something I was excited to look at, mainly because of their I guess you could say they're unorthodox picking in terms of selections in their drafting. I think that was something to look at.
I like it too.
But unfortunately, Navi and Dandelions is no longer here. So Liga is still definitely sticking around. I'm still happy, but they're not really out of the woods, I guess you could say, since they are still progressing through the lower brackets.
Yeah, for me, it's probably it's very hard because all the teams look very, very solid.
Right.
Let's look at the journey that the two teams took so far.
Right.
I believe we only had like one best of three that went to actually all three games, which was yesterday between Mouz and one win. Otherwise, it's all been 2-0s all the way, which does tell you like not mismatches, but some of the teams are clearly head and shoulders above the rest. So Mouz has looked very strong. Night Pulse, surprisingly, they came in against Nouns. I thought Night Pulse is going to struffer.
Yeah.
Come on. Last second, they've made all the way up to the upper bracket. They're going to go up against Mouz later on. In the lower bracket, we have one win versus Nouns. That's going to be an elimination match. And the winner of that goes up against Liga. And I do think that, I don't know, you look at the teams and you think, man, Nouns, which is the second best team in North America, I feel like you have a really tough road ahead of you.
Yeah, but in the end, like we have seen some of their gameplay. There must be a team that you're slowly gravitating to, even slightly more. I know you love both, but there must be that one team you're slightly higher.
Oh yeah, for me it's either Mouz or Liga. I think would be my bet for taking it all the way.
Right.
You know, Liga yesterday they played with a standard and they still looked very amazing. Riable might be the best player in the tournament in my eyes. Of course, you know it's like. Obviously, there's a huge team effort and all that, but his mid lane yesterday with the Lina was incredible to watch, and he did that same thing in game 2. So Mouz and Liga look really strong. Night Pulse was looking really good. I'm excited to see how far Nouns can go because, you know, I like the organization. They, you know, they're very active. They make their own tournaments. They're really cool. But sometimes you look at them and you're like, oh, I hope you can do better.
But of course, with that being said, with the bracket, let's quickly check out what's our schedule for today, our amazing viewers. So we're starting off with our first series of the day, starting off pretty strong in the upper bracket finals here. There's going to be one win versus Nouns. This match will determine who's going to be the first team to, I guess, going to really be comfortable in the grand finals here.
Actually, that's the second one. That's Mouz versus Night Pulse.
All right, yeah, sorry.
The first one is going to be an elimination match between Nouns and one win. That is
correct.
Lower bracket quarterfinals. Then we are going to go to the upper bracket finals, and then it's going to be Liga versus the winner of the first match. It is a rolling schedule, ladies and gentlemen. So when one game ends, we will usually just go straight to the other game. Maybe we'll have like a 20-minute break for the teams to get ready, but you know, we are hoping to just keep the show going very quickly so we can all go home afterwards. I mean, so that we can have all the great Dota.
I mean,
Never
definitely
ends.
for sure. But I do like this setting as well in the schedule as well, because that at least gives a little bit of time for the losing team to actually really prep for their final series of the day as well.
If a team loses, they're out basically. You know, if the first team that in the first match they're out, the second match if you lose, you're not playing till tomorrow. So there is no prepping today. All right, let's look at the one wins for a second. See who exactly is part of the team. This is a team that came third in both the Dream League close qualifier and the Elite League close qualifier. Love the outfit. So you have Mankushi, Chair Junior, Cloud, Sweden Strong, Respect. Overall, they've been looking pretty good. I like Sweden Strong with some of the Rubik plays that he has, as well as the Tiny. What else has sort of caught your eye on the team?
Honestly, it's gotta be Cloud.
You're an offlaner. Oh,
I'm sorry. No, let's be honest. It feels there's a lot more responsibility, especially. I mean, I wouldn't have loved the highlights with the show, but you already done it as well. So if I pile upon it, it feels like we're overly doing it as well.
We can overly do it. He deserves it.
I mean, that's true. But also at the same time, I'm really happy to have Munkushi back on the line. I think yesterday Nande definitely took on the helm as the carry here for the side for one win. Definitely show us a little bit different kind of style here. We were a little bit concerned in terms of team synergy as well, especially when you're like a last-minute replacement kind of thing too. So thankfully, they were able to carry them forward here. Mokushi is definitely back to take up the role. Pretty satisfied. But of course, enough about one win. Let's quickly move on to our next following team here.
Yeah, let's look at Nouns for a second. I don't believe they have the same. Of course they have the same outfit. Sorry, they're all wearing the same outfit. Copy is new to the team. He is sort of a pop star. I haven't seen him like before. A few months ago, he wasn't really. At least I haven't seen him.
Right.
So he is new to the scene. Gunnar moved to the off lane to allow Copy to come into the mid lane. It has felt a bit like a transitional period for the team so far. Like, some games they look really good, some games they look a little bit lost. I like Fly, Lilith, and Yuma. I think those three have been working really well, but Gunnar in some of those games, it does seem like he's struggling. And Copy as well is adjusting to the pro pace because a pro game and a pub game are two very different things.
Yeah. I do agree on the fact that there were some rounds that we see Gunner struggling, but I think mainly just because of the matchup, lane matchups as well at times as well too. Like because if you do notice as well, the drafting coming from Team Nouns has always been more focused on like how we're going to do during that mid to late game transition as well. It was never really too focused on the lane matchup, like how's going to be our early game as well. But at the same time, that just to show that the other team is also drafting just as well too.
Yeah. Well, this is going to be the two teams facing off against each other. Overall, I do think one win may come in as slightly ahead. I wouldn't be surprised if Nan wins it, but I don't know. I just think one win has looked better throughout this tournament. So we'll see. We'll see. It's always interesting because you go into like, oh, I think the game's going to be played out this way. It can be very different. Nouns, one thing about them, every time I watch them, is that they're a team that's not overly aggressive. They're very disciplined, which means that a lot of times you see them like sort of not hang back, but they're waiting for you to make a play and then they respond to it. It's very reactive kind of Dota.
Yeah, but there's also the thing of the fact that their hero pool is vastly more variety as I've seen so far in their draft.
Okay.
They don't really have like a... I mean, yes, there are certain go-tos mainly because it's meta, but at the same time, they're not too surprised when they say like, hey, you know what, let's just try this hero in particular. If someone works without composition, it's somewhat different as well. Might catch them off guard. One win has been a lot more. Don't get me wrong. Sometimes it's great to stick to your rules, whatever works best for you. If it ain't broken, you don't fix it. But I think this is something that Nouns might have an edge on them when it comes to the hero selections.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. There's this idea also that having a big hero pool may not always be a positive. That means you pick something, you lose, you switch it up. You pick something, you lose, you switch it up. If you've ever been on a big losing streak, you know, like that 30 red, you'll see there's actually a lot of heroes being played because a lot of times when a player, when they go through a loss, they're like, it's a hero fault. I'll try something else. And then they lose, it's a hero fault. And you end up going through like 13 heroes and realizing maybe I'm making mistakes.
Right.
Not me, of course.
Honestly, I thought you were about to bring up the turn about the jack of all trades kind of thing.
In Dota 2, that we're doing, everyone's very specialist, actually.
Right.
I think, like, we don't see roles overlap, you know? You don't see someone go like, oh, I'm not going to be offlane this time. You be the offlaner. It's, everyone becomes way more rooted in their role, and I think that's kind of, it's been better.
Yeah, I mean, of course, but I mean, there are also times where we see some lane switch up, but mainly because of just the lane matchup as well.
True.
That's still totally fine. Not really switching up the role responsibility, but just mainly with the fact that, yeah, I can't deal with this guy. I'm going to cry.
I mean, when we look back like 5 years ago, one of the things that made Liquid such a strong team was that Matu and Miracle would swap roles if they feel like, you know, maybe Miracle would be like, I can play Invoker. Oh, wait. You know, Invoker, I might have to put him in the safe lane because the matchup is bad for me. We're bringing a big Shadow Fiend, you play him. And they switch roles in that one. But we don't do that anymore in Dota 2. It's frowned upon. It's a taboo now. Except in pubs. In pubs, you see the position 5 Pudge. He's like, don't worry, guys, I'll carry. It's like,
yeah, but I don't really blame him because like back in the day, there wasn't really much like. I mean, yeah, we have meta heroes, but at the same time, it wasn't like it was still uncharted warriors or uncharted area for certain hero or certain composition as well. So, like when you switch out your role, it does throw like your team, your enemy team into a swing, right? Because they're like, wait a minute, has he ever played this hero before? Suddenly, when you see the person picked it up in the end, I think even the casters too, they're like, oh my god, he's actually the one going to the mid, or is it the safe lane mid hero here? I mean, it's the same thing with the Lash safe lane as well, right?
We saw that yesterday, or the Violent played it. And in general, we are seeing also heroes become way more flexible in their roles. You know, began like, if you look back, Earthshaker was support, then became a mid laner and an off laner. Then you look at it and you're like, wait, Coddle's now a carry? Or not carry, sorry, Winter Wyvern's a mid. Then Thompson's like Slardar can be a mid. These days we're seeing Terrorblade support. I believe we see it once in this tournament as well. So teams are like, oh yeah, we can play this here in like 4 different roles now.
Definitely the mindset, or I guess you could say the thinking cap has greatly shifted from like, what's great for like we're going all the way back to like the very first.
Let's go to the dinosaur ages, ladies and gentlemen.
Going back to the prehistoric ages, right? It was literally like all about the wombo combos, but now we have greatly evolved. We have greatly switched the thinking tab to like what really fits best. Like it's like you see this hero, you be like, is he gonna be great in the safe lane? But he somewhat fits what we need. You know, like it's great counter, great lane matcher, great for the game, great scaling. Definitely not your traditional carry, but he just somewhat fits best, you know. I love that kind of thinking. Definitely throws everyone for a mix for sure, but it's definitely fresh.
Yeah. By the way, everyone, we would love to start the game, but one of the teams has not joined the lobby. So it's not like we're telling production, don't start the game. I mean, we did tell them that, of course. You know, we're like, let us yammer on a bit. But one of the teams has not yet joined the lobby. We're waiting for them. When they join, we will start. I will not mention the team's name, but I won't give you any clues either. I was, you know, it's like sometimes you're like, maybe I should tell them, but then, you know, it's not bad for the team's reputation, so we're not going to say anything, but we're just going to be waiting for them. Hopefully they arrive very soon.
Which is totally fine. Which actually gives me a lot.
Penalty. We'll give them a penalty.
But which also gives me
Third level.
Yeah, true. But it also gives me an opportunity to tell you guys something a little bit as well, right?
Are you going to tell us? Are you going to take us a mystical world, maybe through a portal?
Oh, definitely for sure. Because let's be honest, guys. Like we have come far into the gaming industry, right? We all have all kinds of gaming platforms and publishers as well. Although yes, there was some really nice go-to platform, but you know, sometimes you don't really like the UI design, how it works, or how the publisher really plan out their visions and missions, that kind of thing. But Portal, on the other hand, they are currently our next-gen gaming platform and publisher. They've been doing an excellent job. They are market-leading tech products and also world-class entertainment networks as well. Do you know that literally Portal is comprised of over 200 plus gaming partners as well during launch, literally during launch, 200 plus gaming partners. Like I have never seen that kind of thing that's really happening to the Portal yet.
Yeah, and if you guys would like to be involved with it, they do have something called the Portal Chest, which comes with skins for the game.
Something for us.
Or as we call them, there are two hats. So there's a common, there's a what was that? Rare, and as well as epic.
Yeah, epic, yes.
Yes. So you can also, you know, find Arcanas or some of these skins that you like. The Dota one is on the way.
Should stick with the common one. I'm more the epic kind of guy. You know?
I like the common. I'm a common person. I ain't epic.
I'm an epic person.
I can tell, you know. So I'm a common guy. I like the common things.
I mean, everyone loves a good flashy skin, right?
Yeah, sure.
Are you telling me you're gonna deny the Arcanas?
Okay, look.
How about this? If you ever get an Arcana, just gift it to me.
I have a lot of Arcana. Okay, here's the thing.
Gift it to me. You don't want it. He said it on live, right? He's not a big fan of it, you know?
Okay, first it's very out of context. What I like is that I want my hero to look different, but I want them to be the base model. Because sometimes you look at the heroes, you get confused. Is it Sand King or is it Nyx Assassin? You know, is it Legion Commander or is it Skywrath Mage? Some of the skins are too similar to others. The only one that should always be in the game is the Farmer Ursa. That one's always good. Everyone else is kind of like, eh.
Really?
Yeah, the Farmer Ursa is amazing. It's the best one.
I mean, I'm talking about the other Arcanas. I think they look pretty great too.
Oh, they all look pretty good when I use them. When other people use them, I don't want to see that.
So in other words, it's not really common. What you're trying to say is that whatever you pick, it's going to already be epic.
Yes, well, kind of, in a way.
My God, man.
we're still waiting for the teams to fill out the lobby.
Yep.
It is a little unfortunate. I do know that there's a lot of tournaments going on right now, so we have had to reschedule, delay, even move games around a little bit because teams are like, oh, I have this qualifier to go for, I have this to do this. The other TO is inflexible. And we're like, oh, nice guys, we're going to give you what you want. But it's cool. When the DPC was removed, there was a lot of sort of question marks, even among us talents, where we're like, what is going to happen to the scene right now? Because, you know, at the beginning of the year, you're like, oh, you're doing this region of the DPC, you're secure for like 6 months of the year.
Yep.
But when the DPC was gone, a lot of talents were like, hey, am I going to be okay? Am I not going to be okay? But we've had an abundance of tournaments thanks to the third-party orgs coming in. We've had like Fissure, Portal, ESL, Relog. A lot of them just come in making their own tournaments, and it's been pretty good.
And I'm also really thankful for it as well. I'm actually happy you brought it up, right? Because it's not just the talents, right? Or the players or the casters or anything, right? Or the observers. It's also come to the our actual players, like our layman people as well here. Because the game has been a really long time. It's been a really beautiful game. He has grown from so far.
Arthritis sitting in for a lot of players. I can't click like I used to.
That applies to most games as well too, right? But at the same time, it's when you have such a giant of a game title like this, right? You definitely want to know like what's the direction they're going to.
Oh, that's true.
When you hear news about like DPC is going to be happening or the TI is coming, you get, for a player or a Dota 2 fan, you get a good feel like, all right, we're still happening. We're still going
We're still a
forward
thing,
here.
yeah.
But when you suddenly hear like things like, oh, there's no majors, there's no TI this year, people get a little bit concerned because they're like, what's going to be happening to my favorite game?
The health
you
of
know?
the game is, yeah.
Yeah, like what am I going to do every weekend now, you know? Like, I can't spend
for a
one whole
walk.
month at DPC. Hey, I mean, you could still go for your walk, just like plug it in, listen to the game. You can't see it, but at least you can hear it, right? I mean, if you love the talents more, then why not, right?
Yeah, but I'm glad currently the state of the game is pretty good overall, even though the benefit of the DPC though was that there were new teams coming in
Yes.
Division 2. You climb up, you're in Division 1, you have a chance to go major. Now teams go through like open qualifiers, closed qualifiers, then you can go to, you know, ESL, Batboom Dasha, things like that, which are all big tournaments.
Yep.
So you still have a road, but it's a bit hard.
Yeah.
And you know what? Since we are waiting for the two teams to show up, hopefully. Nope, one team's still not in the lobby. We are going to be looking at some of their plays from the last few days. Let's check them out.
This is going to be really a nice trip down memory lane. I believe this one is...
It is Nouns versus Bait. I believe that they did defeat Bait here. We'll miss Dendy.
Oh, this is the one where with the... Yeah, this is the one with the dumpster pygmy with the Dazzler here. The Dazzler versus the Monkey King.
I remember that one.
That Monkey King could not handle the lane, but Copy did I think he did really great was the quick switch up and how he interacts with the game.
Yeah.
Like he tried to go for the jungle, but it didn't really work out too well. Then he just started like engaging. He said, you know what, fine. One of the few great things of Monkey back in, I suppose, 4 was the fact that how he was able to not only give vision from the tree jump, but it's also his engagement and how he really like ganks around the map. So that's pretty much what he did. A quick switch up, he was basically farming heroes instead of farming kills.
Exactly. He couldn't lane against the Dazzler's a Monkey King, so he just maxed out the jump and he jumped around to other lanes, shows up, big slow, big damage, and that's all he needed to do. It was, you know, it was a bit sad in one way because we wanted Dendy to go far. You know, we've been fans of him for years, well, since forever. But at the same time, it's also like, oh, well, you know, it was really cool to see Nouns play well. Well, overall, it was a very one-sided affair for Nouns. We'll see how much further they can go.
This is the one where right before the Static Storms came in, like the Bloodseeker, he saw that he also understand like his game sense of the game was absolutely insane. He understand the range of the Static Storm coming from the Disruptor from his positioning. He just dropped the Blood right before he dropped it, so it didn't even matter. The Primal Base could have come in with the Polarize, they could have been glimpsed with the Disruptor, everyone's just absolutely silent. It's like, hey, you know, if I'm going to be silenced, you're also going to be silenced, everyone's going to be silenced.
I'm a big fan of Yuma. I think I've liked him since he was on Nigma Galaxy, and it's cool to see like, you know, new talent they come into Nigma, they then move on to other teams and they still excel. So let's see one win. This is going to be one win's victory against Dandelions. So these are the two eliminated teams so far, by the way, Dandelions and Bait, and they are eliminated by the current contestants who are coming in. And one win, again, they also made it look kind of easy. I remember thinking Dandelion's performance was very...
Still?
Oh, okay, we'll have an update after these, the highlights. I thought Dandelions looked kind of not on the same page, you know what I mean? Like they were very much, oh, we are gonna farm, they played very spread out, but for one win, they're like, we're good. We just stick together and we take the fights that we need to.
Yeah, but I only think it's only because of the fact that like how they're being aggressive into the round as well, coming from the side of the Dandelions. I didn't really expect this kind of aggression or transgression that was really coming in from one win. So that's possibly why maybe the early to mid game they weren't really in unison in their decision how they want to really interact back, that kind of thing. So can be somewhat understandable, but you know, when you're sort of recognized, when you're someone of a world-class kind of team, this kind of thing shouldn't really happen as often unless for good reason. Yeah,
I was really hoping to see more from Dandelion overall. However, these things do happen.
Yeah.
Hopefully, in the next tournament they're going to be doing a little better because they do look okay in some of these qualifiers.
It is, yeah.
We do have some news for you guys. It's not the best news, but it's not all bad. One of the teams has forfeited their first match, not the whole series, just the first match. So we're probably going to be either getting one or at best 2 games right now.
Yep.
It is going to be announced. So one win already has a 1 default win. Hey, they're really that naming, right? So yeah, one win comes into the series with 1 default win. Now they're going to have to, they can't drop a game. You know, you can't just go even now. You have to win both. They have to basically enter in reverse sweep mode.
Yeah, definitely for sure. it's gonna be crazy, right? That
Yep.
kind of thing. It's gonna be even more pressure, a little bit
It's
more pressure
tough.
than before. Yeah.
It's tough. If you're 1-1, you just be like, we have to have just a 50% win rate. We can win game 1 or game 2. It's okay. Whereas Nouns is like, we can never drop it.
Yeah, this is. I mean, unless they're pretty confident enough that they're still going to take those next 2 games, that kind of thing.
It's a tough one.
It
It's
is.
a tough one. Again, teams, they are joining a lot of different tournaments. You have to schedule these things very carefully.
Yeah.
You have to sometimes pick, like, do I go to this one? Do I go to this one? They're at the same time, they clash. And, you know, what? At the same time, we also have a schedule. There are other teams waiting.
True.
So the time is not infinite where we can just sit around and wait.
Yeah,
so.
true. I mean, that's definitely one of the few tactics that needs to be followed. And
Actually, you know, by the way, if you guys don't know this, there is an actual like global schedule for Dota,
Yep.
and TOs put their list there, so you don't go out like competing against like ESL or Riyadh Masters or TI. You know already when when it's coming, and that's what. So you know, sometimes TOs though, they still have a clash, they still have an overlap.
yeah, that's true. But you know, at least I guess the bright side of things you can look at it is the fact that you're like, hey, you know, we still have a lot of Dota 2 events
Yeah,
coming.
we do have a lot of Dota. Sometimes a little too much Dota.
I mean, it's not a problem for the viewers. I can
no.
guarantee you that for sure. Can you imagine done with one series? They're like, hey, I can switch to the next one. What did I miss? You know,
You know,
it's a lot of great games.
You know, you also go and you're like, today I feel like Chinese. Let's look at the Chinese regions. How about some Latin Dota? There's South America's tournament going on.
Actually, South America looks pretty good this year. I mean, let's be honest here too. I saw a couple of few in the past, like last month or 2. I think it was pretty great.
Heroic has been looking pretty good. Heroic's been looking pretty good. But let's see, South America. I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure. We need to see them. Trying to remember when was the last big tournament they were a part of. I don't believe they went to Bet Mumdasha because Bet Mumdasha figured they combined North and South America into one. So and North America sent a team. South America couldn't qualify. I think that they will see them in ESL Birmingham. We'll see what the region can bring there.
So many great events.
It is good. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. And as we mentioned before, when the DPC was 6 weeks long, TOs could not make tournaments because it was 6 weeks of the DPC followed by 2 weeks break to a major, and then we repeat the cycle.
You know, all right. How about instead of the tournaments, right? Yes, we have a lot more coming on the way. But let's talk. I mean, we can keep talking about this. I really want to talk about the patch. The major patch is going to be coming. That most possibly will be in July. Yeah, June or July, or maybe July specifically.
It's April 15th.
April 15th. I thought it was July. Or July.
The next big patch is coming in April 15th.
Oh my God.
But you know what? We're gonna take a break. We'll be back before April 15th. You know, probably. We're gonna be waiting for. We'll come back when both teams are either in or we have an announcement. But for now, we're gonna take a break. We're not sure when they're gonna come back, so maybe hopefully 5 and 10 minutes, and we'll see you guys later. But for now, ta-ta.
defenses have been tested. Those who remain stand no chance. In the wake of defeat, when your legacy lies in ruins, steel yourself. The enemy stands at the door. Only courage remains. There is no other choice. You must protect your house.
We knew they were coming. We knew we couldn't win this fight. Still, those of us who could fought, so that most of humanity could evacuate Earth. In the end, all we could do was buy time. Time to get to Oikos. Time to run. We gave everything. This is not our end. We are Space Nation.
Eons ago, in an attempt to save the Earth, humanity summoned a cataclysm that threatened to extinguish all life. Severe, uncharted landscapes compelled leaps in evolution and the adoption of extreme physical transformation. A time of peace would prevail for the Forsaken, and for the favored, boundless pride in all their triumphs, while those lost in time embraced a greater power that defied all understanding. Now their ancestral home beckons, ushering in new conflict. All are prepared to fight for what is rightfully theirs to claim. Future, their people, and their home.
got you.
Thanks.
Stay with me.
No rest for the wicked.
Get fucked.
Shit! Cover up!
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Adventure awaits.
Take down. Listen up, damn. Damn. On me. Oh yeah. Stormy forecast, right? Fuck. Hey! Shit! I'm thunder for a reason. Citizen conflict.
Peggy 16.
Eons ago, a mythical bubble emerged, rumored to hold limitless power. A group of heroes came together, determined to use the power for good. But they were not alone, for the Shadow Realm was searching for it too. Nothing will stop good from prevailing. Join the Bubble Rangers on their quest.
Dear Kitty, when I left your tavern to pursue the rumors, I knew I was onto something. While people said it was just a legend, I found a temple proving their existence. However, I fear I've made a grave mistake. Please, tell the Seekers to prepare themselves. They are coming.
defenses have been tested. Those who remain stand no chance. In the wake of defeat, when your legacy lies in ruins, steel yourself. The enemy stands at the door. Only courage remains. There is no other choice. You must protect your house.
We knew they were coming. We knew we couldn't win this fight. Still, those of us who could fought, so that most of humanity could evacuate Earth. In the end, all we could do was buy time. Time to get to Oikos. Time to run. We gave everything. This is not our end. We are Space Nation.
Eons ago, in an attempt to save the Earth, humanity summoned a cataclysm that threatened to extinguish all life. Severe, uncharted landscapes compelled leaps in evolution and the adoption of extreme physical transformation. A time of peace would prevail for the Forsaken, and for the favored, boundless pride in all their triumphs, while those lost in time embraced a greater power that defied all understanding. Now their ancestral home beckons, ushering in new conflict. All are prepared to fight for what is rightfully theirs to claim. Future, their people, and their home.
rest for the wicked.
Get fucked.
Shit! Cover up!
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Adventure awaits.
Take down! Listen up, Tim! Tim! On me! Oh, yeah! Stormy forecast, right? Fuck! Hey! Shit! I'm thunder for a reason. Citizen conflict.
Peggy 16.
Eons ago, a mythical bubble emerged, rumored to hold limitless power. A group of heroes came together, determined to use the power for good. But they were not alone, for the Shadow Realm was searching for it too. Nothing will stop good from prevailing. Join the Bubble Rangers on their quest.
Dear Kitty, when I left your tavern to pursue the rumors, I knew I was onto something. While people said it was just a legend, I found a temple proving their existence. However, I fear I've made a grave mistake. Please, tell the Seekers to prepare themselves. They are coming.
blood. Allegiances have been tested. Those who remain stand no chance. In the wake of defeat, when your legacy lies in ruins, steel yourself. The enemy stands at the door. Only courage remains. There is no other choice. You must protect your house.
We knew they were coming. We knew we couldn't win this fight. Still, those of us who could fought, so that most of humanity could evacuate Earth. In the end, all we could do was buy time. Time to get to Oikos. Time to run. We gave everything. This is not our end. We are Space Nation.
Eons ago, in an attempt to save the Earth, humanity summoned a cataclysm that threatened to extinguish all life. Severe, uncharted landscapes compelled leaps in evolution and the adoption of extreme physical transformation. A time of peace would prevail for the Forsaken, and for the favored, boundless pride in all their triumphs, while those lost in time embraced a greater power that defied all understanding. Now their ancestral home beckons, ushering in new conflict. All are prepared to fight for what is rightfully theirs to claim. For their future, their people, and their home.
Stay with me.
No rest for the wicked.
Get fucked.
Shit! Cover up!
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Fuck!
Adventure awaits.
Take down. Listen up, damn. Tip. On me. Oh, yeah. Stormy forecast, right. Hey! Shit! I'm thunder for a reason. Citizen conflict.
Peggy 16.
Eons ago, a mythical bubble emerged, rumored to hold limitless power. A group of heroes came together, determined to use the power for good. But they were not alone, for the Shadow Realm was searching for it too. Nothing will stop good from prevailing. Join the Bubble Rangers on their quest.
Dear Kitty, when I left your tavern to pursue the rumors, I knew I was onto something. While people said it was just a legend, I found a temple proving their existence. However, I fear I've made a grave mistake. Please, tell the Seekers to prepare themselves. They are coming.
forces have been tested. Those who remain stand no chance. In the wake of defeat, when your legacy lies in ruins, steel yourself. The enemy stands at the door. Only courage remains. There is no other choice. You must protect your house.
We knew they were coming. We knew we couldn't win this fight. Still, those of us who could fought, so that most of humanity could evacuate Earth. In the end, all we could do was buy time. Time to get to Oikos. Time to run. We gave everything. This is not our end. We are Space Nation.
Eons ago, in an attempt to save the Earth, humanity summoned a cataclysm that threatened to extinguish all life. Severe, uncharted landscapes compelled leaps in evolution and the adoption of extreme physical transformation. A time of peace would prevail for the Forsaken, and for the favored, boundless pride in all their triumphs, while those lost in time embraced a greater power that defied all understanding. Now their ancestral home beckons, ushering in new conflict. All are prepared to fight for what is rightfully theirs to claim. Future, their people, and their home.
Adventure awaits!
Take down. Listen up, Tim. Tim, on me. Oh, yeah.
Stormy forecast, right. Fuck! Hey! Shit! I'm thunder for a reason.
Citizen conflict.
Peggy 16.
Eons ago, a mythical bubble emerged, rumored to hold limitless power. A group of heroes came together, determined to use the power for good. But they were not alone, for the Shadow Realm was searching for it too. Nothing will stop good from prevailing. Join the Bubble Rangers on their quest.
Dear Kitty, when I left your tavern to pursue the rumors, I knew I was onto something. While people said it was just a legend, I found a temple proving their existence. However, I fear I've made a grave mistake. Please, tell the Seekers to prepare themselves. They are coming.
allegiances have been tested. Those who remain stand no chance. In the wake of defeat, when your legacy lies in ruins.
Fellow Dota 2 enthusiasts, welcome back to the Portal Dota 2 World Invitational. I'm Lennon, also known as Yoda Lee, gracing us back at the Castle's desk, it's Tomo, as we bring you guys all the Dota 2 shenanigans and updates. And speaking of updates, we do have something a little bit to let you guys know about.
Yeah, we were originally going to have Nouns versus One Win, and we announced before the break that one Nouns forfeited game 1. As you all probably have guessed by now, and you saw the score update, Nouns has forfeited the series entirely. They were unable to have their roster arrive in time. They'll choose to elaborate more on their social media, but unable to make it in time, so they forfeited match. One Win was able to just advance straight away. We also have a change in schedule. Originally, Night Pulse versus Mouz was going to play now, but because the schedule was so accelerated, because we didn't have technically a first series. Yeah, Nouns as well, Liga as well as One Win will be playing now, and our winner bracket finals will be after this. So a little bit of a switch up here.
Yes, but also at the same time, I guess you could say we're really having the best for last, It is the upper bracket finals to decide which of those two teams will be the first to go to the grand finals. So I think that's going to be pretty great. But first things first, if you guys need a little bit of a clearer picture, or anyone who just joined the stream, let's quickly bring up the brackets to update you guys what you guys missed, or what Otomo was actually explaining to you guys as well.
Yeah, so this is what we've had so far. It's been a double elimination tournament. The only series that has went to all 3 games has been Mouz versus One Win. Otherwise, it's all been 2-0s all the way. As you can see right now, Liga and One Win in the lower bracket semi-finals, Mouz and Night Pulse in the upper bracket finals, and we're going to be doing Liga versus One Win now, and then we're just going up to the upper bracket. So it's only 2 best-of-3s today, rather than the 3 that we were expecting. Maybe a little disappointing for some people. I would have liked to see Nouns versus One Win at least play.
Yeah, I was a little bit saddened about it as well. I think it was also at the same time, like, I know you always brought up, like, whenever we see the team introduction, right? I know you always love to mention about, like, how in unison everyone's jersey is as well as a group shot. I think in that particular series, the first series where we saw both One Win and Nouns, literally, or 2 teams having very in unison in their jerseys and pretty much hit each other. That was pretty cool. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is Liga. Coming in hot, as you've seen, 1J, BB3PX, Ramses is finally back. Yesterday he was a little bit away, but he's finally back at it again. We have Rabel and of course Pentoman.
Yeah, at the start of the team, I know that Ramses is probably the most well-known player, but Rabel yesterday was incredible.
I agree.
It's one of those things where you're watching, like, holy crap, this guy is very impressive. Oh, and we do have an update. Ramses will not be playing today. I repeat, Ramses is not playing. Well, I didn't tell him not to.
I know. I'm representing.
I know. he's the audience. He's like, what do I do now? Violent will be playing. I believe he played with them yesterday. He looked pretty good. He picked Leshrak in game 2 in a very good matchup for him.
I agree.
So, now you guys know. Ramses not playing. Violent is in. A little bit unfortunate, but this is how it works. As for One Win, we talked about these guys before.
Yeah, definitely for sure. And of course, just maybe similar in the same case with Liga. Yesterday, we didn't really have Munkushi as he was being taken over by Nande. Nande was pretty great. Love to actually call out Nande Ayo whenever I get the chance and opportunity. But of course, glad to have Munkushi back. Hopefully, he is back, right? No sudden announcement, no, nothing. Okay, we're in the clear. Munkushi is definitely here to stay alongside with the rest of the squad. This is your team head-to-head. Although, yes, we would have... This was not the original first series it was sort of be casted today, but then again, it's still such an honor to have both Liga, to be casting Liga versus one win.
Yeah, and it is interesting now knowing that Liga has a stand-in. Yes, they didn't look like it really affected them too much. Like they looked very strong.
Violet was pretty great. I think we were having this very similar concern when, I guess, same for one win yesterday as well. But Violet did pretty great. I think he's still a pretty good addition to the side. Whatever concern is currently literally thrown out the window. Sure, he's no Ramses. I agree. He's not Ramses. They're two definitely very skilled individual. But it's great to have Violet back again.
I guess. I don't know. It's just that usually when we have a stand-in, I suppose if you're going to have a stand for your team, I think the carry is the best person to replace, just because it is a fairly independent role, you know?
Off lane, man.
Well, yeah, I mean, the offlane is like very tied to the team, right? He's like usually the tip of the spear in your aggression. The mid laner, you also have to coordinate him for the ruins. He's also a space-making mid most of the time. Like the supports are almost always feel irreplaceable, but the carry, not saying that they're all plug and play. It's like we move this guy, we put this guy, it's the same thing, but of all the roles, I would think carry might be the easiest to shift around.
Yeah, I could definitely like agree with you in that category as well. Like especially if you look at it from that kind of perspective as well, it's somewhat understandable because the other roles are a little bit more high pace or has a lot more responsibility.
Team oriented.
Not to say that carry has no responsibility. It's definitely not a role where you farm for 25 minutes, that kind of thing. But no. There is definitely some form of play style and responsibility.
No, the carry is like the baby. He's like, here's your food. You know, you spoon feed them a little bit, and then they actually carry you when they get older.
It's that kind of thing where, you know, I carry you early, you carry me late, that kind of thing.
And most of it, you know, but it's always funny when you make so much space for the carry 30 minutes. You give them like a galaxy of space, and they go and they die 3 times, and you're like, thanks a lot. This is what I did for you.
Actually, it'd be pretty horrifying when, like, if everything was playing right, like you have all the dots connected as well. You got so much space. You'd be like, all right, just the prime moment. The anti-mage coming back for 30 minutes, and then all you see is like a Manta at the battlefield. You'd be like, what are you doing for 30 minutes?
So starving.
we were bleeding our lives for you.
But it wasn't enough. Both teams are in the lobby, by the way, and both teams are ready to go. So we're not gonna have, like, we know we're gonna have a game.
I'm happy to hear that from you as well, especially because you had the laptop with you. I can't see what's happening there. So whenever I love it, guys. Seriously, I love it every time Otomo says the team is in the lobby. I say that's the one we're waiting for. That's the one. And speaking of which, let's quickly jump into the lobby itself for the drafting here. It's Liga versus one win.
And one win, they immediately recognize that Violet is really good with the ledge track. It's a flexible role for Liga. They get rid of it. Unlike previous drafts where supports were the main focus, the Disruptor, Crystal Maiden, Chen, Child Demon, these legs. These they're like, no, we want to get rid of cores. By the way, he was saying the exact same way yesterday.
He had his leg a little stretched out to the right a little bit more, but you know, still good legs, good knees.
Apparently they are. Konka is also moved by Liga, so yeah, it's a very core-focused ban phase so far, which means if you want the Disruptor, if you want the Chen, you have those options.
The thing is this, right? It's like, sure, maybe I guess you could say certain teams does like to prioritize those particular support bans first, mainly because of the fact that their matchup somewhat doesn't really like to deal against like disruptors or whatsoever.
Yeah.
But the fact that you didn't ban it first, that just shows the fact, like, you know, it's fine. You're not been disruptor. Maybe our composition doesn't really hurt too much when we fight against into the static storm as well. I mean, yes, it's annoying sometimes. Nicely well placed it as well could be game ending, but in this case here, they're fine with letting the Disruptor go, and one win will secure it for themselves.
Apparently. I mean, it's kind of crazy. I mean, you have to give away something, right?
Right.
And they take the Crystal Maiden. So while both teams didn't prioritize the supports in their ban phase, they both decided to open up with their position 5s. Chen was removed. Shad Demon's still available. Lika could take it for 1J if they want to. It is a good counter to the Disruptor Glimpse. So it's still there, and we've seen, I don't know who it was, if it was Sweden Strong, he was able to get like those five stacks of Shadow Poison in the lane.
Oh.
Gets killed, 5 stacks, kill, 5 stacks. I'm like, okay, that was very impressive.
Hey, it was also including, if I'm not mistaken, banging yesterday against the Timber, man. That was an absolute nightmare. We knew that lane was gonna be a little bit tad harsh. We just didn't expect it to be such an absolute slash. Like Bangin just absolutely rolled with it with that Shadow Demon yesterday.
Yeah, Mouz was really impressive with it. Wind Ranger gets banned out for 1 win. Again, it is a very core-focused like ban stage right now.
I think it's understandable, right? That kind of thing where you just don't want to give a little bit too much opportunity. Tiny in particular, I was very particularly happy about it. That was a little bit too flex and could be very disruptive at times. I think he falls in a very similar category with the Bat Rider as well, but of course the way they interact the game is a lot more different. But Tiny is a little bit more cost efficient compared to Bat Rider, where the Flaming Lasso is still a very costly skill and you still need that Blink Dagger too.
Well, let's see what will Liga go for right now. They already have their...
That's still the Bat Rider if they want to try to opt for it too.
True, but I don't know if they'll be taking it. I mean, they might take... I was going to say, yeah, that's BB3's most picked hero in this game. I mean, sorry, in this patch. So, of course, you're going to take a Centaur. For 1 win, you know you're up against a Centaur in the off lane, so you can take a good carry.
I mean, I thought you were about to bring up the post far. I was about to say, like, 1J's Techies, like, honestly, to me, Techies with Centaur so far has been one of the few better combos that I've seen so far in the past, not just in this tournament, but even the other tournaments as well.
I mean, here's the thing. You have Techies, you have Hoodwink, you have Dark Willow for Liga. I don't know.
So many great ones.
Yeah, so it's like, and 1 win, you can only take one of them. You just take what's best for you. I imagine if you're 1 win, you might be thinking, Rubik is okay. You'd be up a Crystal Maiden in the lane. You can't take the Tiny because it's gone. I like Gyrocopter as a support for Sweden Strong if he wants to take it. They also have to take another. Lifestealer is in the pool, but Monkushi, he doesn't play that much. He's more of the Luna, Sven, Naga Sanitary, like a bunch of the farming cores, some Pudge and Wind Ranger as well.
The thing is, you could try to opt for the Gyro. I do agree with you as well, and usually
flex it.
Yeah, you can flex it as well, and 2 support openings usually more of the safer safer way to go through things as well when it comes to the drafting. Nothing really wrong about it, but at the same time, it doesn't really reveal too much about it as well. And since Timber hasn't really been banned too, so if you were to pick it in, it just someone sends the message, hey, you want to go Timber? I could possibly go with the Gyro and be quite a nuisance in the lane. He's also a mixed damage dealer too.
Yeah.
But TA would have another core opening as well.
Yeah, that's going to be Chira Jr.'s hero. So you do know, they put the Bounty Hunter for 1 win. So we've seen this combination before, the Disruptor and the Bounty. It's great for the glimpse. You are also, this is like a very feasting draft where when you get kills, you get they're worth more, and you always get that +1 with the glimpse. Like it is very scary for Liga if they ever fall behind.
It is definitely true, but at the same time, I'm also a little bit concerned, right? Because we're talking about another hardcore farming hero, and it's definitely not... Could be the safe laner, but I feel like you said, most likely it's going to be Chira Jr.'s hero, might be the mid hero. So we did see the problem in one of our series in the past 2 days, right? Where when you have the TA in the mid and you have another hard carry in the safe lane,
it takes too much farm.
Yeah, there's a lot of farm, and TA is the kind of hero where you do not want to... I believe it was the T and Savan game that we were casting that one. The T wants the Ancients, especially after Shaft Away, there he goes to the Ancient. Savan also wants the Triangle as well. So a lot of farm that's been split between the two, that wasn't really ideal, especially if you end up going against a pushing composition, then that just really hurts you a lot more.
If you're Liga, I'm thinking you might want the Lina for Reable. He looked really good with it yesterday.
Oh, I totally agree.
Wouldn't mind the Puck as well, just so you can get on top of Disruptor. But there's also Icon. But Puck versus TA is not a great matchup. But I would like to see the Lina.
Which is why I felt like that 1 win banning on the Wind Ranger was actually a really good ban towards Rebel here. Like you do not want another fast pain mid-laner to just outrun your team.
Exactly.
Really good at hitting tower 2 with the Focus Fire.
Lots of reserve time being used by both teams at this stage of the game. All right, Liga.
It's a hard call.
I'm thinking Lina plus, what do you want? Hoodwink, maybe? Hoodwink, actually, I don't know. They go for the Morphling. Cool.
This is great because like now you know for the fact that your enemy mid lane is most likely going to be the TA. You don't have to worry about like any other nuking core that's going to be coming towards you. Sure, Static Storm, you have to be concerned, but that's where the BKB comes in, right? That kind of thing. Of course, how the game progresses, how they interact, it of course does take into account, but there's not really a lot here that can really melt this Morphling at this moment.
Oh yeah, that's true. All right, so Morphling, will you take your position 4 with him, or will you take
wow.
Interesting.
Wow, okay.
Let's see. I mean, BB3, he plays a whole lot of Centaur. So I'm not thinking that this is Enigma going to be Enigma offlane, but do you put the Enigma as a 4?
4. Yeah.
Yes. I've seen some support Centaurs. It's never won when I've watched support Centaur. I've seen it come up here and there. It always looks like it struggles.
And it works too, right? Because like, think of it this way, right? Sure, Morphling is great if he can have the triangle, but he's not one of those heroes where he's solely dependent on the triangle. Enigma is really great in the jungle as well, so he can also is somewhat self-efficient. And let's be honest, there's really not many people that can cancel out the black hole, but of course the most ideal counter would be the silencer with the global.
Yeah.
That would be the more easier one. But coming with the Doom, just a little bit of reassurance here. You got at least that nice cast range distance. You won't get caught by the black hole, but they're also, but at the same time, Doom is not, like I said, Doom is not really your primary initiator, he's more like a secondary. So that means this final pick coming in for 1 win needs to be someone that has a really strong first initiator at least here.
Most likely they're going to be taking the carry here for 1 win. Liga, they need their mid laner for the last pick. But 1 win is mostly going to be Disruptor's job to interrupt the Enigma, right? Because Glimpse is insanely long cast range, whereas like Doom is fairly close. The Bounty Hunter stuns down, it's tied to your Shadow Walk, that's hard. If TA was able to get the shard, that would be very helpful for her to disrupt the Enigma.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. Getting rid of getting rid of one of the few dumpster heroes that we have in the scene as well. I don't think Dazzler's going to be the next floor up, but then again, with the idea of the fact that they do not want anyone to tackle this TA, would that mean the next following ban be a Huskar by chance?
I would think you'd rather ban out the Lina of it, honestly. I still think Riabo's Lina is something that you are very scared of. If he takes the Puck, you're kind of okay, because TA versus Puck is a fine matchup. And if you can get him in the Static Storm and the Doom, your lockdown's not amazing on 1 win, but good enough.
Okay, curiously, they went for the final Monkey King ban here.
Yeah, because they know 1 win needs a carry. We already said the TA is going to be mid, and it's going to be off-lane Doom, and that's the 4 Bounty and the 5 Disruptor, so it has to be a carry coming out from 1 win. I want to be like, you know, when you see someone tanky like a Centaur, you think, oh, Slark or Ursa or Monkey King are really good. Because they are, you know, we hit you a lot, we get benefits out of it, and they are with the Disruptors. I would like something like that. I don't know if that's something when Kusha, he tends to be a farming core, you know?
Yep.
Luna, Sven, Terrorblade, things like that.
Okay.
I'd like to see, honestly, the Slark Ember Spirit comes out. It's going to be 1 win here. What's their carry going to be?
Tough call. There is the Morphling to deal with. You really need a carry that's not going to be like another hard carry, you know. If not, you're going to be really challenging alongside with the TA. Maybe someone that can really run alongside with the TA with just initial items.
Yeah, but that's also...
Does Lifestealer fit the bill here?
Lifestealer is always fine. You know, Lifestealer is always good. Ursa as well as Slark. There's those heroes who don't mind hitting the Centaur and also don't mind the high life from the Morphling, or if he goes full Agi. So I'm feeling like one of those 3 that I mentioned. They might go for something completely different and be like, oh, here you go, it's carry TA in the mid something.
But which is fine, right?
Alchemist. Okay, it pairs up with a Disruptor nicely enough. It's a farming hero that we mentioned that Mankushi likes. Liga, you need a mid laner. The Lina feels even better now. You want burst damage against an Alchemist so he doesn't get that regen. Lina would work. What else does Riabo play besides that, though? We mentioned the Puck, but I feel like I'd be scared.
No Kunka either.
Pango's in the pool, but the burst damage is not as amazing as it used to be.
Do you need the tempo setter? That's the thing.
There's a Quap you can go for, which is burst damage, but doesn't scale like the Lina.
I would like the Invoker a lot more better, especially here for the Rebel.
Yeah, Invoker's okay. You know, if you can get that fast Spirit Vessel, it's very helpful. You're up against 2 very high health heroes.
Or, actually, no way, Primal against the TA.
Yeah, if it's going to be... Wow, Batrider coming out. Wait a minute. Where is everyone going with this?
Yeah, you got that.
Okay, so it is going to be the mid Batrider. It's going to be the position 4 Centaur and the Enigma 3.
Which I think is really great, like, because it's been a while since we see a core Batrider, but think of it this way, right?
Yeah.
Batrider is one of those few heroes where you can just really, especially a core Batrider, just really run them down. You get the boost of travel.
Okay.
Just really run them down. TA, somewhat, it's not really that massive new kind of hero, especially when once you get the Flame Break into a little bit, a few stacks of Napalm.
Yeah.
I think even her refraction won't be able to last too long against the Batrider with the range.
I'll be honest, man. I don't like the... I don't like the mid Batrider. I don't know who I was talking to the other day, but generally I don't like cores that are solely control based.
Right.
You know, I want my core to do a bit of damage. And Batrider, as the game progresses, his damage is static. It does not increase in any way.
Then would you say that control-based core will fall under the same place with utility-based cores?
I mean, it's kind of the same thing. You know, as utility.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Control, utility, whatever you want to call them. But yeah, it's like Batrider, he jumps and he lassos. He is great damage and tempo and all that for the first 20 minutes, but then as the game progresses, he gets weaker and weaker and weaker. They're playing with a stand-in. So I'm all in on 1 win. I believe 1 win will take the first game.
This is going to be a really tough one.
Oh, and I hate position 4 Centaur. I absolutely despise it. Every time I see it in a pro game, it's exactly the same. You go for boots, which sometimes they don't upgrade for God knows what reason.
Right.
Blink. You blink in and you die. And then you're like, wow, good job, support Centaur. Kudos on that. So, you know, I don't like a lot of things that Liga has. I'm with 1 win.
Although, yes, it's depending how both teams really tackle the game here. Besides how the two teams going to be really engaging into the game here, because I feel there's certain condition that needs to be met to bring out that kind of success.
Yeah.
But I am going to be sitting with the team with the Enigma. I think that that
All
Black Hole is such a massive team fight.
All right, okay, I see how it goes. Oh, Sweden strong, Sweden dead.
Oh god, spot as well, nice timing, anticipated. I mean, especially since they saw the Doom, right? So they knew for the fact that the bounty hunter is going to be someone nearby. Drops a really nice defensive sentry, and it paid them full dividends. Sweden strong, unfortunate.
Well done. They were like, wait a minute, these guys are playing very defensive for when they should have vision here. What's going on? Well worth the sentry ward, very nice.
It's somewhat expected too, right? Can you imagine Rebel, he just walks forward, he sees a centaur, he's like, you have vision on us, drop that sentry.
No, the best thing is when you walk forward, they walk back, and you walk forward, you're like, these are some interesting instincts you have. You can actually do that in the mid lane, by the way. When you have the ruins, if you walk towards one ruin and the guy instantly walks to the other one, you're like, okay, he has vision of me.
Yep.
All right, so this is going to be an important start because if you are 1-1, you gotta get. You really like some extra bounty ruins thanks to Monkushi. Oh, okay, all right. And it's going to be, I think, probably what, 2 for 2 or 3 for 1 in favor of Liga.
We have to see. Oh, Gleam's back. He just managed to charge the stun as well. Well, no. Still going to be able to get it out fully charged as well. Drop the branch, try to get some bonus regen into the mix as well. A couple of more hits onto the respect. Oh no, one of the hits misses as well. But they're still going to go on the chase. Getting nice and close onto respect though.
Oh, okay. All right. You know, he's like, have you pondered your mistakes? You know, have you said your goodbye to your family as it comes to a stop? Boom. And one more. 1J.
Oh, that body block. Beautiful one, 1J.
1J doesn't even take it for himself. That's a true support. That is how you do it. And BB starting off with another kill. I think he also got the first blood, so he's very, very happy on this Enigma.
Yeah, this is definitely going to like really hasten the process for him, especially when he gets the necessary amount of items too.
On the other side though, you do have Cloud on the Doom, and of course Doom is also an excellent farmer, so he will be able to keep up with the Enigma.
So curiously, Otomo, right, on the fact here, now we know that the fact there's a core Batrider against the TA. Who has the better rune control here?
Core Batrider versus TA. Well, TA doesn't really care about bottles like the Batrider does, so I think that it's going to be the Batrider, but only because the other side doesn't matter.
It, right? Yeah.
You know, it's like
okay.
As we can see, it's so far it's very even. As the time goes on, I think the Batrider might actually have trouble with all these side blades attacks coming out from the TA. You know, you can see he takes a couple of them. There you go. From the denies, from the hits themselves, and Rebel's always moving, trying to dodge them, but it ain't easy. And he's not even thinking about last hitting. He's like, oh, good deny actually. Oh. It is a lot of fun when you're playing like that.
Yeah, quite a tight road for the mid lane side though. But the top on the other hand?
Top lane is going to be interesting because if BB3 is not careful, Monkushi could farm the Eidolons and they are juicy.
Yep,
they're very tasty.
especially with respect, you also got a nice race to spot to really like, I guess you could say marinate them slightly before they come to the lane as well.
Yeah, he can throw. If he can just even like put down a kinetic field and be like, yeah, it makes it easier to kill them. Overall, though, can I look at 1J's items? I'm excited to see what he's building as the supports on top. Very likely Tranquil Boots is going to be. Yep, Tranquil Boots are queued up. Just a bit of stats as well.
This is going to be great.
Look at him. He just chases Monkushi away from the tower. This is one thing that's nice about Centaur. You start off with like 8.5 health regeneration.
Yeah.
So you're great at trading.
Definitely. Actually, really curious as well, right? I know this has been a while. Oh, nice move stop as well.
There you
Going to be trading in a couple of damage in. Will it be enough for the bigger? Oh, no, he got a couple of stacks. He got a couple of charges on the Storm, so he'll be absolutely fine. But yeah, I want to bring it up. I know it's pretty old school.
Yeah.
I do miss the when Centaur was able to deny himself with the double edge.
I don't, man. Those were dark days.
No, okay, I agree. There are times where it can be something not intentional, but it was pretty great.
No, I like that there's less potential to deny yourself in like a lot of...
I remember like those parts. There was
Abaddon with the with the death coil. I was like, what the hell is this? All right. So
good.
In terms of lanes, everything's looking pretty good for Liga. 2 kills as well as most of their lanes going in their favor.
Yeah, I think we're definitely going to be seeing a lot more conflict, especially post 5 minutes at least.
Yeah.
A couple more points, especially for the new. Now here's the thing, right? Usually, like for example, when you see Seven go up against the Beastmaster, right? The players are usually you stun the ball as much as possible as you can. That kind of thing. Would it be the same for the Elk with the stun on the Eidolons in this case?
I don't know. It doesn't seem like he's too concerned with dealing with them right now. He's having a hard time just getting next to the creeps. He's only got 9 CS in 4 minutes. Not ideal. And they block the cap.
Sending in the Marines, you know. It's like, don't worry, 1J. You got reinforcements.
Rebel, he is thinking about starting off with the Boots of Trial. Just wants to be active all around the map. It is very important that this game for Liga is based on their supports. Cloud, almost. If Sweden Strong as well as Pantomime, sorry, not Pantomime, if Sweden Strong as well. Oh wait, Respect.
Oh,
Pantomime's dead. We want to say this CM very fragile, very easy for the bounty hunter to get on top of you and do a huge amount of damage, and of course aided with the Doom.
Yeah, I'm happy you finally agree with me.
Yeah, I always say Crystal Maiden is fragile.
No, wherever yesterday's one against the Tiny.
Okay, in that situation, it was something like Crystal Maiden Luna. I was like, oh, they should have a decent time. To be fair, he got tossed into the tower like 3 times. Oh, Glimpse comes out,
much needed. Charging understands so not the most beefiest offlaner that you get though. But Thunderstrike is definitely slowing it down. The goal is to try to whittle them down here. Eventually, they will be able to get the opportunity to get the hands on it, especially with not much regen left on the hands of the enemy. Sure, you got the braces, but it's not really a lot.
Yeah, it helps a little bit, right? Like, doesn't give as much regen.
It's Sweden Strong.
Oh.
Yeah, he someone anticipated but didn't expect the Sweden Strong though. Oh, but the Glimpse right in range and in line. Although the reinforcements comes in, but it's just a little bit too late though. But can they get the trade back on the Respect though? There's a lot of Eidolons though. That's gonna be pretty great.
Yeah, the thing is, Sweden Strong, his invis timed out the moment he hit, so he wasn't able to get the stun, but they still get the kill. Monkushi, he needs to be careful here. You can still die to like a hoof stomp double edge combo. And 1J, he's like trying to get there in time, but he is just a little bit too slow.
Yeah, a tad too late.
Oh,
he is charging it though.
There you go.
Be careful, he's a little bit too deep into enemy territory. But we trying to charge it up, but he's all alone. I think he already somewhat succumbed to his fate as well.
1J may have actually kind of killed himself by using the double edge. You still do a huge amount of damage to yourself. And top lane, very nice recovery coming out from 1 win. And mid lane, it's also, you can see, it's going very nicely for Chiro Jr. Reable, he's not behind, but he's not dominating. And you pick Battle Rider often to dominate the lane.
Yep. Well, I mean, it will definitely take a while, right? I think the goal is just try to get as much goal as much as possible. Definitely not the most comfortable lane, especially with the side blitz just constantly being sharp and also hit between you as well. And the constant denies. Let me see how many has been denied. Actually, it's not that much. It's 8 denies against him. But he's still doing pretty fun against it. But of course, great gang coming for the CM as well. This is going to be ensuring on the big kill on the Alchemist. What about Respect? Don't think he's going to be able to walk out of this. Love the block coming in for 1J, anticipating the route of retreat, and they won't be able to get 2 pickoffs for this.
Liga's playing this very smart. They recognize we don't need to worry too much about the Templar. She's just going to be farming. We know that it's going to be the supports who are going to be making space.
Yep.
We want to output as much pressure as we can on the side lanes. Violent is having a fantastic time bottom against Cloud. Look at Monkushi CS, 21 and 3 for this Alchemist. He is being slaughtered, I think.
Which is why I can't wait to the point when, okay, I'm not being biased or anything, but I believe that will be the goal, right? When you have the Battle Rider with the tempo, being the tempo maker.
Yeah.
Once he gets a travel, right? I'm expecting him to be going towards that top lane a lot more.
Yep.
Really pummeling this Alchemist down to the ground. Hopefully 6 feet under here. Because let's be honest, Alchemist is just one of those few carries, especially he farms insane with the greed goals as well. Give him a little bit too much space, right? And actually becomes Giga Challenge.
Oh, okay, they found 1J. He's a little bit behind enemy lines. Would be a beautiful kill for them. He's very tanky though.
Yeah, but then again, so are they. Slowly poking him down, hoping the one blocks his way. Oh no, the Eidolon's too much. But either way, that is a really nice punish for it. But guess what? Rebel is here. You want to see, you can try to even out the odds here. The support for the support. Swedish Strong is spotted out. Do they have the detection?
Just is over.
Ah, no, they can only hope to try to burn it out with the Firefly.
Oh,
now I'm going to find him.
Oh, Swedish Strong. If he walks back just on
just a little bit.
Our observer, man, he's like, yo, I got you guys. I know exactly where it is. And the pause comes
so
out.
Man.
Okay, so it's a very, very even game so far. You can see the cores on League are having a good time, but the supports on 1win are slightly ahead of their counterparts. But overall, we're looking at a very even game. 1win, they need to start... They kind of would love to be snowballing. Even is okay, but snowballing is what their draft is good at. On the other side, for Liga, you almost always want to be ahead, because if you're even, you're just one fight away from losing control of the game. So
decides to go with the kind of build that allows you to run alongside with team a lot more earlier than possible. But I'm more interested in who's going to be the one that really is initiating most of these fights. So because we know Doom is not the one that you really want to start off first.
Cheer Junior?
Oh no.
Okay.
Spotted out early at least. Thank God for that too. But they want to see if they can get a couple of more Sweden Strong. Can they at least try to get the pickups? They will. However, for our dear friend BB3, but the black hole, but still not enough. He falls too early. It's a little bit too soft, but then again, they got the Alchemist in the process. Can they get a couple of more? Sadly not. Not enough damage, not enough mana on our dear Rebel here. As Kira was slowly knocking him down the peg, and the glimpse back, an unfortunate fate awaits him at the back line. 3 for 2 here.
I thought for a second that he meant the misclick was for the black hole. No, he called GG by accident. He's like, no, guys, I didn't mean it. Overall, a fairly even trade thanks to Cheer Junior showing up here. I think it was, what, 3 for 3? That black hole being wasted was huge for 1win. Now you know you have, what, 3 minutes that black hole. And here's the thing. It was like that the animation of the attack was mid-air, so just flying towards him, he clicks the black hole. That might be the shortest black. Can we have a replay of that possible? I want to see how long that black hole lasted, because
probably less than a second.
Oh, I want less than a quarter of a second, I would say.
Because it was literally it showed and then it was gone.
Yeah, right. It's like it just animated for a second. 1J.
Yeah. There it is.
He's trouble.
It's a support, but you know, you take what you get, and every pickup is absolutely fantastic. You see, this is what I'm saying, right? I love it, right? Already anticipating, you do not want too many farmers.
Yep.
And Alchemist, although yes, more items is always better, but with the change of his current stun recently as well, it's just a lot of nuking potential.
It's very powerful. It's physical damage as well, and so it really works well with the TA. By the way, one of the nice things about the Centaur supports is that you are a high health hero.
Yeah.
Right? That's very nice. But that's not so useful against physical damage with a lot of minus armor, because you're already taking amplified physical damage.
Yeah.
It's like it doesn't, your high health almost feels irrelevant. Against magic, it's great. Against physical,
yeah, don't forget about the Doom as well. Point percentage damage on top of that.
Yep.
Oh, that is not a fun thing to do. But I am a little bit concerned, because if we're talking about like just catching, right?
Yeah.
Individual pickup is definitely a lot more. You see we see coming from the side of Liga a lot more superior in that department. Wait, hold on, is it? Yeah, sorry, 1win is a little bit more superior in that department. Can they do it?
Okay.
Oh no, they barely got glimpse it back, but I think he already shifted strength, already anticipated.
Yeah, but he can't heal, he's still gonna die.
But that's a lot of damage though, it will secure and get him in it. But then again, Flaming Lancer, they at least want to trade a core for the core. They want to try to even out the odds though. Really tanky actually within the tower too, but of course, a safe lane core is still always a better one.
Yeah. Sure. Like Morph is no longer able to ever go up against Doom, because when you Doom them, he can't heal, so extra morphing crap is useless. Cheer Junior all the way at the top, which is nice. You do need one of your farmers to have a good time. Mukushi is also not too far behind, although he's an alchemist. He's expected to do well. However, in a game like this, where you have another heavy farming mid, and your offlaner's kind of passive-ish in a way, you do expect the Alchemist to not do as well as usual.
But the scaling on their side is relatively scary to me. So, Smarter, anticipating, don't want to take
Sweden
a little bit
Strong.
too much damage.
Sweden Strong is playing with fire. Alright, it's like, you really
Like, look at that, with all these traps all around, he's like, you know, this is slowly becoming out of. It's free real estate. Look at that, even Respect is also so deep into the Radiant jungle as well.
He's got Tranquil Boots, okay, that helps out a lot. Where are they going to go? And this is kind of this is a very critical time of the game for, well, mostly for one, because if you can get those track kills and start snowballing, you will control the game. If you don't,
no.
I mean, you can win later, but now you would love to exert control.
Definitely for sure, especially since the blink has already been picked up from TA. She's gonna fly in at any single time. Hey, someone on top of that, just someone needs to show their stuff in lane.
Might be there?
And that's not gonna be a fun thing. Oh, there it is. Glimpse back, CM, of course, the softest the support you will ever find. 2 hits is all you need here. And the rest of the team, all they can do is just pretty much watch. Centaur, although Centaur has the ultimate, but I don't think there's no way to be able to outrun the kinetic field setup. It's already been set in place.
And Cheer gets
satisfied with 1. They want to see if they can get a second one, and they will. BB3, double kill here.
That is actually, like, considering how bad it could have been, you count your lucky stars that you didn't lose everyone on 1 win. Great fight from Liga, beautiful black hole. Respect was able to throw a good static storm to prevent them from getting team wiped. You know, lucky for them. That could have been a lot worse. Well, I said a lot worse. They lost 2 out of 3. That's pretty bad. But they did get a kill. It was a track kill. It's something.
It's definitely something much needed for the side here for Liga to really bounce back. And this is what I'm saying, right? When it comes to catching potential or chasing, you see that the fact that 1 win does it a little bit more better here. But when it comes to team fight, right, or just really just game changing or game turnaround situation, there's a really big ability like the black hole. There's really nothing you can do about the black hole except for the Doom.
Yeah.
Or Glimpse if the Disruptor's not caught in it.
And Alchemist is very close to his Radiance. Considering how badly the game was at the start, this is not too bad of a timing. You know, fast Radiance, we've seen like 11, 12 minutes. 14 is, it's on the slower side, but it's not too terrible. I mean, we've seen 18-minute Radiances.
I mean, he's been walking around a little bit. He also got picked up a few times as well. So I think it's slowly making good time despite his situation.
It's not bad, it's not bad.
Yeah, but I'm a little bit concerned with the vision control here. You can definitely tell us a little bit more on the 1 win side here, but that is a lot of stacks. I think there's something bad right. He's definitely very satisfied about it. Even as a support, he's actually able to take all these stacks quite efficiently as well here.
Yep, very glad to have all of that. Sweden Strong is going for the Aura build, drums into Vlad's, probably into Boots of Bearing at some point.
Yes, 300 gold to BKB too.
And Phantom him, that's a nice D ward. Trap as well as the ward. The trap explodes. What? It's like even the 25 gold, you know, Cheerju's like, no, you ain't getting that.
But at the same time, it's also sends a message, right? It's like, I see you.
I got my eyes there.
We're coming for you.
Oh, man. You respect immediately. He's like, I want to make sure I remove. Because if you know there are sentries in the area, you have 2 invis on your side. You want to make sure you get rid of sentries. Sometimes sentries by themselves are not worth it, but with invis, they are.
It's a very funny thing right now, right? Because like they understand the bottom radiant jungle is currently being controlled, so they try to get control on the top side of the Dire side. They are succeeding. Pops the dust, pops the stampede here, but they want to see if they can actually jump into Sweden Strong. That's a lot of indolence though, but it's gonna be slowly timing out. Quick TP, but that's into the glimpse. I'm sorry, BB3, you're gonna be picked off here. Wow.
Look at that. Look at how much you can farm out of this. And just like that, Alchemist goes from like 5th net worth to 2nd through 1 engagement and a few Eidolon kills. And he just finished the Radiance. He's 600 gold away from the Link Dagger.
Yeah, dude, I was just going to say as well, like in the face of Radiance, they're no way going to be able to withstand for too long here.
If you are Liga, you're always walking on a knife's edge because at any moment, you lose a few people to track kills and that's it, the game's over.
There's also the problem on trying to get some vision or sentry controls here, especially with Sweden Strong. They understand that this bounty, Sweden is definitely going to be running pretty deep into their areas here, but there's too much space, too much areas for them to really cover here with the resources that they have.
Looks like the gym is given to Reable here, and the trap gets removed.
He's like, nope.
Sweden Strong, he knew that they were there. He sees the courier to the area, then leaves, and he's like, all right, I'm sure that's what's going on.
That's good intel too.
They're waiting for anyone to show themselves. And Liga, they're feeling this. They realize they can't really separate from each other and shrinking the map.
Blink gets cancelled too from the Thunderstrike. No way you can really get the jump on the TA.
Doom's here. They're trying to use the illusion to bait him to Doom. It's very clever.
But not gonna fall for it too.
Not yet, at least.
A little bit too good about this, especially since no one's really showing the lane. He knows BB3 might be nearby as well.
They just want to get those tracks on people so you know what's going on.
This is good coming in from 1 win.
Look, by the way, Sweden Strong, another one.
They want to see if they can try to get the track killed though. Only spot 2.
hold.
No one really tried to follow up with it.
Might be dead.
The Stampede,
He's
though,
dead.
definitely gone. But what about the freezing field? It looks great. He falls out the Static Storm, though. So now a little bit of reassurance here for the Morphling here, but there is still the Doom in hand.
Everyone's here from Liga, by the way. They are hoping to take a fight, and that's why Violence is there. Unfortunately, throughout this whole time, what's Munkushi doing? He's farming.
Which is fantastic to me, because like One Win just understands, like, you know what? We just have to avoid the team fights, go for the catch. If no catch, fall back. And every single time that Liga tries to push over with all these smokes, if they can't find anything out of it, that just means they're just wasting a lot of time.
It is. And if you are One Win, you can afford to waste time, because a track kill gives you so much recovery.
Feels like they're just kicking back and relaxing this round. Actually, no, not really. I mean, we have one Liga player.
They're relaxed. You know, it is an easy draft to play for One Win. This is why I'm saying the Disruptor, and as Disruptor has gone up in popularity, we can see Bounty Hunter emerge as one of the best partners for him. You know, the combination of the glimpse and the track is very strong, and it's a combination of also the team play of we keep getting kills. This. I don't think Liga is going to let this one go in game 2. There's no way they're going to let the Disruptor pass. It's just so dangerous.
Yeah, but before we talk about game 2, though, let's quickly get through game 1
I'm already drafting for game 2.
But Tomo has already decided, like, this game is long and over.
Over? No, it's not over. It is certainly just extremely tough. What is the win percentage? Can we look at that for a second? Oh, 50. Really?
Dude, like I said, there's not much. You don't see much confrontation so far. No 5v5s yet.
It's all love right now.
I mean, yes, they are definitely leading, though. I can guarantee you this for sure. I mean, it's not a lot of goal lead, but it's like 4K still in the lead. Still pretty great.
To be honest, considering that it's an Alchemist and Bounty lineup, 4K is not the biggest deal in the world.
I know.
Like, to be fair here.
I know, but they have to respect BP3, though. That's the thing. Unless they, because yes, they're getting vision controls, but it's only a certain one area of the map. You can't really cover area, you can't really cover smokes as well.
I think there's like 3 Philosopher's Stones being picked up in this game.
Really?
Yeah, 3 so far.
Oh my god.
1 J-Patum Habit, so the Sweden strong.
Why whenever I play my games, I never seen like all this kind of Philosopher's
No, you
right?
only get like the freaking Bullwhip. You're like, yay, Bullwhip.
Oh man, like, I'll be thankful if I get the Bullwhip. I got something else sometimes, you know?
My favorite was when Centaur uses the cart on someone, and then they use the whip on the Centaur. Like, move, Harsey.
You just like the animation.
It's so
you don't care about the buff or anything.
It's all good. All right, Bat Rider is very close to his Blink Dagger.
Oh,
good deny.
That does help. TA with the haste
They might find BB3.
Oh no, he blinks defensively.
If he can get the track on, you might be able to glimpse him. He get it. Oh, that's scary.
But is anyone nearby to really follow up with this, though? He got the Stampede.
What?
Drops in the connecting field. But what a save coming in for 1J. Can it buy the decimal time? Drops into Static Storm, but it will not be able to get anything out of it. They need to get a trade, a support for a support. But as long as they keep BB3 fine,
they got Rebel.
Totally great. Rebel, wow. I'm assuming that's definitely the Doom kill.
It is a Doom kill. Doom was used for that. And you can see, right, the supports are gung-ho for vision. It's a track kill and a kill on the... I think it was like the second most farmed hero on the enemy side. Very scary. And you were saying, right, 4,000 gold launch. It jumps up straight away to 6,000. Sorry, 7.
Oh no, freezing field. Sweden strong. Unfortunate for that one. But then at least they know for a fact there's no freezing field. Let's go on the hunt. Violent just decided. He's just been a Pentaman just telling Violent, my buddy, get out of here. Just get out of here what you can. Drop in the couple thing. Also drop the TP. I think he should be fine. Yeah,
it's gonna be okay.
Great.
It's a 1-for-1 trade. Looks like Kanda is going to be the item for the Morphling. Wants to be able to burst people down. Unfortunately,
I think that's great, right? Kanda with the Adaptive Strike is always fantastic.
It's a great combination of items, but not in this particular game. One, because Refraction ignores it completely, and Alchemist as well as the Doom have a huge amount of health that they don't like it. Obviously, burst damage is burst damage, but they're not going to be burst down from it. Respect. Okay. He gets the feeling that... Oh, okay.
Oh, that glimpse.
Is he going to be able to make it on time? He doesn't actually have a TP, but they might not know. They might think he just TP'd away. He needs to just go in the trees and...
Oh,
do they know?
They're an absolute
know.
detective.
They know. They knew he didn't have the TP.
You know, it would be absolutely terrible if they got counter-initiated right here.
Every kill in this game is so valuable. On one side, it's track. On the other side, you just want to make sure you delay the game. So that kill on the Disruptor means a lot. Especially with the fact that they're taking Roshan in the meantime. it's fairly fast.
It's not the fastest.
Not the fastest, not the fastest. You know, we've seen faster.
Oh no, if the strong spots are 1J. Okay, Rebel walks back.
They're Mankush is not here, so they're really not committing to this. They're gonna let this go. By the way, that's the fourth Philosopher's Stone being picked up here. So
how is this Philosopher's Stone happening, man?
Luck, man. That's just how it is. It's just
apparently
luck.
it's something I just don't have, you know.
It's all right. I'm sure you get lucky sometimes.
You know, that's like once in a blue moon, you know, that kind of thing. But still, moving on to the hand now with the Aegis and deck, he's a little bit more confident at the same time. Don't think there's a Lincolns on the Morphling just yet, right?
No,
it's just the Manta and the Phalanstry.
Yeah, Morphling. No BKB just yet.
The Lincoln, sorry.
Rebo.
Oh, that's a really nice thing. That's what
he
BKB
wants.
just to burst him down before he gets the Doom out.
Great
no
start.
Doom. A little bit more confidence here though, but it'll be a support for the core. Now I needed to keep an eye on the prize. Where is the Enigma? But then at the same time, he really cannot commit the Black Hole unless the Disruptor is really in it as well. So needs to find it. He spots the Disruptor as well. Not gonna commit the one-man Black Hole for this. No, they have enough damage to melt such a soft post 5. Unfortunate for Respect here. But they will respectively send him home.
It's a good series of events happening for League. A couple of nice skills, the Aegis in the hands of their Morphling. They are getting more and more comfortable. Still a bit behind, but again, as we mentioned, it is an Alchemist, Doom, Bounty Hunter lineup. You're always going to get more gold passively.
You know, I love this game. I love this game in particular because there's a lot of things that you really need to take into account for.
Yeah.
It's not so simple and straightforward as like most of our.
It feels very strategic, right? Everyone's gonna be like, "Oh man, these skills are super valuable. You gotta do it this way."
It's like Black Hole's great, but Disruptor and Doom needs to be in it. If you got no BKB, Alchemist also has to be in it. And then at the same time, the other team is like, "We want to go for catch." But make sure we all don't group up with the Black Hole.
Sweden strong.
Track is great as usual. That's a lot of vision. But
high movement speed though.
Oh no. Popping with the Flame Blade, they find it. Oh, look at that. Phalanstry into the left shot. That's so much damage for such a soft support like the Bounty Hunter.
And another tower also falls with Liga team doing everything that they need to do. And doing it right as well to bring the game back under their control. Mankushi, he's gone for the Orchid. He's going to go for... I believe that's a Bloodthorn later on.
Yep.
Huh. Don't see that too often, honestly. We'll see what he can make out of it. Chia Jr. Chia Jr.
Spotted. Silence. Copy the Stampede Wall. And a quick reaction for
Respect.
it. They might be the Stampede. They need to find Respect. They get some of the on the top line. Gets the nice tonic, but he managed to get the strength through. Doom is not nowhere nearby to really try to control Violent in this case here. So I guess you can say in a way, they managed to get at least one of the core target with some form of success.
And so Violet is basically Doom immune right now just because of the Aegis. You know, it's like once you have the Aegis, people aren't going to waste a Chrono or a Doom on you.
Correct.
Oh dear.
They're trying to get in some form of vision out here. They got full control. The Radiant is absolutely seeing everything. They find the Doom. The exact weapon he's trying to look for is all burst them down without absolute mercy here. Violent gets a couple of hits from the team, but it will not merit Kira Jr. All he can do is just pretty much watch.
This is very impressive. Again, Liga just continuing to exert their influence across the map. If you are one win, if you separate your worries, you know, you're up against a Batrider with Boots of Travel, you can show up anywhere. But if you don't separate, these team fights and skirmishes have gone very badly for you.
Yeah, and it's pretty fun, it's pretty hilarious to me as well, right? Because usually when you want to play around the team fight, right, they're like, you know, we don't have to win the team fight. We just have to isolate those kills. Pick up one, then picked up the other, right? And then usually you see this whole contested, right? It was Sweden Strong first, then it was a Doom after that, and that just resulted to like into the tier 2 objective to be gone entirely.
Yeah, all the tier 2. Well, they got the tier 2 mid as well as bottom. For Respect, what's he looking for? He wants to finish up the Solar Crest. Cool. Morphling, only a minute left on the Aegis. They'd love to be able to take all these tier 2s so that the next Aegis gives you high ground advantage. Well, opportunity.
You know, I somewhat understand why the Morphling is not really going for the Lincolns as well, trying to prioritize the damage, because he's literally the only one who's doing like the nuking damage here as well. But it's really, like you said, playing on thin ice here.
If it's, as long as he has the Aegis, it looks great. Once the Aegis falls and gets doomed, you start thinking, why don't you have a Lincolns?
Yeah, but do they have enough? I get the consideration whether enough damage is really outputting. Batrider is damage over time.
Yep, and
freezing field as well. Centaur, you got CC and double edge. Black Hole is more of a CC than a lot of damage. I mean, Midnight Pulse is percentage-based damage, but it's not. They're not standing in there for the rest of the whole time.
It's mostly violent.
Yeah.
If they can get rid of violent, then one will have the opportunity to take this game. They're also going to go for the Tormentor. You love a shot on either of your supports, honestly. It's super good. Who's going to get it?
Yeah, Crystal Call is a lot more better, especially if she.
I mean, okay, it's good. It's good.
Yeah, it's good.
But I love the shot on the Centaur. It's super good. He's going, oh, look at that. He's got a Ghost Scepter. Yeah, the shot is, you get 15 strength every time you use double edge. It lasts for 15 seconds. And, it also has the slow, which is very nice.
I know, but I'm trying to look for the perspective of control, right? Like now you have like 2 types of Frostbite at the same time. If you go for the Talon Tree, that's even longer because it also travels it carries forward to the clone.
They're prioritizing it on the Radiant side, though. They're like, let's take the other Tormentor because we do want the Shard if we can get it for the Centaur. It makes you so much, it almost makes you twice as much durable.
You know, I had this discussion with someone recently, right?
Kudos, Riable. His shot's not bad, to be honest. You do get to attack while using Flaming Lasso, so it really increases his DPS while you're holding people. Unfortunately, when you're Flaming Lasso, you usually are running away. You rarely use it to just hold the enemy down.
Yeah. Oh.
They know
him with the smoke gang here.
They know the Aegis is gone. This is an opportunity here.
Try, especially since not the whole team's there either.
Monkushi takes the...
He's turning away, but then again, need to keep an eye on the Enigma though.
They found someone. That would be a good kill.
Oh, that's a good track too.
Can they get the glimpse? Disruptor's trying to make it there, but he is way too far. It's not happening.
Yeah.
Glimpse, as big as it is not global.
Yeah.
It looks like global. Oh, Pantomime, now that he shows himself for a second.
I think it's fine. Position-wise, not really ideal.
Where is he?
There it
is he?
Thunderstride, but they do have the Glimmer to pop in the Sentry as well. Gets a Sun of 2. Can he get the Crystal Cone before he fell? No, he can't.
Big kill. Big kill just because of the track kill. Yeah. You know, that's like not exactly like you care about the CM itself, but look, it's
game-changing pick, right?
It's a lot of gold.
It is a lot of gold.
And the tower, see, this is why I love Dota. Small things really amount to sort of make a big difference. You kill the Crystal Maiden, you don't want to fight 5 versus 4 for Liga, you end up losing the tower.
Yeah, I agree. It does create waves, right? Especially when we slowly get towards the late game, right? Where like buybacks becomes a little bit more of a priority.
Becomes a factor, exactly. As BB3.
Oh no.
1J. Do they?
He can't track. He can't track. The minute he track, they know.
Oh no!
They
anyway.
brought the smoke. They got him too. BB3 getting popped up. BKB doesn't matter. Couldn't get it out in time. Absolutely great. Glimpse back into the mid. Sally, our dear friend, will be able to get up, but I can't be said the same for our dear friend 1J. That is amazing. I love the display, right? He's just like hovering, giving the vision. He's like, I'm not gonna track where everyone a little get closer because the minute he tracks, they know.
Then they use
but the timing of the smoke. I can guarantee you this. Their heart dropped to the floor when the smoke didn't happen.
We're not invis. What the hell? I think they get 2 trackers out of it. Particularly on the... Luckily, Enigma BB3 did not use the black hole.
Yes.
We've seen, you know, that millisecond.
The initial one, right? Yeah.
So it's not the worst thing in the world, and there's no Roshan. It's going to be almost full Roshan duration, about 2 minutes and 54 seconds to come back up. So you have time to recover.
Yeah.
Again, the game swings completely the other way just because of Sweden Strong.
That's what I'm saying, right? This is one of the few problems when you're going up against like Invi heroes, right? There's too many areas and too many places for you to cover.
And one of the problems is that as the map opens up, sometimes you're like, okay, we're stuck in our base. It's easy to ward that area. But as the map opens up, you win a fight, you're like, wait a minute, we don't have sentries in all the lanes.
It's really fantastic for Sweden Strong because like Bounty Hunters is those kind of heroes where if you're excelling, then it's great. No. But you're not, then you're just a guy that's just playing in the backline throwing shurikens.
Darius is scan. They know this is happening. They know the smoke's coming because they walk. There's like, okay, we scanned the trap. We didn't see anyone.
Oh, they spotted Doom.
Here we go. Who's he gonna go for?
The BKB instantly as well. Not going to be fully committed. He did commit the Flaming Last to try to find that as well. He draws all the way to the mix as well, but he does have the BKB. Locks them all down. They're like, can he get the Doom off in time though? Has everything get picked up? No! He couldn't get the Doom. He gets battled away. Although that's the okay. They're hitting away on the Morphling, but it's in strength form. There's no Doom to stop him. He has the damage. He gets going back. What an absolute clone steal here as he brings the Alchemist all the way to the back line. Guess what? If you think you can claim, so can I. He brings them all back to home. 3 cores fell. 2 supports remain, but it doesn't matter. You need the core. And what an absolute win.
They got, well, all 3 cores, all for the price of Phantom. You're insanely happy for Liga. These catches, he drags the Doom into the black hole. It's like, well, there's no counterplay for that.
It's so good communication, right? Because it wasn't like the black hole was active, right? He was dancing already on top of the TA. He said, wait a minute, I'm going to bring this guy in. At least the black hole makes sense. He also had the BKB, so he doesn't really have to worry about the static storm or even the alchemist stun. It was just the Doom.
And that's the only person you have to catch. Doom needs to find a way. We haven't really seen a whole lot of Dooms. We saw one great one, the Morphling. Since then, it's been a little bit of a passive Doom, and he wants Octarine, so he wants to use his spells. He just doesn't seem to be doing that most of the time.
I mean, this is what we were discussing previously, right? Where Doom is that kind of secondary initiative than the initial one as well.
I mean, you have the Bounty who would have helped you, who's helping you in that, but it's not enough.
Yeah, no, because your Doom is more specific, that kind of thing, right? You don't, the Bounty doesn't, it's not every day you walk into the Morphling, right? That kind of thing.
They are kind of lucky on win that it's a long road, because if it wasn't, it would be up by now. They have about 15 seconds once the Alchemist is alive to actually prepare for it. He's TPing in. They know.
Yeah, they also want to fight, especially this is a really nice time because while Roche is, although coming up, Black Hole is still on cooldown.
It is. That's the biggest deal here. This Black Hole has been a massive problem for one win. Won about a couple of fights for Liga.
I don't know why it feels like yesterday, right? Where they're all standing on top of the wall on the cliff and everyone's in the Roshan pit.
40 seconds until Black Hole. This is still a really good time for one win to take a fight. Would they see?
I think they did. Morning, they spot Pentaman.
Pentaman, great. Just jump on him, remove him. Obviously, they are recognizing, okay, the Black Hole's up soon. Sometimes you don't get the exact second.
Oh, yeah, okay. They know it's coming.
Oh, that's a good one.
It's coming.
That's a good one.
Got the Glimmer, gets the Stampede, though, but he didn't manage to get the Crystal Clone, then forces out the BKB from the Alchemist. TA, one more hit, and it will be suffice here with the Thunder Strike. That's a nice pickup. That's slowed it out. Blackout's coming in exactly 5 seconds as well to really commit for this. But there's no BKB on the Alchemist. They do need to take it into account for this one.
They have buyback on the CM. She might need to use that.
No, the bash from the Roshan.
They're going in.
They commit the Flaming Lasso. Can they melt her down fast enough? No, they commit the Bounty Hunter first. Black Hole committed solely for Kira Jr. There's nothing he can do about it. But the Doom, he got pulled in. Was it because of the shard of the Enigma? We need to check that later on. But then get Freezing Field, comes to the mid, buyback comes in for the Centaur. It's a lot more worthwhile. This buyback ends up ensuring further secures on all these cores.
He has the Doom on the Morphling, but it's irrelevant. You're hoping to go to get on the Enigma instead. He walks in, he gets kind of caught by it. Very unfortunate. Monkushi, he does make it out.
Oh, so he did walk into it because like, he
walked into it.
There was the Black Hole and the Static Star, so I couldn't tell, was it because of the shot that pulled him in or did he walk into it?
It's the shard now when No, the shard when you do Malefice makes Eidolons.
Yeah,
it's the Agam Scepter that pulls.
the Scepter shit. Yeah, I forgot about that one.
It happens. It looks like it's going to be the second Roshan falling here for Liga team. Violent picks it up. Man, they need to. BB3 is a massive headache for 1-1. He is winning them the game. Like, Violent's playing great, Reable, they're all playing good, but it's really BB3 who is, like, outstanding.
That's what I'm saying, right? Like, especially when you get towards the late stage of the game where CCs, like BKB piercing CCs, it's so annoying to deal with, right? And in the hands of a player like BB3, you only have to stay in the back line here. There's not really much areas you can really cover here.
If they can just find him and kill him, they can win a fight for one win. Like, the Black Hole has just been too much of a factor. Crystal Maiden, look at that. Going for the Lotus Orb, recognizing that armor is a big deal in this game. Already has the Solar Crest. She's walking around with 22 armor. Not bad at all.
Yeah, and the Lotus will be helpful to purge the track as well. So it's been pretty great.
As well as a way to make sure that there's Lotus as well on the Centaur. So they just want to make sure that Dooms are very risky.
Yep.
I think we might have like 3 or 4 Lotus Orbs in this game. All the supports are going for it. Chira Jr. Wait, can we look at Disruptor? He might have an Aghanims coming up
he's
soon.
on the way. Yeah, he's on the way.
Yeah, but he's got no components. He's got Blink and Solar, which is good, but the Aghanims is what he needs. Chira Jr., he's right underneath the Watcher.
Oh god, they met. Okay, the Shiva's getting. They got him at the very edge too. Flame Break comes in, Flaming Lasso, that's it. 84 seconds gone.
No buyback. Chira Jr. walks next to a Watcher. I mean, this might be one of the things where it's like, it's relatively new mechanic you may not notice, but it was a Radiant Watcher. He knows.
And the worst part about it, we got a Black Hole that's going to be coming on in 20 or 15 seconds, at least in this case here. And usually when you have a Black Hole, you need to try to figure out like how many cores you can really get into it. But without the TA, no buyback, so much easier for you to
Any one core is good enough, right? You kill Mankushi is good, you kill the Doom is also good. And by the way, Alchemist, okay, all right.
He felt something's amiss. I love it.
A Thunderstrike comes out, doesn't hit him.
Just barely. I'm not sure whether not sure how the fog of war was like, but maybe he barely saw the disruptor at the edge of it and just blinks away. That's pretty funny.
Potentially here, 35 seconds until the TA is up. They have both this glyph and they have another glyph coming out. There's no creeps, but wait, there they are. They show up.
The damage is significant. Drops the Lotus for good measures just in case of the Doom. But I think they just really want to wait out for
nice ward as well. That means that they are committed. Look at the wards. They have 2 wards. One on the trees and one deep into the Dire base. I don't think that Liga, based on the warding, will want to go back with anything less than 2 Raxes.
Yeah,
like, you go back and now you get your wards removed and you're like, well, what's the point?
I think they also
live.
All right.
There you go.
Shivas?
2 seconds. All right, TA is available, but so is Black Hole. This is make or break.
This is the one. TP's back. Spots the disruptor. Can he melt it away with time? And he does!
He has buyback though.
Oh, God.
Does he want to use it? There you go.
He will. He has no choice. Had to do it for it.
Look at the damage from the Solar Crest. Insane.
Was able to get on top of the center, but it's not really someone you want to try, but you have to just try to melt someone away. EB, but sadly the Thunderstrike will be one to pick him up for the finisher. Yeah. And once he can get a couple of balls in front of the play, he got baited it out, and now the Flaming Lasso calls onto the Doom. No more Doom, no more Biotic. Black Hole committed onto the TA as well. Sandom does come into the mix as well, but I don't think it's going to be enough. He did pop the Ghost Scepter here to try to keep him alive a lot more better. But guess what? Violence is literally left uncontested, uncontended, as he hits them all from a really beautiful positioning as well.
Man, it looked pretty good for them for a second here. They have the glimpse. They're going to throw up. Mankushi is ready to take it.
But you still have the ages though, that's the thing.
For a minute, you still like to remove it if you can. Doesn't look like it's happening. Oh, all right, that's a nice kill on Pantomime. At least that's a dieback, by the way, on Crystal Maiden. So the aggression is going to stall for a little bit. You lose 2 Raxes, but you do get a few kills here on the Dire side. So it's not a complete disaster.
And there was also a buyback on the Disruptor as well.
But you got some stuff. I think if you are 1-1, you still have that chance to come back. Whereas if that fight went worse, it'll be like, it's over. There's no way we can come back.
Although there was a slight confusion as well into the mix as well.
You know what? Okay, here's the thing. Mankushi should just take an Aghanim Scepter and feed it to Disruptor. It's like he's got 7,000 gold. You might as well. That would be, I feel like, the game-winning play, because you can't wait for him to make his own.
That's true. But I think he's also like a little bit prioritizing on the buyback, right? That kind of thing.
I mean, he's got 7,000 gold. I think he could probably afford it if he wants. Oh.
Oh, this might be great. Nice defensive BKB, but both sides also commit their own personal BKB. He finds Sweden strong. Couldn't really get onto the ultimate, but they want to try to chase him down. Enigma. They get the stun. They break the trees. The Doom comes in. Doesn't really connect. Oh, no! He has the Linkers! The Linkers reveal is finally here, and he finally just realized he has it, and there's no more Doom. Nothing to fear, nothing to literally worry about, and they find the Alchemist. Absolutely fantastic.
Dude, how could... I feel like, man, Cloud, you had other targets you could have done.
Respect.
And this is looking very over right now. You could buy back on the Alchemist, but you have a Doom without Doom. You have no supports either.
And the Black Hole is still active.
The Black Hole is available. Oh, I gotta say, man, the big difference in this game has been the offlane performance. BB3, massive threat with the Black Hole. On the other side, Cloud, we saw one good Doom, and that's it from the entire game.
Yeah.
This is, we call this off diff. I'm sure the players know exactly what we mean.
Still, I hear a couple of stuns now.
There creeps.
That's going to be the mangoes though. They have to strike. There'll be a couple of riots. He actually free from him, but no Kai kill potential at all. But they will try the attempt for it. Oh, that flaming lasso brings it a bit of the buyback, becomes the dieback. She destroys in the mix as well. Gets into the black on the TA. GG is the call. And of course, what an absolute game coming from Liga.
It is. They got banned out the Doom. Sorry, not the Doom. The Enigma next game.
Yeah.
There is no way you get BB3 this Enigma again. He absolutely rolled over them.
I think there's also the fact that when you have this second pick Centaur, right? Like,
Yeah.
Most team wouldn't suspect the fact that it could end up going to the post 4.
True.
I mean, like you said, they can go support Centaur,
Yeah.
but it's just not as favorable, right? So
Exactly.
It really played in their hands. I think twice now. One was the Centaur.
Yeah.
The second one was the fact that how the game was progressing as well, and they didn't see the reveal of the linkers on the morphing until that very last moment here.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm fairly sure he had the linkers before, but maybe Cloud assumed that it was on cooldown or
Right.
something. I'm not, again, it's one of those things where it's like, did he have early? I think he did. Feels like he did. But Cloud in general underperformed greatly in this game.
Yep.
We were expecting a lot more from the Doom, and he didn't really deliver. On the other hand, BB3, great black holes. There's the one where he comes out of the jungle, catches 3. That was a big game turner because their snowball was beginning. Every time they get a few, 3, 4, 5,000 goal advantage for one win, black hole comes out, goes down to 0.
I don't feel it was underperforming. I feel it's more like the fact that coming from Liga, they just understand like where their strength really comes from, where they lies, right? And the opposing composition that they're facing as well, right? So they really did a really great job, like being really defensively as well, not ensuring any much catches. Can you imagine the entire time, even with so much Radiant jungle control and vision, right? You can only ever get your hands on the Centaur.
It is great stuff for the Sentry. The thing is, they're just the cores. You have 3 greedy cores on the Dire side, and that's what really did them in the end. Cloud can't fight without the Doom. Chia Jr. doesn't really want to fight as the TA. Like this was the best Doom in the game. You get the Doom, nice good kill on Violent. He still loses life. This was a turn, right? Like they were able to get a nice double kill out of this one.
This was like, I guess you could say the beginning of all things, right? It slowly cement their foundation. But there's a lot more smaller things that's happening, especially like this one as well. I think this is the one that really guaranteed the change between both sides.
So Strong shows up, gets bursted down.
But that one was also the black hole one, so we didn't get to see that, but it was there.
So many fights, the Doom just dies before he can do anything really helpful for the team, and that's just unfortunate for them.
Oh yeah, this one, sorry.
Great drag, brings the TA into the black hole, they throw out the black hole, they catch Cloud. And, he turns into the Disruptor, glimpses back the Alchemist.
That was ingenious, I can tell you.
Very cool move. This was another one. He walks into the black hole. He throws out the Doom in the last second on Violent, but Violent's like, I'm fully strength morphed, bro. What are you gonna do to me?
Yeah, this one outside was really unfortunate, this one.
Yeah, to be honest, he was under the Watcher. He just assumed they were not there. So like he gave them the opening. Chia Jr., 2 people were very close to dying in that previous fight, and he couldn't get his hands on either. One more hit on either would have gotten the kill. And Liga, despite they were going up against a very snowbally draft, they were very aware that we cannot give them anything.
Yep.
And they played super carefully, super disciplined. I thought that they showcased just how incredibly talented they were with their approach to the game. They're like, we know what you guys are trying to do. We will not bleed a single kill more than we absolutely have to.
I think it was also pretty fantastic for one win as well. Playing with that kind of conditioning as well, with your snowball combo at the same time, with all this hard. Sure, there could be more better options for sure to make things a lot more easier, a lot more viable for yourself. But regardless, with that kind of situation and the fact that you had that initial lead as well, you had some form of control, a great positioning as well from maybe towards the early to the mid game. I think that was great. But like I said, it was just 2 amazing teams going head to head with each other, just trying to see where can they find the chink in the armor. And I think in this case here, the black hole was the biggest armor, I guess you could say, power bunker they can ever look for.
Yeah, for one win, it was a bit too much to put these 3 farming cores and rely on them. They put too much sort of pressure on the Disruptor and the Mountain to perform. But that's game 1. We'll see if one win can come back in game 2, or will Liga take them and eliminate them from the tournament. So we're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes with Liga versus one win game 2. See you then.
Remains. There is no other choice. You must protect your house.
We knew they were coming. We knew we couldn't win this fight. Still, those of us who could fought. So that most of humanity could evacuate Earth. In the end, all we could do was buy time. Time to get to Oikos. Time to run. We gave everything. This is not our end. We are Space Nation.
Eons ago, in an attempt to save the Earth, humanity summoned a cataclysm that threatened to extinguish all life. Severe, uncharted landscapes compelled leaps in evolution and the adoption of extreme physical transformation. A time of peace would prevail for the Forsaken, and for the favored, boundless pride in all their triumphs, while those lost in time embraced a greater power that defied all understanding. Now their ancestral home beckons, ushering in new conflict. All are prepared to fight for what is rightfully theirs to claim. Future, their people, and their home.
Thanks.
Stay with me.
No rest for the wicked.
Get fucked.
Shit! Cover up!
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Fuck!
Adventure awaits.
Take down. Listen up, Tim. Tim, on me.
Oh, yeah!
Stormy forecast, right.
Citizen conflict.
Peggy 16.
Eons ago, a mythical bubble emerged, rumored to hold limitless power. A group of heroes came together, determined to use the power for good. But they were not alone, for the Shadow Realm was searching for it too. Nothing will stop good from prevailing. Join the Bubble Rangers on their quest.
Dear Kitty, when I left your tavern to pursue the rumors, I knew I was onto something. While people said it was just a legend, I found a temple proving their existence. However, I fear I've made a grave mistake. Please, tell the Seekers to prepare themselves. They are coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again to another round of the Portal Dota 2 World Invitational. I'm Landon, also known as Yololi. Gracing us once again is Atomo as we bring you guys all the Dota 2 actions here. So far, we had our first series of today, which was a Liga versus 1win.
Yep.
And it was a pretty great game because it was quite the clash between both ideals, between both sides.
Yeah, the ideas from each team were quite different. On one side, you had this, we want to get, with Bounty Hunter and Disruptor and always go get these kills, but we also have very slow farming cores in the TA, the Doom, and the Alchemist. I mean, slow farming that they all need farm to come online.
Yes.
On the other side, though, you have, like the mid Bat Rider was making space. We also saw BB3 get always like 2-3-man black holes to keep them in the game. So Liga came in with a different strategy, focusing on pickoffs as well as team fight, and that ended up winning the game. I like the draft from 1win, but you see it and you're like, there was a bit of underperformance from the Cloud. Because it's not like the game was over 20 minutes where you can be like, okay, the draft disadvantage is too much. But here it's like they went to 45. We just weren't seeing any Dooms coming out. Yeah.
I think it's relatively more difficult, especially when you're playing against a team who's just like, yeah, we don't want anything to do with you. We don't even want to give you the spark to ignite here at all. It's just like, no, take away all the wood, take away anything that's burnable. No. There's nothing you can do to really like make a forest fire among all their teams out here. So it's relatively difficult. I think it's also a really great play coming for them. But it wasn't really all too like rainbows and sunshine for the side here for Liga as well. Their early to mid game transitioning was pretty difficult as well with the Swedish Strong was moving around. They got so much map control initially as well. They really didn't have anywhere to farm except for the enemy Dire jungle. They were like, you can take our Radiance. We'll take your top Dire. We already broke the tower. Your Alk is here, so gives him he knows we're here, but at the same time, you're not gonna come here either.
Yeah, it's just, I do feel like 1win could have handled it slightly better. Like we just saw Monkushi wasn't top net worth, which is rare for an Alchemist.
Yes.
We saw also Cloud, like we mentioned, he had problems. But Cheer Jr. on the TA was amazing. It's just that what we saw, the enemy team was buying a lot of Ghost Scepters. Yeah. Ghost Scepters and Lotus Orbs, and they had Solar Crest. So he jumps in and you're like, oh yeah, it's TA with Deso. Watch this. And he hits the Crystal Bane, and Crystal Bane is like, put a little bit of health, and you're like, oh, wow, she's very tanky.
It felt like you didn't get the full package here, right? You got this nice bounty and disruptor, but at the same time, you're paired with like a Doom and an Alk, which is not really something you can really run alongside with you, or the TA as well. Like I get the idea what they were trying to go for. We saw a little bit of aggression coming from the Alchemist, especially quite early with the stun. But of course, with that being said, taking that first game into the count, let's see what they have learned and how they will adapt in this second game alone. And this time, compared to our first banning phase, we have 2 supports this time being first bans.
Possibly 4 if the Centaur is a support, right? And 1win, they recognize that Liga has first pick, so they get rid of Disruptor, not wanting to give it to him. And I love that. That ban on BB3's Enigma, they're like, that thing was too much, that we do not want to go up against it.
It was pretty fun to watch. I mean, it's been a while since we see like this really nice, massive team fight ultimates that really dictate the space of the game as well. Like Static Storm was cool, but you could still like walk in and walk out of it, that kind of thing. But Black Hole, you have no answer to that. Or Chronosphere also has no answer to that. Unless you have specific heroes that could somewhat assist you. Yeah, but I think at that times you just can't. And speaking of Chronosphere, I know we did talk about it, how the Chronosphere has been one of the best game-changing ultimates as well. But at the same time, it has been pretty underwhelming for the past few days we've been witnessing. But we didn't get to see a lot of Chronos paired with a lot of backliner nuking damage, right? But of course, first pick last strike, pretty strong and pretty great opening.
Liga, they said, maybe Cloud will have a good game this time on the Doom, so let's get rid of it. They pick up the Leshrac, could be violent. You usually think, it's mid Leshrac, but Liga did play it for Violent yesterday, so it's not out of the realm of...
It's so annoying, right, when so many heroes can be flexed for you. That kind of thing, you see a Leshrac, I think a lot of people somewhat miss the era where when they see a specific hero, they're like, oh, this guy's mid for sure.
But I also like it because it gives the drafting an extra layer of like, well, does it go here? Does it go there?
The mind game's really happening.
It's a lot of fun. I mean, there's nothing to stop it from being like 1J hero. I don't think he plays a whole lot of Leshrac right now, but it's still a possibility.
I mean, it's definitely out there for sure, right? Like, I think the heroes to be utilized in various lanes, I still think it's a little bit of an uncharted territory for some of us. The pro players maybe have a good idea about it, but whether it fits with the composition or the drafting, we really have to see for it. But two two cores opening has been pretty great for me, but Brewmaster is definitely a little bit more more defined in the sense where
Exactly.
it's going to be off laner.
His identity is very well known. It's like, all right, that's going to be your off laner. It's going to be the Brewmaster. If you are on Liga, you gotta make sure. Well, actually, there's not really that much you can do. You know, when he splits, it's like, it's annoying team fight spell. We've seen a lot of teams go for Sven just because you can sort of, you know, through 2-3 hits, all the pandas die. You're like, cool, it's all solved.
I mean, it's pretty clear. I don't think we ever seen the Lifestealer so far. It has always been constantly banned out as well. So unfortunately, never got to see the light of day. I think we even got the chance to see Chen came into one of our games as well when he didn't get the ban out. But even now, Chen is not being banned. But I think it's maybe because of the fact that both teams just somewhat realized that maybe not a big Chen player, not a big Chen picker coming from both sides.
Yeah, Pantomime, Chen is his third most played hero, so I wouldn't be surprised if Liga takes it on...
Or fourth, yeah.
10 seconds
on the one win. There's not, also like fifth, you know, they're not playing it like, it's not like their first or second most played hero. It's kind of like, you know, the fourth, the fifth. Most of the times because it's banned against them. But yeah, both teams could take the Chen if they choose to. One win. They are taking a little bit of time here with this ban. Want to make sure they don't give anything away. I think Chen is the big factor. The three best position 5s, the Disruptor, the CM, and the Shadow Demon are gone. They'll leave Chen as the other S tier 5.
The whole, I guess you could say the fourth Fantastic Four, I guess. Oh, actually, you know, never scratch that. Belay that.
Sure, he's the. Which one is Chen of the Fantastic Four? I'm guessing he is the Thing. I mean, all right. Crystal Maiden is Sue Storm. All right, let's go with that. Disruptor is. I mean, Lightning and Fire are sort of similar, or is he Johnny Storm?
I mean, I was about to say Shadow Demon Johnny Storm because he always burn off his face.
Sure, let's go with that.
Reed Richards? I don't know.
No, okay, look, I think no. By the way, do ban out this one.
That's a great ban. Yeah.
Chen is Reed Richards, you know, because he has kids and Chen has animals, and they're kind of the same thing.
You might as well just say it as it is. He has more intelligence compared to the other one.
He's the smartest of the three. All right, so one win, they get rid of the Sven. Do they want the Chen right now for respect? It's not bad. Although you are up against Leshrac, so he can melt the summons. I mean, they're not that squishy that they melt within 2 seconds. I think that you can take the Chen if you choose to. They go for the gyrocopter.
It's a lot more safer. Respect did play one gyro before this as well.
Yeah.
And also at the same time, it's pretty fast. You can go for the core. You can also go, you see, not gonna let it slide.
Of course.
Not gonna let it slide. If no Savan, you gotta go for it.
Yeah, it's very solid. And both of these, we also have a Radiance build on each team, right? We have the Lifesteal as well as the Brewmaster. One win, I do think that this is going to be a position 4 gyro for Sweden Strong. We might see, I was going to say Razor to come up, but League has already banned it.
5 seconds remaining.
League, what else do you want to? You've shown either 1 or 2 of your cores. Position 4 Leshrac is not bad. I think 1J, he has a similar mentality to in that position 4 as like, I don't mind 4s that farm, that kind of need items to function.
Yes.
You know, he's a bit of the greedy-ish position 4. I like it.
But then again, you already have someone reveal your both your mid and your carrier. Somewhat cement their positioning as well.
Okay.
But now you got a little bit decent amount of control coming from the Bane.
Bane. That's okay. Bane is a hero that if he can get the Fiend's Grip off on the Brewmaster, that's great. But if you don't, there's so much control. Like,
I think he's playing on the aspect of the fact that the Leshrac has a lot more presence in this situation. Like he's constantly running as well. I think he's trying to find that during the midst of the chaos, just try to take advantage of those small moments.
Possibly. I don't know. I'm not. We'll see. We'll see if Phantom how well he's going to do on this Bane. It's a risky pick, but we've seen these pay off before.
Yeah. I'm not going to picture this as something that they want to utilize Bane in the lane, but more for the game, that kind of thing.
Well, who is one going to go for? They have their 3. We kind of think they have their 4 as well. Lifestealer in general, there's not a whole lot of carry-to-carry matchups that are amazing. We do see sometimes you go like, all right, we'll just take the Luna and farm up. Well, that's going to be fine.
You know, I wouldn't mind actually seeing Respect actually picking up the Mirana here. Pretty decent poking towards the lane. Since it is also still an edgy hero as well.
But
not a lot of good not a lot of good arrow combinations, but there is still the Kunkka in the pool. But then again, T has already been selected, so you somewhat got your mid and your off lane now.
Yeah, I already have Cheer Junior here. I imagine they're going. They want to take a support or a carry right now. Position 5. Saving your position 5 for the last pick seems very unlikely, especially when you have literal last pick. So I think they're just going to be. They're deciding. Do you want to take Chen or do you want to take something else?
I'm trying to picture this right. Like if you are anticipating a strength offlaner, you could try to opt to go for the Undying on the side for respect here. I like the Mirana. I also like the Undying if you're anticipating it. Not a lot of good or decent Tombstone healers as well.
There's a Tiny. I was gonna say Tiny's still in the pool, but no, they go for the Nature's Prophet. Okay, he does play it for Sweet and Strong. So Respect is gonna be taking the Gyro, and it's going to be Sweet and Strong on the Nature's Prophet. Gives you that bit of global presence there that you definitely want. You also would like the Spirit Vessel in this game because you're up against Leshrac, who's going to get Bloodstone. It's going to be very annoying.
5 seconds remaining.
I like it, but it can be a bit risky here. For the record, if you win this, you guarantee yourself 3rd place if you win the series with 9,000 USD. If you lose, you're out with 6K in the pocket. So, you have tournament lives and $3,000. Not bad. Not bad.
Not too bad. Okay.
All right, Liga, what do you want right now? You've already shown your position 5. I think they might take their mid or their off lane just to keep flexing the Leshrac a little bit more. Well,
1J, right?
More like the off lane, honestly.
They need a lot more control.
Centaur.
I feel a lot more control. You can't get that instant stun anymore. If they want to try to prioritize the support a lot more safe as well, there's still the Hoodwink for the sign for 1J. There's also the I can't go tactics as well.
I imagine they're going to take the offlaner. I mean, who knows, right? They could just pick the Hoodwink. But I feel like you want to take the offlaner so that you can keep flexing the Leshrac. There is Magnus if you want. There is the Kunkka. Dragon Knight.
Yeah,
okay, there you go.
good call.
Yeah, you want to flex the Leshrac for a little while longer. If you take the Hoodwink, you reveal Leshrac is mid.
Yeah.
Whereas if you keep this, you're like, hey, Leshrac could be this or could be that based on our matchup. Because Leshrac versus TA in the lane is okay. Lightning Storm doesn't really bother the TA.
Yep.
Edict is good, but you are in range. You usually take as much damage as you dish out, so it's kind of like not ideal. I would prefer to see Leshrac honestly as a 4. One, so that I can learn from it. I haven't played. It's true. Sometimes when you're like, oh wow, that's how it's done. Cool.
I mean that's how this works. I mean you couldn't ask for a more better place to get some intel or some education, right?
Yeah, when you see the pros play your hero in a competitive match, you're like, this must be the way they believe it's optimized, like the best way.
And sometimes they could just surprise you in the fact like, oh wait, this is how you're supposed to play.
Right?
I've been doing it wrong.
No. So you're telling me you don't max out stats first? All right. So 1 win, they believe it is the mid Leshrac, so they get rid of the Dark Willow. Techies might be next here. Okay. 1 win, you need a carry. Yeah, the Monkey King is good. There is no lifesteal, there's no Sven. Luna is in the pool. I'm feeling like it's most likely going to be the Luna here for 1 win.
It feels a little bit more safe, right? That kind of thing. But I'm still concerned.
Or Naga. Here's the thing. Oh, there's
the Hoodwink.
I like the Naga because you could stop the sleep, and like if the tornado comes out, like there's a lot of things you can do, especially because BKB is a late item for the Leshrac, very late for the other 2 as well.
But I'm concerned if you go for the Naga, there's still going to be too much farming again, that kind of thing. I mean, sure, if you're picturing from mid to late game, I'm still totally fine with it.
The problem is when you pick the mid TA, you are kind of committing to farming anyway, because TA is going to farm.
Exactly, it's like you're putting a limit on yourself already, like because of your draft. It's like, hey, it's definitely going to be a farming. I would like something that really can run alongside with the team as quickly as possible if necessary.
That's rare. All right, Liga, your turn right now. It's going to be either mid or position 4. They take the Pugna, so it is going to be the mid Leshrac. He's going to have the battery in the Pugna. 1 win, you now know it's going to be TA versus Leshrac mid. You also know you're going up against a Pugna. Muerta is an option. She's a good fighter early.
True.
She doesn't mind she's actually not bad against Lifesteal, right? Because Lifesteal's like, I'm gonna eat you. And she's like, nah. I'm a ghost lady, baby.
5 seconds
but he doesn't play a whole lot of it. If it's not Muerta, it'll be Luna or Naga Siren. But Naga Siren, no, not Naga Siren. Not against the Pugna. And
what about Wind Ranger here? I feel like at least that one's a little bit more Wow, okay.
Okay.
Choose your hero.
A lot of mana heroes to deal with.
Such a greedy draft though, right? AM and TA in the same lane. Oi, they did, and this is not as like snowbally as the Disruptor and the Bounty.
But then again, in the past, we did see a lot more early aggressive AM before. Like it's no longer the more traditional like Battlefield that you farm until like maybe 20 or 24 or 30 minutes into the game.
I mean, you still want to farm though. It's
Yeah.
just, it's true that you don't go. No, I think Anti-Mage, the game is faster, so he's online faster, but I don't think that he is actually like building items and making. It's like he's like, guys, I'm gonna get Maelstrom and BKB, and I'm gonna run in still the same item build, still the Battle Fury Manta,
Scepter,
Agony Scepter, exactly. Then they go for like stats if they want to.
So in other words, who is required to overperform here to really succeed, especially for one win side? I'm pretty sure on the side for our Dire for Liga here, there's a lot of options for them. So they got a lot of bases covered here. A one win has a lot more restrictions on themselves here. A lot more farming, not a lot of contention. Feels like we're back to game one, just different heroes, but similar concepts here.
For one win, it's Cloud. If Cloud can do a lot with the Brewmaster, he gets that early Radiant. You are a threat. You are able to delay the game for your other two cores. Because if you go ultra late, TA and Anti-Mage are always going to have a good time. It's just how it is. On the other side, I'm trying to remember exactly the Liga draft, but I think the Leshrac is going to be unreadable. You know, we often see the Leshrac going very fast Kaya into Bloodstone, Shivas, and just running at you, being unkillable.
Yes.
If the Leshrac has a good time, it's going to be very hard for you. So it's Leshrac kind of versus Brewmasters, the tempo setters for each side. Particularly, you know, it's always fun when you're Leshrac and you have a lifesteal inside you with Radiance, and you walk in with Shivas, like, God, it's so much damage.
And there's so much durability as well, right? If anyone's about to fail, he just feeds it to somebody, then that's pretty much it.
Sweden Strong also has a lot to do this game with the Spirit Vessel if he can get it. If he can get early, he can do something for the team. He can help them out. If he does not get it early, it will feel like this Nature's Prophet is kind of a useless pick. So overall, it's a tough one, but I think I'm going to go with... I think I'm going to go with League on this one.
Oh, Phantoman, unfortunately, just popping the Nether Blaster to get some damage into the mix as well, but the Flak Cannon. He goes for the Flak Cannon first to try to get a multiple station damage here. And Phantoman, that torrent behind the time. He does scorches out because of the blood grenade, but it still doesn't matter. They still got the first blood first. The EXP is shared between all five. And before he fell, so I think it's still pretty good. Can he get the wall denied?
No, they can't. But they got first blood. Not bad. Very close death from Phantom. He has nightmares himself, just to run away. 2 more experience? Why did they get 2 more experience? That doesn't seem right. Oh, it's because only 3 people. Right, makes sense.
I mean, they split.
But even so, shouldn't the 5 get a tiny bit more?
Now I feel you're very biased about the rolls now.
Oh. And one win, they do equalize by getting 3 bounties. So overall, it's very even because you have first blood on one side, but you have a kill and 3 bounties and a ward on one win. So even, maybe in tiny bit in favor of one win overall.
Yeah, I mean, they somewhere understand that, right? Bane died, so they couldn't really... No one's going to be there to assist the Life Stealer to secure the rune as
exactly.
well. So gotta let it go. I mean, he could try to contest away, but no one wants that, right? You come into the lane where you use like half your regen just to get out of it.
Yeah,
not that great.
So this lane, Riebo will definitely be able to get that fastball. So, you know, Chair General will get it as well, but Riebo is the one who's going to really benefit from it.
Yeah, I think over time he'll slowly shove them out. But the bottom side, on the other hand, pretty durable. Remember, it is a mixed damage support. You
really like that, don't you? The mixed damage stuff. However,
that's one of the coolest features among these kind of heroes, right? Like if you can't deal with, like, if you can't hurt him physically, then you deal with him magically.
No, you hurt him emotionally. You're like,
that's also no. If both applies, then it becomes emotional.
You're like, you are dog. That's why you write to him. And you're like, oh my god, I'm crying now. In the meantime, though, Anti-Mage, he can do, like, he's become a better laner. If you can burn the mana off the Kunkka, he can actually do a lot of work, but going there to do that can be a bit risky to walk into that.
But then again, if you think about it as well, mana usage or mana pool wise for Kunkka isn't really the best either, that kind of thing.
Yeah, usually it's like he maxes out the Tidebringer anyway, so mana's not the biggest deal for him.
Yeah, so like 2 hits, no mana, but he's still a right clicker, so it's still fine.
Plus, he might get a mango or 2, but overall, if you are BB3, you just don't care too much. You care, but not that much about mana.
Only when it counts, at least. You know, that kind of thing.
In that case, you'll just have a couple of mangoes and eat them. terms of CS, again, it's going very nicely for Liga across all three lanes.
Sweden has a lot of responsibility to at least try to keep Violent in check as well. That lifesteal against any strength hero is always a fun. It's really a fun field area work for those kind of heroes.
Well, it depends on who it is, right? It's like, it's not fun for Cloud. And very nice Sprout, by the way.
But the early Nightmare is pretty great. At least try to mitigate as much damage as possible. Block grenade, he hits, gets a couple of free hits in. Got the piece as well, so it's quite a sustain.
One more?
Oh no!
Almost.
Barely sustained from the region, coming from the Tango here. Don't think anyone will fail, but Violent will still be pretty happy in this lane.
The Tango, like I said, from the Tango, he's right.
I mean, you got to dance a little bit, you know. They're dancing between the line between life and death, you know. It's quite the dance, quite the tango between them.
It looked more like a scared runaway, like
I mean, honestly, I had my heart racing because you just couldn't tell because we were focusing on the Brewmaster.
He hasn't taken the forms yet, so once he gets that,
it'll level 6, yeah.
It'll be a bit the stances. Once he has to get that, it'll be a bit easier for him to run away if he needs to. And again, 16 and 3, 16 and 1, 14 and 5. The Brewmaster's a little bit behind, but it's not the end of the world right now.
I mean, it's slow. He was definitely slow to get there, right? That kind of thing. But I am a little bit tad concerned, right? I mean, yeah, sure, you got the global presence, but which lane would you need to prioritize a bit more as really strong? Pressuring the bot lane to further enable the AM, or you want to try to chase the last strike out of the lane here?
Basically, any opportunity that opens up, that's where you're going to go. Of that, it seems like bottom lane's way more likely for you to, someone's going to go low life, you show up, you get a kill, it's very easy. Whereas, whoa!
Yeah.
Riabol, he actually drops down a little bit, and Cheer Jr. just takes it.
That was great. I think this is something they also need to take into account, right? Because it wasn't like the first game where both were relatively low, especially when you're going up against the TA as well with the respective trade. Now with the sudden appearance of global presence for the Nature's Prophet, even though you're 1v1, it can become a 1v2 at any time. Not of your liking or choice either.
Very impressive by Sweden Strong to get them that kill. I mean, we mentioned, right, in this matchup, it's like if you try to use the Edict, you're going to take a lot of damage. If you try to use Thunder Strike, it's not going to do anything. Or Lightning Strike. We have Thunder Strike, Lightning Strike, and it's like, oh god.
Don't get me started with Split Up and Earth Split, okay?
And Impale, which is also the same spell, but not really.
Yeah. Oh no, he got stuck with the creeps as well. But it's fine.
That was a real, bro, I'm stuck in the washing machine kind of moment. That ever happened to you? You ever get stuck in the washing machine?
Actually, as I was a kid, I did get stuck in the washing machine. But it was not an accident, it was intentional. I just crawled in.
I was definitely referencing something else, but I'm glad that it went in that direction in the end. As Cloud,
on the other hand, that's easy, but he does have the cleaver blade, so he will be able to cut through the cheese.
Brewmaster gets a nice earn charge. That's one nice thing, right, about the earn. You show up, you get a kill, you're also able to heal up your friends. That one camp was already blocked.
Oh, yeah.
Overall, laning phase, very even so far. Phantom, he's just gonna walk up. Nowadays, you can never just sprout someone like that. You have to always sprout in a way that it's on the other side.
Correct.
At BB3, he tips him. He's like, oh, misclick, sorry, dude. Very polite, I must say. From the ones inside.
I mean, it's great, right? That kind of thing, everyone's still respecting each other.
It is.
Like, it wasn't like back in the day where there's so much toxicity in this game.
There was never toxicity in the pro games, to be fair. Like, the players were always, tournaments were always very like, yo, you can only act in this way, which was nice.
I miss the times when we were just in that box where everyone just like hammering the little plastic screen box.
I know what you mean. They talked about this doing, BB3.
X-Mount into the torrent just to buy the next amount of time. It is still a Kunkka, still pretty durable from the rocket barrage. Oh wow, actually all three is going to be trying to commit for this. Although yes, did not sprout, but it does not work in their hands as you just block off their wrath of chasing here.
To be fair with you, Sweden Strong kind of TP'd a little bit too far away. He needs to be further in front of the Kunkka for him to get that.
But that's amazing. I'm so sorry, by the way. So the Pogna actually denied the rune, so there's going to be an empty bottle on the TA.
Respect. He's going through those raindrop charges a little quickly here, but he's going to be... But at least he's fine. Wisdom Rune coming up in 30 seconds. If you are Liga, you must ensure you get yours. Otherwise, the Nature's Prophet shows up and steals it. One of the most fun parts about playing without Nature's Prophet is that you go to your Wisdom Rune at like 7:02 and it's already gone. You're like, how in God's name? Why do you do this? Why?
Just wanted to see you think you just question yourself, right?
Let's see.
Well,
he's got a TP. He's gonna let Cloud take it. Is he gonna TP to the other side?
Nah, yeah, he's attempting.
Oh, he doesn't use.
He gets right into the torrent as well.
Usually when that happens, you scan before you go. Sweet and strong. Alright, he didn't scan.
I'm trying to picture this, right? Because not only was the Pagna not being shown in lane, but so is the Kunkka.
Yep.
So that's the question. You don't want to scan it, yes.
This is like crossing the road with your eyes closed, and you're like, God will provide. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be.
I mean, you know the saying, go big or go home. But of course, homing missiles not really required. But it will be the one to secure the pickup on Pentaman. Although ideally they would like to key route, maybe they might just give it to him right here.
And then
into the TP. Oh wow!
Almost.
So close.
Very well done to do that, to time that with the creeps showing up basically. So it was only going to be the Rock Barrage, but split between like 5 ways.
Pulse Nova into the Lightning Storm. Not gonna be fully committing about this. Still the possibility of the global presence from the Nature Prophet.
And we're seeing it again. Cloud is not having a very good series. For game 1 on the Doom looked pretty not comfortable. This game is also quite behind all the other cores. At the same time, Sweden Strong is really having a decent series.
But at least the difference between the Brewmaster and the Doom is the fact that at least it's practicality.
Yeah.
Not too like individually focused as well.
You're useful as the Brewmaster no matter what, whereas Doom is like if you mess up your Doom, you really don't feel like you're bringing an impact to the team.
Yeah, I mean, sure, bling on the Doom is always great, but it feels a little bit more better on the Brewmaster, at least in this case here.
You're overall, I'd say, happy on one win. Oh, he's just chasing.
That's what I'm saying. And one of the greatest things for a lifesteal is when you go up against another strength hero like a Brewmaster.
You can TP. Why didn't you TP earlier?
No, I think it's because he saw the wall on the cliff and he saw the Lashrak coming inside.
Yeah, Lashrak was a mile away.
I don't know, man. Is that kind of feel whether his teammate gonna come in the TP? I think the comms is owing.
And Lashrak doesn't even have the stun.
I mean, they don't know that, right?
Of course.
But here's the funny thing. I'm assuming he's running around in circles, right?
Yelling.
Okay, maybe not yet. Okay, yeah.
Yelling
possibly yelling,
yeah.
right? But asking the team nicely, you know. Are you guys gonna come? Are you gonna punish this guy?
Please, anybody, would you like to assist me? They're like, nah. We're good where we are.
Yep.
But his net worth is really struggling. More than 1,000 gold behind his nearest, the nearest enemy on the dire side here among the cores, which is the Lashrak.
You know, oh, here we go again.
Mercy, please, Violent.
This time there's respect, there's a lot of damage, there's a decent amount of nukes as long as the Rage is currently offline. Waiting up for the homing, gets the feast off though. Then they try to break the creeps much as but no, not in range.
Good infest. In the meantime, though, what's Kunkka going for?
Not
gonna happen.
Didn't really get the combo off.
A little bit unfortunate for them not getting the X mark. 4 people mid here for Liga, but it is a waste of their time in the end. Brewmaster, he's gonna rush the Radiance. I like it. You know, I wouldn't want to see him go for Hand of Midas first in this game when you're so far behind. Where it's like by the time you get the Hand of Midas and the Radiance, you know, we might be typing the double Gs at that point.
It's an investment that's definitely worth getting for it as well, while biding the time. You didn't really have the best of lanes. You
got to fight.
Yeah.
Your team expects you to make space. Hand of Midas is kind of like, oh, I had a really good game, guys. Let me accelerate the lane as well.
And plus, Primal Split is always like one of the few best elements to go head-to-head on as well. So like, yes, don't really have the item, that's fine. Primal Split will comes in to at least try to balance out what you're currently lacking.
The thing is,
early phase of the game.
Anti-Mage and TA are doing really well. You know, Mankusha Cheer Jr., they have a fantastic time.
Oh, yes.
But they don't want to fight. You know,
not yet, at least.
So it's like your guys who are farming well, they're farming well, but they're not going to help us when these battles begin. So we'll see what they can do. I also like that Mankusha went for the shuffle. We see a lot of course kind of be like, oh no, I want to get, you know, the gloves or whatever. But
like it's so cost efficient, right? The chances of you getting a salve, a mango, the bounty, or the creep, the creep that gives you
like 2 of them give you extra gold, which is the GPM creep as well as the bounty ruin. And the other 2 just allows you to farm no matter non-stop.
Yep.
So it's honestly Trusty Shovel, best tier 1 item in the game, as I'm sure everyone will agree.
No, okay, I mean everyone has a lot of money. 100 gold on the salve is like nothing, but hey, you know it helps.
He is prospecting. The man is prosperous.
Oh,
okay,
nice nice of him. There's no way
That
to
should be
get
a
out of
kill.
this. That's a lot of magic damage. It's going to keep coming into the mix as well. The Gratify can only last for so long. Although not the person you wanted to give the kill to, but you know it's fine. A kill.
A kill's a kill. A kill's a kill. Right now, any kill for one win is like, okay, we can extend our timer just a little bit. We know the enemy team won't be grouping up. In general, an even game like this, I think it favors one win. Because you are two heavy farming guys on your side.
Correct. I'm just more concerned how they want to try to find this finger. Because let's be honest, even in the end, let's say both sides pretty even out here, right?
Yeah.
Items levels wise. I want to see how well they want to try to fight around this finger. Because I think that's the one ability that's really going to be quite annoying, especially within the midst of the chaos.
Yeah. I'm not really seeing Fiend's Grip as... It's not like the, the black hole or the chronosphere, you know? It's like, if we land it, it's great. If we don't land it, we're not going to cry about it.
Yeah.
And especially in this game, up against the Brewmaster and the Anti-Mage, it's really not easy to get those good split off. Oh, bye, respect.
Goodbye, my friend. No X-Mark.
No X-Mark?
But the magic damage coming from Rebel was just as great. Defensive TP is coming into the mix as well. Now we're going to be seeing a full-blown team fight here.
Wow,
but without the TA, he comes in just in time. Well, he's going to be within the face of violence. He's totally fine. He got the lifesteal for the feast as well. Feast will collect, but can cancel out midway. Torrent comes to the mix as well, and TA will fall. The rest of the squad comes in, but guess what? They don't care about the Cloud. He can't do much against us. He's just a beefy boy. Go for the cause. Go for the one we're looking for here.
They bring down both supports very easily. And so he's strong. He is about to kill 1J, but 1J gets the life drain off. And it's like, okay, you can't kill me. Mokushi can't do anything because he's an anti-mage, as we've said. And Chia Jr. shows up in the middle of the fight and just gets blown up. Very sad fight for one win and exposing the problems of the draft. We want to farm, they want to fight.
Which is really scary, especially when you go up against an X-Mark as well.
Yep. It's basically, a weaker version of Glimpse in a way. Right? You think you're going to run away, X-Mark comes out, you're like, oh, we got him.
Which is why I feel it's very fantastic, right? When you have either the Kunkka, Kunkka Disruptor Mirana in the same team as well. That's a really great arrow combo. Really want to try to go for the XP rune. No.
Not fine, not fine.
No. And it was at the very last second as well. Oh no!
I thought he was gonna be making it out. I was like, nice guys, okay. Chiro Jr.
Oh no! Oh, and he got the Orchid as well too. My God, no refraction here at all as he times out. Definitely gonna fall here.
And you can see the Kunkka, right? We're like Kunkka these days are going for the Orchid Blade Mail rather than just straight up rushing the Aghanim Scepter. Want to be a little bit more active in these fights, and
which is a lot more better.
I agree. I like it. I like it, and especially in a game like this where the silence is so good. There's no saves from the support to remove it either. Mankushi, he's got the Battle Fury. He needs to split push the lanes very heavily.
But that's BB3 is not too far behind. Got the X marks into the Torrent. Just sort of sends a message, just say, hey, I'm around. Yeah.
And it's like, don't step out of line, boy.
Oh man, that's gonna definitely pressure towards the bottom side of the field here.
And for Liga, there are sending people here into the Radiant jungle. They can go for mid or bottom kills.
I mean, yeah, for sure, but like, I'm more concerned with the fact that this lifesteal is just absolutely so casual right now. But then, nice smoke in. They want to see if they can try to chase anyone out of the jungle.
Okay.
Spot the tanker, but they want to go after the beefy one. That's going to be the Pento, man. He just set the Nightmare into the Torrent. That's going to break up the refraction here. But they managed to get all the way to the back line. Isolate the kills, get those pickups, which is necessary. And 2 is going to be absolutely fantastic here.
Good kill for them. No, they realize, okay, Lifesteal is pushing top. So they at best would have been a 5 versus 4. And Leshrac wasn't even there, so just take the fight. Chiro Jr. though.
Oh God, he's here now. Into the split up as well. Trying to get the life. He gets popped the TP. Will he be enough? Again, the TP fails for our members here. Chiro Jr. Unfortunate.
It happens. Without the split from Cloud, it's not really advisable
for
them to take fights. How close is he? He's got the relic.
It's about 1,000 gold plus at least.
1.3 for the Talisman of Evasion. Mankushi, we don't see him use the shovel too often. Okay.
Nope.
All right.
In the
boat comes out.
He got the boat buff at least to keep in some form of sustain by the necessary amount of time. The team is here to gratify into the life drain. A quick switch of heroes here, but they have no choice but to fall back. The team is here. Rebel shows himself. Can't get to the AM though, but nice juke with the stun by respect. but it's only delaying the inevitable here. Well, about Sweden strong. He says about 6 seconds on that teleportation. He does have the TP though. Get the sprout. Nope. Nice timing, but the split up doesn't really need to aim too much. Covers the whole bloody area.
And Riabol, he has a region ruin after this, so even though he used all his mana in that fight, he doesn't really care. Just ready to go again. And if you are 1 win, you can take a fight when you have 2 more heroes on the enemy side. You know, like 5 versus 3, 4 versus 2. Otherwise, you can't. An even fight is miserable.
I can say one thing only. Is the one thing that I'm really concerned about. Oh, Nightmare.
He's got grip, but he's far.
Yeah, it's too far. But I was about to say, right, the one... Oh, never mind. Before I hold the phone for this one, playing into it. No way, Pento, man. The damage is absolutely insane. But yeah, as I was saying, right, I'm a bit concerned because you got a lot of pushing abilities coming from the side, from the Dire team. But there's not a lot of wave clear, like safe wave clearers coming from the side here from the Radiant team. Maybe if you commit the call down, but so expensive.
It's like maybe flat can from the gyro if you can hit from far away. The rocket barrage with the shard helps as well, but overall you don't. It's like you mentioned, you don't have like a sniper or a Zeus or a Coddle from a mile away that can just remove them. However, Radiance is finished up, so the team fight from 1 win has taken a big boost. Maybe 3, throws out the Torrent, doesn't land.
Torrent, but he does have the X. Ah, the fog.
Yeah.
Nighttime, can't see anything.
Even if you X mark him, he can split, which is what they want, right? They're like, let's just force out the split and we'll be happy.
Like, there is no real loss here, really, yeah.
Bane has the Blink Dagger. One of the biggest problems with Bane is actually getting to in range to use the Fiend's Grip.
Oh, sprouted to the Lifestealer on top of Island here. He's really going to town with those hits as well. He got the Oki on the AM from the Kunkka. That's going to be fantastic. He will
kill Violent.
Will they be successful? They will. They do get it. The Infest will really come up in time for the save. The Primes will come in, but the Pulse Nova's just doing so much damage to the Pandas. Cloud, no chance for the Sendier, bear back. And that's pretty much all he said in row. He just can't really withstand the nuking potential from being outputted by the Dire side. Sorry about that. Oh, no problem, man. Liga definitely having a lot more odds. It's, of course, still pretty massive. I still think it's pretty massive. They managed to get the pick up on Violent.
Actually, let's look at the win percentage. By the way, very nice move with the Storm Spirit to send the Leshrac in the air. Just so it doesn't stop his Pulse Nova or his Edict, but he can't move and chase you with them.
Oh, yes.
But
still so much damage, right? Like the Pandas could have lasted that long, too.
The thing is, the game is... It's like... They should be maybe a little bit further ahead for Liga. 2,000 gold's nice. You know, you've got a lot of towers. Oh, that helps. But not enough.
Doesn't really lead to a pick-off, but the same can't be said for dear friend Cloud. No TPs as well. 9 seconds, actually. As long as he can find a way to juke between the trees. Ah, nah, they are into the Axeman, yeah. Wait, hold on. Nah, they caught up there relatively simply.
Alright, now that's what you were looking for. Roshan is available, by the way. If either side wants it, it's going to be on the Radiant side.
Yep.
And if you're wondering, you gotta be thinking, let's find a way to get it. Because we have TA on our side. She can do a lot of physical damage. If you push out the map, it's scary though, because the Dire Tier 1 bottom is still standing, so they do have an access point for the Liga team.
Rest of the team is slowly pushing out too at the same time. Actually, curiously, right? I know we have the Radiance currently. We also might most likely also saw the Spirit Vessel at the same time. Is Shiva still required or anything to wait to really slow down more lifesteal coming out from the Lashracs? Or even for the lifestealer here?
You do. You still need you'd still want it for the Panda if you can get it. Maybe. Honestly thinking about he's going for the shard to the split. So he doesn't really want it himself, but I feel like someone should get it. You really would want the Shiva's guard. It's good against the Bloodstones, good against the Lifestealer. And Dire, they're the ones who go for Roche.
Would love the pipe too as well. That's a lot of magic damage being outputted too.
That's considered one of the ways to counter Leshrac is that by getting a pipe, he can't lifesteal because you actually do way less damage.
Yep.
So your lifesteal less because, well, they do steal a Wisdom Ruin. No, actually, no, BB, sorry, teleports to it and X marks himself. Well done. Takes a while, but it is gonna fall. You know, Leshrac's actually pretty good at taking Roshan. Especially once you get the shard, you can just throw out the split earth, you go in with the edict, you do a decent amount of damage.
I mean, it's a very practical ability, right? Roshan, fights, sieging. I mean, it's very universal in its usage.
It's a great shard. It's definitely a great
Pretty
shard.
great.
Although whenever I buy it, I always forget to use it just so that it kind of like starts spawning. I always save it for like, oh, I'm gonna run the stun. Then I'm like, wait, I have more stuns. They're coming.
Okay, but Kira did manage to get some vision on top of Pentaman. They want to see if they can try to melt him away. They do it.
He's gonna lose his life for this.
Cooldown as well. Will fall very swiftly. Homie literally shifted all the way to the lifestealer, but then again, they do manage to find respect from the back line here.
2 for 1 here, only getting Pantomime. Yeah, it's not exactly ideal. When I saw the Dead Bane, I was like, okay, that's kind of cool because you're able to sort of waste a bit of Aegis time, but it doesn't work out that way. Navita, Monkushi, he's the most farmed hero on the game.
I mean, it's to be oh yeah, that's great. I mean, that's to be expected as well, right? He's an AM with a Battle Fury.
Yep.
Definitely going to have that potential. He also has that mobility.
True.
Although he does show sometimes in the fight, but that's only because they were within the vicinity, that kind of thing. And much needed punishing too.
And that's the best thing Monkushi can do, is just keep split pushing. Chia Junior split pushing top as well. And look at that, Sweden Strong's trying to cut the mid lane. They want to keep these creeps as far away from their base as possible because they know, they're like, if they chase us around the map, we can win. They're doing a lot of good things on one win.
They are, but
Apart
then the
from
Tor
that,
into the TA as well, and
that's not a good
no
thing.
refraction as well. Instantly the boat connects, and of course here comes the water park. The scepter is finally in the hands of the Kunkai. Absolutely amazing.
I am kind of surprised Chia Junior decides to go back just because they were able to sort of, he was split pushing top very nicely, Sweden Strong was cutting mid, but they decide to, Chia Junior kind of throwing his life away in that situation, I'll say.
No, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, there's no, I mean, besides the gyro, right? There's no one really that's really have a safe way to clear this wave. I think that's what Chira was trying to go for as well. With the side blade, he was hoping he can really clear them out with 1 or 2 hits, but he gets X mark, and then that's...
They had Glyph, though, with the tower, and no new creeps were coming. It's fine. Looks like they're just going to start... Monkushi just doing what he needs to. Keep pushing out those lanes. What is it? Yeah, can we see the win percentage? I'm feeling like 83 for League. I thought it would be a little bit higher for for one win. I thought it would be like 30-70.
I mean, Gaben still feels that the fact that without the presence of the AM, without Monkushi so far, didn't really take it to the count just yet. So, get a little bit of breather.
It's slightly going up, though. It's slightly adding into one win's favor because I was seeing 3,000 gold, 24 minutes with a fighting lineup.
Yeah, he has a scepter too,
That scepter is going to help out so much.
Indeed.
On the other side, there's a Pokemon though who can quickly clear it out, so it's alright.
I think it will pay off if they are able to last long enough until Monkushi really joins in the fight, really.
Shot for Sweden Strong, solid. As Monkushi, he is in the jungle. I want to see him push out those lanes. It's very scary, right? Because you want to see the enemy team before you split push. You do not want to use your life, especially with and we know that Bane has the Blink Dagger to catch you.
Dire are scanning.
Meanwhile, Monkushi, he is mid lane. He is feeling it.
Radiant's top
No
tower
TA,
is
just
under attack.
literally just commit to the split. There's no point trying to defend or trying to fight for that tier 2 either as well.
Yeah, exactly. If you're going to defend your tier 3. They have a Glyph. There's a couple of creeps here, but they'll die. Sweden Strong, he's at the top lane, making sure that these creeps don't reach his base.
That's one of the few annoying things when you have to deal with like Nature's Prophet, right? Like
Oh.
What? Oh no, okay, it was paired alongside with Violent. Okay,
Blink Fiend's grip caught him.
that's what I'm saying, right? Like within the midst of the chaos, right? You got the message of Chaos at top as well. The rest of them and Nature's
Monkushi?
That's not a lot of good intel.
Monkushi, okay, doesn't walk into Pantomime. But it does reveal himself. It's not a big deal though. As the Fiend's grip is down, so he knows he can push way more aggressively than before.
Correct. But I'm just worried he might lose his life.
You done messed up, son.
Yeah, he's gonna lose his life for this. Orchid, finally got the Orchid on the hand.
But look at the Midrax, it's pushing in.
They can't really do anything. They can't really do anything much about it too either.
You gotta think about defending here. Aegis is gonna expire in 30 seconds. Leshrac, he wants to use this Aegis for the Midrax.
Oh, got the tidal wave. Doesn't really cash onto anybody here. They didn't manage to force out the Glyph though.
Yeah, they used it earlier.
Right.
The creeps are coming in.
It's slowly coming in, but the Nether Blast is still pretty great.
It's also hard to fight to the Nether Ward. Looks like they might actually be able to push them back.
Oh, chasing the Lash. They got the slow onto Mouz was at the back line as well. Oh no, it's the NP. They want to see if they can get to the back line, but no, he fell a little bit too early.
Cloud.
And the Orchid on top of Cloud, into the Torrent, into the Water Bug as well. Didn't even give him a chance to pump in the Primal Split. 3 will fall. Kuka sustaining. The Infest keeps him alive, and the TA has to fall back. But he got X-Mark. Pulls him all the way back. Oh no, he couldn't really get the combo out. He managed to buy that time, but the Orchid. almost felt, you know, I was a little bit concerned too. Like, you see a Leshrac with no mana and everyone stick together. I'm like, that's a tactical nuke right there.
Look at the damage. It's 7,000. I think most of it comes from the ultimate. It was honestly looking like they could have taken the fight at several points. Cloud did not get the split off. In general, we've been saying this. This has not been Cloud's series. First game, no Dooms. This game, the Pandas are, the split isn't coming out in time.
Yeah. It's, can't really blame it, right? When you're going up against a lifestealer, the lane is never really the most funnest.
True.
And Nature's Prophet doesn't really like enables you too much either.
Monkushi, by the way, he doesn't have buyback, so there's going to be possibly a second set of barracks. Mid creeps pushing in.
Oh, it's a Sprimal split, but then again, the Pulse Nova, the Edict is doing a lot to the Pandas here. They do manage to get one nice pick off here. Instant buybacks. Puck now fall. Still, Cloud is still remaining.
Phantom is gone.
Timeout soon, but then the last strike, he comes back in. Orchid out. X-Mark into the line side. They do have the poke though to get the defensive buff, but at the same time, Swedish Roll trying to see if they can cut off their route of escape to the backline of the TP. Everyone else is falling back. There's nothing much they can do. They forced 2 buybacks. They got a tower. I think that's pretty much all they can really hope. Wow!
Holy moly!
Playing on the edge here.
And look at that. He's taunting them. Well deserved.
Oh, God.
I would say Reable is an incredible mid, and that just showcased that he just knew. He's like, it's there. I know it. He walks back, sidesteps, very nicely done. They were able to get the melee racks from Liga. Sure, they played away a couple of kills at the end, but they were support kills, so they didn't really lose anything. Tormentor for Bane. Okay. AoE Brain Sap is nice.
Blessings.
All right.
AoE 2 as well.
Sorry?
No, it's AoE 2 as well. The Bane Brain Sap from the Shard.
Yeah.
That's pretty great.
Well, in the meantime here, for Liga, you only have one set of barracks at the bottom lane. That's all you need to do. You've got one win, you've got to find some way to make this incredible defense. Split pushing is a lot harder with super creeps on 2 sides.
But the problem is, even if you were to split push or cut the creep weight, that just gives more reason for Liga to just dive in.
Cheer Junior! Cheer Junior!
Oh, no, it's too. He's just right away with the Fiend Scream down. No one there to assist or save the dearest man's life. Dude, he does have to buy back, though.
Did you see the size of these split earths?
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, I know the Bloodstone makes it bigger. I think he's taking the talent. Can we look at the talent that he take at level 10? It is the, it's the 40. It is massive. I love it.
It's insane to me, let's be honest.
Roshan is going to be fairly short, just under like, what, 52 seconds?
Yeah.
We'll see.
It's going to be pretty hard even for the TA to outrun the Leshrac since he also has the gem as well.
Yep. And a blink.
No way for you to run.
If you blink on him, top him with the Edict, you're able to remove refraction about half a second.
Don't even get me started on the Pulse Nova as well. If the Edict doesn't really do the job.
Yeah, but Pulse Nova is like 1 hit a second, but Edict is 10, so that's why it's much faster removing these refraction charges. Top lane.
Oh, okay, they want to try to see if they can get a couple of picked up, but Respect is to get melted away. They don't really care about the anti-base too much. They want to see if they can get a couple of. But the water puff, the constant knocks up on the Torrent as well. It's just so good. Literally CC to hell. And the best of the body about the Torrents, right? I believe there's also the 15 talent where you can increase the Torrents.
Yep, you make it bigger.
Duration. So yeah, that's the one. 25%. It just, like, you will feel like, hey, it doesn't feel a lot at times until you actually experience it within the water park. It's like, yeah, it's terrible. It stinks.
And Monkushi does have buyback though, so he can buy back defense. It's feeling very difficult for Liga team, but we'll see here. All right, Monkushi, he's ready for one last ride.
And they will manage to at least get the Kunkka, but he doesn't have the ball in the first place. So
look at Reable.
Still TP back here, just want to play a little bit bit safe here. Do have the rage, but looks like he feels you want to take the fight in. Okay, nope. Gets in the TP,
no
can he get out? No? Perfect.
No basher, whenever you want TP, you can just get it. 1J.
The save cup is set for 1J.
All right, Roshan is up. If you're 1 win, you might want to book it. Just try to get it. It's on your side. You have the advantage here. It's also on the lane you want to push, which is the bottom lane. Will they go for it? Will they get there in time? Not a whole lot left. Half a minute.
I definitely would have preferred it. Maybe do it when the Kunkka is on the list because you just can't tell, right? It's a tad bit risky in the 3v5, right? Don't get me wrong, lifesteal is pretty big. It's pretty violence pretty fat as well. But if you get caught without the Kunkka buff and everything, it's a little bit concerning.
Actually, yeah, this smoke is quite risky from Liga. And the smoke breaks Monkushi, he knows.
Oh, they won't just walk
They want
right
Pantomime,
in.
they want Pantomime.
They need to get him though. Call9 is also committed as well, but they couldn't get a reach onto him as well. Violent melts away Kira before the rest of the squad. But guess what? Kunkka is here to play, here to real assist with the X-Mark Cloud, with the open wounds. Oh, finally got the open wounds as well, so that's going to be a little bit annoying to deal with. But, of course, they're pretty satisfied. They got Kira Jr., and that's pretty much something they can deal with.
That means that Roshan's not available for Liga team. Once they get it, it'll take them a little bit of time to push, so Kira Jr. will be up in time, but oh. I'm very surprised that OneWin did not consider going for Roshan, instead tried to find the fight. I guess it was like 5 versus 3, they thought they can take it, but Roshan would have been an easier objective to go for. That split earth is so cool. It is as big as the Roche pit.
And the best part about it is the cooldown, right? It's like before it ends, you can also cast another one on top of it as well.
And that's what he's doing. Look at that! Look at the last one. Jeez! I love. If you can get Octarine, you can also have like 3 split earths going on at the same time.
Please do not add on to the nightmare, please.
Why not? Nightmare for who?
It's horrifying. Can you imagine, right, if your BKB runs out in there, right, and you want to get out, you get slowed by the lightning storm, or you get Fiend's Grid or Axma, or any form of slow, or even open wounds.
You know what you need to do is a Venn diagram, split earth. You're like, this is the diagram of death.
No, this is what you call the circle of life. Okay, anything walks in there, they know what's the full circle here. Oh
God. He's infested. He's got, I believe he's got the Aegis. Yes, he does. They can just walk out. Edict, and that's all they want to do.
Yeah, that's the call down too. So nothing to really clear out. Maybe with a flat cannon that will help out, but nothing.
How do you engage here?
I don't think you can really.
You have to. You only got the range rack stop after this if these two fall.
You could try to get to the backline again, like what they did initially with the Nature's Prophet and the TA. They tried to melt away the Pugna and the Bane. I think that was pretty great, but the lifesteal is still a problem, Real as well.
Oh.
Cloud X-Mark, but thankfully the Torah didn't really connect. They did manage to get the Rex though. There's still one more Rex on the top side, so there's no Megas just yet. But they're still trying to push him onto the back line. Lift up the Kunkka slightly. They get the Nullify. No, sorry, I thought it was a Nullifier, sorry. By the way, the Panda was able to get a John Palm with the Yorker as well. Not going to be able to last for too long here. Life Drain, but instantly gets broken down for size. Then again, Sweden strong, really sustaining, so much hitting coming in from Violet. They want to see if they can get a couple of bomb on the time.
So
the TA, Chira, trying to find an opening, but just couldn't. The Torrent find the time for our dear friend BB3. The hit was successful. He gets the infest with the scepter. Oh, that's doing quite a lot of damage.
They get on time.
Split the up, comes in. They get the stun off with the blink. He will survive. What about Cloud though? Couldn't really get the open wounds in time.
All right, not bad. Not bad if you can get Real. He's still got the Aegis, so it won't be a free kill. Monkushi,
oh, no,
just like the edge.
Though. Still within the range, though. Ah, no X-Mark Sally.
Will he be able to blink away? Yeah,
he's trying.
Not the longest blink, sorry, but it's fine. And he's like, wherever I go, you guys are there. What the hell?
Let's thank God BB3 wasn't still around, because that X-Mark would have been a lot of problems.
And Feeble, no wonder. Yeah, it reduces cast range by half. No wonder. Yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense.
It's really annoying to deal with, so not just reducing the cast range, but also reducing the amount of damage you output. It's insane.
This is our observer. Because I was looking, I was like, there's no way he'd only blink that far if he could help it. Unless he's like really somehow nervous. Monkushi don't have a whole lot of health. And he's gonna be fine. Nice cliff to the blink. Sorry, nice blink to the cliff. Cliff to the blink.
Nice,
you know.
cliff to the
blink to the cliff, just so that unless they had a ward there's no way they can actually catch him.
In fact, oh man, if the Bane gets a scepter out, it just gets so much more harder.
You know, I mean, they're holding, but I don't really see OneWin making a comeback here. Up against, when you have your 5 Raxes down, there's an Aegis on the enemy side, and there's a Pugna and Bless track, so they just need to look at your barracks and they're gonna melt.
The thing is, I can only see it if you're able to just really kite around, just hit and run back and forth. Maybe you can go for isolated kill, but I think that's something Ligas notice as well.
You can't run, that's the problem. You can do the hit, but you can't run, because when they hit your base, you have to stand and fight.
Yeah. Well, trying to see if they can go all the way to the black line. They get the primal split here. They want to try to go after the Bane here. Trying to isolate the softest one, they will be trying to succeed. AM did commit the ult for it and will get the kill for it. Everyone was able to to get towards the back line. What about the puck now? Still playing around by the aim illusion. They get the nullifier off and also secure 2 supports. The buyback comes in. Multiple buyback comes in. Sweden's strong fell. There's nothing else you can really do in this situation. And no buyback on his hand. Now they begin the siege. They've managed to go through the confrontation. There's not much also available as well. No boats, but the lifesteal is still quite the threat. So is the splitter. They do focus the racks, and that will be the megas.
That was the focus, right, for Liga team. Yeah, team fights, like, whatever. As long as we get the barracks, we have mega creeps, and that's going to be way easier for us. As Rocket is coming out, he's going to be okay. Yeah, the buyback is used from 1J, so if you can kill him, maybe you can find a way to come back. Like, you know, you kill him, then you take a 5 versus 4, but you are stuck in your base.
It's... Oh, there's a gem. Oh, yeah, well, there's a gem in the field. Hopefully someone saw that and going to pick it up, but...
Oh, they're like, nah, we don't need it.
The Lasher still has his own gem, right? This is probably the Radius gem, yeah. But, like...
Gotta say, Violent is making a very good case for himself to be picked up. I mean, I believe he's actually already part of a team, so he doesn't need to be picked up by anyone, but if he ever leaves his team, he's like, look, this is my resume. Did you see what I could do? Oh, they picked it. Well done.
I mean, if no one's going to pick that up myself. You know, usually people always panic, just like, hey, we need to get back the gem. We need to try to stick it back. But I think this is probably one of those moments where you don't have to worry about fighting for the gem or losing a career for the gem.
It actually doesn't matter too much for the Dire side if they have the... Like, okay, you want the gem against the TA, but that's about it. For the Radiant, it doesn't help them in any way to have the gem. Just the only reason you want the gem is to prevent the enemy from having it.
Yeah. I mean, there's still a couple of glimmers on their side as well. So I guess...
Yeah, true. The
glimmers. Just assist them in some ways.
Counterspell magic resistance, pretty useful. You're up against a lot of magic damage from the enemy side. Except Edict, it is pure damage, so it doesn't get reduced.
I'm just concerned because every time because like I say, individual pickup should be the name of the game for them, but Liga somewhat feels like that was supposed to be their winning condition. That's why they're all grouping up a lot.
Oh.
No way, the torrent into the
Oh, yes way.
That is insane to me. Just at the X-Mark into the boat though. Can they pick it up? No, he comes to pick it just in time. Call down also committed massive ultimates. No real pickup trades here, thankfully.
Thankfully for 1 win, but the BKB is used by the anti-mage.
Yeah, that's
Sweden strong, he is like, I'm farming.
It's cutting creep waves, that's what he's doing.
I'm farming. Well, it's actually very hard, almost impossible to cut creep waves against mega creeps. You're not that strong as an HS Prophet. He's also got only an Aghanim Scepter. The Scepter helps to push out the waves, but nowhere near enough.
Still roots, right, if I'm not mistaken.
The root is the better part, right? That's all the benefit of it is the root. Whereas before you could just use it and, you know, clear out waves, all 3 waves.
Right.
Okay. That's going to be the Fire Panda gone.
This is the part where we just see them slowly getting really choked out of options here. No more Primal Split. Call-out should be coming back shortly though, but I don't think it's going to be able to do much in this situation. Maybe the slow will be great, but that's, like, you know, that's BKB, that's Rage on the hands of the lifesteal as well. Doesn't really affect that. It's gonna hit the tower, yeah. It did pop the nullify, can really burst it down in time, yeah. He's life stealing back like a truck, absolutely no problem. No spines are coming from the cloud, but he gets waved all the way to the back line. What about the Nature's Prophet? They managed to find the Bane though. Respect wants to turn to assist to go for the pickoffs here, but that's not gonna happen. Respect falls with no
one hit off at him.
What about the end teammates? Both lock in. Control pops the monster, gets out once again. Fantastic though. But the same can't be said for our dear friend Kira. Although not being picked up by the hero, actually got literally mauled alive by the super minion.
The Cheer Junior loses his life, no buyback. You also don't have the gyrocopter.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. You still got impressive. He actually still had the BKB.
I know.
I thought he would have used the BKB from the outside, right?
But it's irrelevant. Sweden strong.
Oh, but the life
loses his life anyway.
Oh, no big damage coming in, but still it will be enough. He has no BKB, gotta be awfully careful. Torrent's actually on the mark. But then again, he still will fall. But the damage has been done. They got the tower, they got the objective. AJ had to even commit the clips because those super creeps is absolutely hitting those Angels like crazy.
Mega creeps are just going to be doing work.
Oh, no, mega creeps.
Solomon Kushi to try to sort of keep them alive. He gets infested on the way out. Might be the eaten alive.
Yeah. GG is the call, and that's all she wrote. Liga will be moving forward to the lower, still moving forward in the lower bracket, but the same can't be said for 1 win. Still, kudos to 1 win. Such a performance you've been showing us for the past 3 days.
Yep. Yeah, 1 win. They still get 6,000 USD in their pocket. You know, they do take 4th place, but that is Game 1 was pretty good from them, their
Yeah.
performance, but they had these 3 farming cores that worked for them. Game 2, also they were able to hold on quite well, but they're kind of limiting themselves by taking the TA mid.
Yes.
You know, when you take the TA mid and you take a carry, you're like, wow, we are going to be farming a lot. And against the teams that they're going up against, they can't get away with it.
The thing is, I felt like there was maybe some kind of goal you would really want to try to go for when you go in with the TA as well. Honestly, when you first pick the Brewmaster, don't get me wrong, it's great. But then again, you're also susceptible to be picked up by other more like really great strength melting core carries as well, like the Lifestealer. Especially since you didn't really get to ban him out, and Lifestealer just comes in a minute. That's just like a total nightmare for you. But at the same time, I'm also concerned, like, if you picked that Brewmaster early, I would have loved to see the TIE Hunter with the TA combo, but you locked it in first, you don't really have much options here.
Well, it's good. They do get a few good kills here at the start. It's like it wasn't an absolute wipe. Cloud gets chased for like 20 seconds here. And he doesn't realize that Leshrac doesn't have TP. Sorry, he doesn't have the stun. He doesn't realize that he could have TP'd a bit earlier.
True.
So,
I mean, at the same time, you do not want like AM to really come and get to see that kind of thing.
This fight. Oh well, I guess we're not going to see all. Sweet and strong. He does have the TP available, but boom, Split Earth catches him. He loses his life.
Such a massive thing too. I think this was slowly great. Like small skirmishes was really great for the Cypher here for one win. Yeah, I think this is the part where they were able to manage to punish the Lifestealer. Like he couldn't really get the range off in time. Yeah, or sorry, the infest off in time.
In general, they were able to start some fights by taking it down pound to him. That's a big deal. But afterwards, it's not like they run out of steam. It's just the enemy team shows up. You know, Pantomim dies, takes a bit of effort. Then they're all here.
Yeah.
Chira Jr. That was a very questionable TP. He was pushing top. I thought he was doing the right thing. He shows up and just gets melted in half a second.
No real answer, especially even if they want to fight head on. It's not like they were. It was not like they were really equal in terms of items as well.
Exactly. But that's why I was thinking, why would you want to fight head on when you could have split push? And it's very well played by Liga to force these fights. The blink on Bane, amazing. You always. I think he caught Chira Jr. like 3 times. Just blink in. Fiend's grip, someone else finishes him off.
It definitely
good perma stun.
It definitely feels like this game was supposed to be a very methodical game as well, but this didn't really happen too much here. Although yes, I think this is the part. Yeah, this is the part where I thought like there could be an opportunity because they managed to shift the target to like forget the left strike, forget the lifesteal, just go straight for the back line. They found the initial success. They tried to attempt it again here. They even committing the BKB necessary to try to get the pick on the Bane. But I think it dragged on a little bit too long, and then the rest of the squad just really started picking them off and went for the megas here.
The Glimmer Cape on Pantomim really paying off. Multiple fights I see Mancushi jump on him. He Glimmer Capes himself and he's like, well, what are you going to do?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Right? Like, even though yes, the gem is not really like the main priority, but it just helps, especially when you're dealing with those glimmers at times, you know?
It's very unfortunate. One win, they put up a decent fight, but the drafting in both games...
It didn't give them a lot of options.
Yeah, it bit them in the butt. Let's just go with that. Bit them pretty hard in the butt. So a little unfortunate. This game, Reable 10-1, 12-1 on Violent. Like these two guys running around being basically unkillable. You have, Radiance on the Lifestealer who can just infest anyone he wants. Reable's got the Bloodstone. You have the Kunkka buff. You have the Nightmare save. You have the heal from 1J. Like really well played by them. And Lifestealer not a very farming intense hero. Once you get the Radiance, you're ready to go. The other side. Anti-Mage needs a lot more work. Which
is why I was also saying they're drafting, like maybe they can try to opt to go for those like Lifestealer cores at least that way you can somewhat join into the fights as well.
Yeah.
TB did pop into my mind, but you're dealing with Leshrac as well.
Yeah, he melts the illusions.
Yeah, but...
It's one of those things where I was surprised they went for the Anti-Mage last pick. Yeah. It was ballsy, but it was also incredibly greedy. He did play, to his credit though, Mancushi had an amazing work. He's got higher GPM than anyone else.
Yes.
He actually was doing insane work, but not enough. He's just not enough.
Yeah, and the crazy thing about it is, well, there's no really proper answer to most to really control Violent or Pantomim. Yeah. There's no like instant stun. Don't get me wrong. Yes, homing missile there is, but it takes some time before the missile travels through. I did see a couple of Orchid buys, but it does take a while, especially in the hands of for Suitor Strong. So by the time it did come out, that's also when the Glimmer came out, so it didn't really help too much as well.
Agreed. And overall, though, very impressive performance by Liga. Well-deserved victory. We were saying like Liga and Mouz were the two teams I expect to see in the upper bracket, in the grand finals. And Liga, they're making a strong case. They still have one more opponent to go through. We don't know who it is yet. It's going to be the loser of the next match, which is Mouz versus Night Pulse.
You know, it'd be a really great thing to see them in the grand finals, because not only did they work themselves all the way to the grand finals, but at the same time, it will be the second grudge match, because it was Mouz who actually sent them to the lower bracket in the first place here. So quite the Cinderella story or underdog story, depending how you want to call it as well. It'll be still pretty great. But so far, the growth between some of the teams has been fantastic. Night Pulse in particular. However, I'm not gonna kick the Night Pulse off just yet. I still think they have been surprising us so far for 2 series in day 1 and day 2. Mouz, yes, is definitely another surmountable mountain to climb over, but same goes for the other teams they were fighting previously before this as well.
Yeah, I would put my, I believe in Mouz.
Put your money. I know you were about to throw it out.
No, some people take it very seriously when I say things like that.
He was ready to take out the wall and just like...
What I mean is, I think Mouz comes in as a little bit of the favorite, but Night Pulse, I thought the same thing when they were going up against Nouns, but they just crushed them. So Night Pulse has been very surprising. But so yeah, don't put your money and then blame me. I didn't say anything.
Hold back the chips, you know.
Put like $3 if you're ready to lose them.
What?
No, some people are like, I bet my house. Why? The caster said so. I'm like, no.
No, that's literally standing on the bottom line of insanity. Okay, betting
very much, very much so. But yeah, that's going to be the match coming up. We have a rolling schedule, so we'll be taking like a 20-minute break while the two teams get ready. The winner of that match secures himself a grand final spot. The loser will be facing Liga tomorrow. So yeah, if we're ready for a break, we'll call it in just a little bit. Any last words about the series before we call it?
Something to be definitely excited to see for. One of the few teams we're not too sure about just yet, but they've been showing great growth. But speaking of which, just as Thomas mentioned, we just finally got the call. So we're going to be taking a quick short break, but don't go away for too long. More Dota 2 action coming to you guys right after this.
Allegiances have been tested. Those who remain stand no chance. In the wake of defeat, when your legacy lies in ruins, steel yourself. The enemy stands at the door. Only courage remains. There is no other choice. You must protect your house.
We knew they were coming. We knew we couldn't win this fight. Still, those of us who could fought, so that most of humanity could evacuate Earth. In the end, all we could do was buy time. Time to get to Oikos. Time to run. We gave everything. This is not our end. We are Space Nation.
Eons ago, in an attempt to save the Earth, humanity summoned a cataclysm that threatened to extinguish all life. Severe, uncharted landscapes compelled leaps in evolution and the adoption of extreme physical transformation. A time of peace would prevail for the Forsaken, and for the favored, boundless pride in all their triumphs, while those lost in time embraced a greater power that defied all understanding. Now their ancestral home beckons, ushering in new conflict. All are prepared to fight for what is rightfully theirs to claim. Future, their people, and their home.
Stay with me.
No rest for the wicked.
Get fucked.
Shit! Cover up!
Let's go! Let's go! Roll!
Fuck!
Adventure awaits.
Take down. Listen up, Tim. Tim, on me.
Oh, yeah!
Stormy forecast, right. Hey! Shit! I'm thunder for a reason.
Citizen conflict.
Peggy 16.
Eons ago, a mythical bubble emerged, rumored to hold limitless power. A group of heroes came together, determined to use the power for good. But they were not alone, for the Shadow Realm was searching for it too. Nothing will stop good from prevailing. Join the Bubble Rangers on their quest.
Dear Kitty, when I left your tavern to pursue the rumors, I knew I was onto something. While people said it was just a legend, I found a temple proving their existence. However, I fear I've made a grave mistake. Please, tell the Seekers to prepare themselves. They are coming.
Hello and welcome back to the Dota 2 Portal World Invitational, where we'll be giving you the upper bracket finals between Mouz versus Nightpulse. I'm Atomo. Joining me is Leonard Yolodi.
Hello there.
Joining me is Leonard Yolodi. He'll give me a chance to introduce him one day. How are you doing, Leonard? How was the break? What did you do in our 20-minute break?
Well, we were talking about different times with different games, game preferences, and movie preferences and genres.
Yeah.
I'm happy we're on similar wavelengths here. Yeah. I mean, okay, I get it. Like, not a big fan of FPS and everything, MOBAs and everything, but you know, still, I'm not gonna judge or question it. Everyone has their likes and not, and we are somewhat agreeable. Where there are just some people we just cannot be agreeable with.
Yes, there are definitely people who will tell you whatever's popular. They say I don't like it. It's bad. Therefore, or something like that, just to be different. But you know what's different? Also, the two teams we have going up against each other. We're seeing Mouz versus Nightpulse. Mouz was an invited team, directly came in. We were expecting them to do well. Nightpulse, they only got in just because Navi at the last second pulled out, and we were like, we need an 8th team. And Nightpulse was like, yeah, we'll do it. And now they're guaranteed at least top 3. If they win this match, top 2.
Actually, I'm honestly happy that this is really happening here for Nightpulse as well. Because think of it this way, right? Everyone is now knowing or hearing about Nightpulse mainly because of the fact that, now they're the one that replaced Navi. They're the one that came in when Navi couldn't make it here. Now that's not going to be, now that statement cannot be the same because of the fact that they are currently making their way up the bracket. Not to the point where they're saying, okay, they're not just a team to replace Navi, they're here to win it here. And they're literally one step away to try to secure that grand final spot. But of course, they need to succeed over such a wall known as Mouz.
The Mouz wall.
It's the tiniest little vermin.
In general, this match is worth 15,000 USD. If you lose this match, you might get 3rd place. If you lose to Liga, you get 9,000. But if you win this, you're guaranteed top 2, guaranteed 24,000. So essentially, $15,000 on the line, along with, of course, tournament lives and all that, blah blah blah. But yeah, it's a lot of money. I can't imagine the pressure when you play like that.
Otomo, I expected more from you.
How so?
All about the money?
Yes.
It's about the pride, literally the
honor,
the honor, the glory
of being here.
Yeah.
Send me your paycheck then. And I was like, if you're look, the money is good. You can't live on honor and glory. You live on, McDonald's.
I mean, I feel like we are just in different eras at this point, right? Like where there was an era where chivalry was everything, but now it's just not.
Chivalry is for women, as in how I treat women. Speaking of Mouz, here they are. There's going to be Unit, Supreme, Force, Narman, as well as Mengen. This is a team that, Unit, we've seen a lot of farm-heavy heroes. Supreme, he's been making space with the Puck, the Leshrac, DP. A bit different. Let's look at Nightpulse for a second, because this is the team that is maybe slightly less well-known. As you can imagine, you have to unlock them.
Still hidden.
Yeah,
it's a DLC you gotta buy, gotta unlock. Probably need to check up that Portal store here. Besides checking out the DLC, you can also try to buy some Portal chests for yourself, man.
And for Nightpulse, they have Kami, Warwick, Vazia, Merlin, and Janter. They've been looking really good. Not in this particular image where we can't see. We have their cameras. They're very handsome. But one thing about Nightpulse, I was looking at their record. They tend to play 1 or 2 heroes a lot, and that's kind of it. Like Kami plays something like 24 games of Faceless Void, 18 games of Luna, then like 3 games of Juggernaut, 3 games of Lifestealer. Same thing with all of them. They rely on like 1-2 heroes that they played 25 times this patch, and then everyone else they played like 2 or 3. So if you're Mouz and you look at this, you might be thinking, okay, let's just get rid of the heroes that they're playing with. That's going to be Faceless Void, Luna, Pango, Centaur, Batrider, Hoodwink, CM, and Techies. These are the heroes that they've been playing a whole lot of.
Correct, but at the same time, you also do need to take into account that Nightpulse drafting-wise, especially because you've seen it's been quite common. We see a lot of off-lane or supports are usually the priority bans before the core carries here. And usually you would be concerned on trying to ban like specific offlane heroes here. Like you've been seeing like specifically like the Doom does come to the mind, the Centaur as well. But that doesn't really apply too much to both Vazia from Nightpulse or Force from Mouz Gaming here, mainly because of the fact that the heroes that they usually play around with offlane are either very proactive offlaners here, or very uniquely that's not really not to say not well recognized, but it's not something you see commonly from other teams as well. Darkseer, for example, coming from Force. And then for Vasya, even if you ban at the center, no way, he still brings in this, he brings in the TIE Hunter, and at times also brings in the Night Stalker or Slaughter, just in case he has to go toe-to-toe with the Savant, which is why, I won't say traditionally, but there are times where Slaughter does sometimes do quite well against the Savant at times.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, yes, you can say Slaughter, Centaur are tied, but if you remove these two, the other heroes, they're not played by much. But let's go into the draft for now, see what we're working, see if they're going to ban Centaur or not.
I mean, I feel it's definitely going to be stationary, but except Shadow Demon and Disruptor needs to go. I think Shadow Demon is the hand of banging is a little bit too scary as well. That one series alone is enough to give me nightmares for at least 2 weeks here.
You aren't playing against him, why would you get nightmares?
That's what I'm saying. So if I see a player like Bangin playing Shadow Demon like
You're
that...
not going to see him at... What's your MMR again?
Ancient, unfortunately.
8K, of course, sir. 8K MMR.
I mean, I'm not gonna ask for it, right? So I think right now he's might be slowly shifting to my traumatized category where he can join alongside with Phantom Lance at this point here.
By the way, so Nightballs, they do ban out the Bat Rider, which is Merlin's most played hero for Nightballs. They also get rid of the Chet, Disruptor, and Chantress. But Crystal Maiden, Janter immediately takes... That's what he said, right? Janter plays a whole lot. Like Nightballs in general, they play 1 or 2 heroes on every role. They play it a lot. It is Crystal Maiden for Janter.
Yep.
They do get rid of... They do take the Primal Beast for Mouz, you know?
Which is still pretty flex, because Force can play the Primal Beast, but at the same time, you can also go mid with the Primal Beast coming for the Hands of Supreme. However, he hasn't really picked up the Primal Beast for the past 1 month or 2 at least as well. But he is that kind of flexible, and at the same time, so he is really that kind of person that can really play it off if he wants to go for it too.
I would love to see if this Primal Beast was actually position 4, because we've talked about Darkseer.
So sorry, I need to cut you. I mean, he did play Primal, just 3 games only. My mistake, sorry.
How dare you? But yeah, I would like to see if Narman can take the Primal Beast. It synergizes really well with the Darkseer. Yeah. Position 4. I mean, it's not a bad position 4.
True.
You know? So it's possible.
But I would like it if he had paired it with maybe either the Earthshake or the Tiny. It feels a lot more better with that one at least.
We'll see what Mouz is thinking right now. Nightballs, they get rid of the Death Prophet. That is Supreme's 2nd most played hero. Might want to take away the Puck, although it could be a little early to take it out.
And also forget about the Tiny. The Tiny has long been banned as well as the 3rd ban coming in from the side of Nightballs, which is, by the way, a really good call too. I love it, right? Nightballs is really getting rid of those heroes, which is pretty difficult to handle, right? Late game, laning wise as well.
We've seen Narman play Tiny a lot. Now, it's like Tiny Earthshaker for Narman is the go-to.
Yep. However, there is still the last strike in the pool if he wants to go it. Maybe in a similar, I guess in a similar case with the Death Prophet, where you're able to run down the heroes, great at hitting the towers as well.
Grimstroke.
But that is the kind of the priority whether they want to go for it, because they did somewhat really locked in the primal for their end here.
Like, ban out the Grimstroke, which means they might be thinking of something like Io Leshrac for Nightpulse's side.
Someone to really lock them in place.
Yeah, because usually if you're picking Grimstroke, if you're banning Grimstroke, that means you want heroes that walk together, something like maybe a Lone Druid with his bear, or Io +1, you know, just homies.
True, but it's also at the same time they could just mainly ban it because it just passed a little bit too well with the Pulverize as well if they really get it nicely popped off.
True.
Good laning phase with the Inkswell, with the Shell once he gets it. So
you Inkswell him, he runs around, it's fine. That does make sense. Bane comes out, that's going to be Bangan's hero. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right or wrong. I imagine someone in chat's like, it's Benjen! Like, I'm sorry. No, the spelling's kind of different. We're not used to it. Let's see Nightpulse. You have the Crystal Maiden. Faceless Void or Luna could be coming up. Oh, and War could go for the Pango. Pango is generally, when you ban out the Grimstroke, that means you want the Pango at some point. And it is Warwick's most played hero by a lot. Centaur, classic.
Might as well get it while you can, right? That kind of thing. There's just a few more bans.
Okay. So far, they have picked their 2 most played heroes. One which is the Centaur, and the other one is the Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, and also for Merlin as well. The Merlin has played a lot of Gyro games.
He has played a lot of Gyro. And I imagine it's going to be Faceless Void or Luna. and then Pango coming up here for Night Pulse. Mouz.
5 seconds.
Of course,
remaining.
Invoker's also in the pool if they want to go for it.
Yep.
So Pango, Invoker, Faceless Void, or Luna.
The thing is this, right? I think when it comes to the drafting, I think Mouz isn't too afraid of certain things coming up for Night Pulse because it's very prominent, right? You see these kind of picks, you don't have to think about, oh, is it going to be Flex now? It's been pretty prominent
Obvious.
on track record as well.
Yes.
I think that's pretty much why when people see that past histories from Night Pulse, they will somewhat assume like, okay, these guys don't really explore like other hero territories too much. That doesn't mean that they have a very small hero pool, but that just shows the fact that they're a lot more confident in very specific set of. I guess you could say they're more specialized in this kind of heroes as well. So this gives a lot more confidence to Mouse. Okay, this driver is not going to be Flex. Feels like it's definitely going to be in the hands of Merlin.
Exactly. They know because we said the same thing, right? Night Pulse. In general, each player plays about 2 heroes a lot, and then the rest of the hero pool is like, oh, 2. Yeah, so it's like we said, right? It's going to be Luna Faceless Void. We thought it would be coming up for Night Pulse, but they're like, all right, we'll just take the Luna here ourselves for a unit. Are they going to take the Earthshaker for Mouz? It's not too bad. Or are they going to take the Darkseer and put this position for Primal Beast?
Or mid-primal.
10 seconds.
Or mid-primal, to be fair. But I wouldn't like it if you save your last pick for a support. I want last pick to always be a core to get the best matchup. So I'm thinking Earthshaker or Darkseer at this point, and we'll see what the Primal Beast goes for. Come on, Mouse.
I mean, I wouldn't mind, right? Because it just feels the right timing, right? When having Supreme to pick up the Primal, that kind of thing to run alongside with the team.
That's fine. That's fine. Supreme doesn't play a whole lot of Primal.
Yeah, you
guys gotta take the Earthshaker. All right, Night Pulse. Faceless Void. Is it gonna be Faceless Void?
Yeah, and Arman's gonna be very satisfied with this. Faceless Void, I do want to take the... Okay, maybe you got the freezing feel, but you're still pretty much at the edge of the chrono. You want to commit it as well, call down his air.
Okay, Morphling, that's different.
That feels a lot more better, but you do need to be careful of the Bane. But, you know, Morphling's a Link Inspire, so there's not really too much to worry about as well.
Yeah.
Although, yes, it is still... I think you still have 2 heroes on the side of Mouse with BKB piercing abilities as well. So you do need to take into account of that one.
Lots of stuns on Mouse. I don't really like this Morphling. To be fair, I imagine Faceless Void would have struggled the same amount, so it makes sense. And now, if you're Night Pulse, you might be thinking of maybe a Doom. Sorry, not Doom, Pango. You play under the Doom because we've seen if you morph, when you're Doom, it just makes no difference. You don't get any help.
No difference. But I'm happy that I guess you could say maybe Night Pulse is still on the same wavelength with you, Tom. Like assuming that the fact that this Primal Beast may not be an offlane one, or it might be somewhere else.
I think Primal Beast is going to be off. Mouz needs a mid here for Supreme. Night Pulse also needs a mid, so it's a mid laner battle here.
Yep.
Let's see. Puck is removed from Night Pulse. I just feel like it's most likely to be Pango. The problem is, the Fiend's Grip and the Fissure can be quite annoying for the Pango. So Pango's not very good. Let's not think about Pango. Invoker is fine.
Yeah, I feel Invoker's slightly better as well.
Agreed.
You're able to slow things down, especially the tempo when it comes with the Stampede too. You land that Tornado, it's pretty great. EMP is
Invoker's
fantastic.
All right, Night Pulse.
It's gone.
All right, Mouz, you need also mid laner. You have Puck DP is gone. Leshrac, I would say Leshrac might be something they could consider here.
True, but Manic hasn't really picked up the Leshrac any within the past 1 month or 2 as well. So it definitely could be quite the surprise if you want to bring into the mix as well. But from what we've been seeing so far from Night Pulse, they don't necessarily pick a hero which they're not confident in.
I think they're going to ban Leshrac, so that Mouz can't take it. But Night Pulse has the next pick here, so they'll ban... they can't take Invoker. They can take Leshrac for themselves.
I'll ban the Leshrac, guys. I'll be pretty happy with this one too.
I am feeling like also Leshrac is quite something. Warwick, all his most played heroes have been banned. The Pango, the Invoker, the Tiny, and the Puck. All of them gone. What? Yep, Tiny.
What would be someone that would definitely enable from the rest of the squad? I feel catching, don't get me wrong, Primal with the onslaught is pretty great, but I think you need something that can really dive in and catch them. Storm will be pretty great, I think, in their hands. It has been picked up by Supreme before.
By the way, so I said Pango was banned, but I meant is like he's kind of very risky to pick right now.
Yes.
Whereas the other 3 have been banned, Invoker, Tiny, and Puck. You definitely don't want to pick Pango. You don't want to pick Pango. You want to pick something else. You don't have last pick. You have no indication of what they're going for.
Yep.
This is a tough situation to be in if you're Warwick.
Yeah, we need to see the bans of what.
They take out the Huska.
Okay.
They go with the Kunkka. Okay, so it's going to be Kunkka mid. Never a bad pick. Mouz. You can definitely take Leshrac for yourself if you want to.
Yep.
It's not too bad again. I'd say better for the Kunkka, but Leshrac could definitely do a good job here. As well as the Pango if you want for Supreme. I'm liking the Leshrac a little bit more.
5 seconds.
Unless you want to go with that nuking potential, Lina's also pretty there as well.
Lina's is good. You got a minute to think about it, so we'll see. But I'm feeling
like what will be the goal here? A tempo or nukes here? Because you are also dealing up with the Morphling as well.
Yeah, let's see.
I mean, you can get, if you can control, that'd be great. But that's that's wishful thinking at the same time. If the opportunity does arrive, Phoenix Grip is great, but someone needs to pop the link is right. Lucid Beam can, but I don't think you ever see the Luna running head in first.
I mean, if you throw out a fissure with the shard, like you have enough time, you can even jump and echo after. I think they're okay for Mouz to control this Morphling. They've got 2 BKB piercing abilities and 4 stuns and a sleeve. Actually, they got billions of stuns. All 4 of them are stunners.
Yeah. Brains have to break the Lincoln, so yeah, they don't have to expend those expensive individual ultimates to really break it down here.
You talk about breaking the Lincolns, but you have AoE stuns that don't care about Lincolns, right?
That's true, isn't it? Yeah.
It's like Fissure doesn't care, Onslaught doesn't care.
Yeah, but no, I'm picturing in the sense where it's not going to be the morph. There's a lot of people that's going to be walking into the fight first. You usually got to wait for me in last.
Leshrac or Pango, what's it gonna be here for Mouz? Oh, OD. Very different than what we were thinking.
That's a lot of strength. Does pretty well against a Kunkka too.
And yep, exactly sort of the picks that we were expecting for everyone here. Alright, the last pick OD, it is nice for a couple of reasons. One of those that it's good against the Stampede. I was thinking that they need something to counter the Stampede. I didn't want the Pango for that reason. I thought maybe Leshrac is like, if you run away, he still takes buildings, so he doesn't mind. But OD is a great counter.
Yep. That's pretty well against strength heroes too.
Yeah, and if someone gets X-marked, you can astral them to save them. There's a lot of value in this OD pick. And honestly, I'm looking at the draft from 2 sides, I think I'm going to go with Mouz. I like what they have a lot more. Everyone's got stuns and control, fairly durable. OD is a very tanky mid, especially with the Agnum Scepter. Pure damage coming out as well.
True.
I like everything that Mouz has.
And with so many durable strength heroes on the other side, it's pretty simple for the TO to get the necessary stack before he drops the massive vault.
Yep.
I think it's pretty great. And of course, in terms of the rotation as well, compared to what most mid laners that we see in the past did, it's more like they have a certain requirement where they're like, oh, I need this item first at least before I can really get this rotation happening. Doesn't really work that way for OD. OD can even
Meteor Hammer.
Exactly. No, we haven't seen that in a long time. Really? Do we still want to have the meme hammer?
We don't have the Meteor Hammer. Actually, Meteor Hammer went out of popularity when the global...
It's so expensive too now.
Another problem was that every stun goes reduced by 20 seconds. So before you had like 2 and 2.5 second stuns, Meteor Hammer was awesome. But now every stun is like 1.7, 1.8. It's not long enough.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's also quite costly as well. People went back to the right-click OD nowadays, I think, which is still pretty fair and pretty great. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last series of the night. It is the upper bracket finals. Winner will take on, and of course, whoever takes the first win definitely feels a lot more comfortable as they proceed to the second game.
Yep, then you're just 1 victory away.
Thank God for the primal skin.
For that... spot in the grand finals. You like it because it's the full set, right? It's not the half-half.
Yeah, it's not the funny hybrids,
We call them funny, which is absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, it's terrifying. Like, it's an abomination.
All right, so what is Kami going to be able to do on this Morphling? Who do you want to transform into? Oh, wait, there's an Earthshaker on the other side.
Yeah, exactly. It's like...
Easy peasy.
It's like... Which is pretty much why I'm pretty surprised. Like, I mean, they did... The Earthshaker was the 4th pick, so you really couldn't really get the Rubik up. But hey, Gyro's great. It's like one of the most played heroes too.
He'd better only leave it. He's probably going to leave Enchantotem only level 1.
Yeah.
Because it's like, listen, don't give him 5 times the damage. Just double is enough.
Oh, man.
Can you imagine? He takes it, he's like,
oh, dude, you're making me walk down memory lane of the previous whenever Earthshaker goes up against a Rubik, right?
Oh. 4 bounties for Night Pulse.
Crazy.
800 gold.
What happened?
I don't know.
Okay, we saw towards like the Radiant side bounty, but what about the River one?
They just got all of them.
My God.
Let the sky tear. I've never heard that long. Okay, that's kind of cool. Luna's. You ever get the feeling that Luna is quite bombastic? She's like.
I mean,
wow,
she's the princess of Salamene, so, you know.
she could take a chill pill. You know, like, girl, it's all, you just killed the creep, all right? Let's take it easy here.
It's like every life just matter, you know. Everything's noble, you know.
All right, so top lane, as usual, the Crystal Maid a very easy target. And Morphling not going to give you too much, so I do favor the Radiant here. I will say that maybe you might take some harass on Force. Narman, does he spot out the courier? They kind of know. Narman is in the middle. He sees the...
no.
Juicy.
Oh, no.
2.
50 gold total.
Oh, no, it's actually... It's 250 for the whole team.
Oh, yeah, 250, yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty big deal. That's one bounty ruin, sort of nullified, you can say. I realized that killing couriers counts towards your creep score, because he's got 2 creeps. I'm like, he doesn't have 2 creeps, he's got 2 couriers.
It still counts, right?
It's part of the C in CS. It's creep and courier, whichever you want.
Yeah, bot side banging. Really need to try to keep an arm length away from Merlin as well. Once he really gets into range with the rocket burst, yeah, that's gonna hurt.
And this one also could go either way, but maybe Night Pulse is slightly favored, you know.
I mean, like, definitely landing, maybe, nah, double edge against the Lucid Beams in terms of securing CS. Who does it better here?
Double edge is better, but you also lose a bit of health, so it's not ideal. Also, I think Vazia missed a couple of free CS, but it's fine. He's doing, overall, everyone's doing relatively okay. Although mid lane, the OD with the Astral is kind of annoying for the Kunkka to deal with. You want to go for the last hit, you get Astral, the Deny comes out, and you're like, there's no counterplay to it.
Yeah. I'm somehow going to be expecting Warwick to be actually just be roaming around a lot more compared to usual, right? I don't think you really want to stay in that lane for too long, that kind of thing.
Probably, right? Because as the lane goes on, the gap kind of increases a little bit, so it's always going to be annoying.
And he hits you a lot harder, so
he does
more points
pure damage. Nice move by Kami, just to the adapt strike, make sure he gets the creep. He's like, thank you for doing all that hard work. I accept.
I mean, come on, he's a beast that's literally all brute force, but in the face of like adaptive strike, like pure water, it's like you can't do anything. You know, a spray of water, concentrated spray of water can cut through rocks.
I imagine that happens over like thousands of years, and not exactly. You know, like, I know what you mean, you know, rocks when the waves crash against them, but...
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm like, literally, like, an actual...
yeah, the high pressure...
yeah.
I've seen it. In the meantime, though, nothing crazy going on.
He's just looking for couriers.
Look at that. He's got right next to... They got 2 couriers. Can we look at the top tier 2 Dire? Top tier 2, he's got 2 couriers right there.
Yeah, he's just sitting in the middle. Oh, no, because the best one about it is as well, because they lost sight of the Earthshaker in the lane.
He's got a ward right in the middle, so he sees the guy, he's like, there it is!
Yeah.
Mine!
No, but you see, here's the problem, right? Like, it's parked there. I mean, besides the ward from the Earthshaker, it was parked there because they're like, Earthshaker's not in the lane, where is he at? But anyway, bottom lane, homing missile, but in nice timing to try to slow things down. Not much really follow after the missile stun as well. But it's totally fine. They just want to try to control the side camp so that they don't really pull the creeps too much here.
I thought Janto would be able to find the ward there, but he actually puts it a bit too high up and doesn't spot it.
Yeah.
Oh, Benjamin is going to be fine.
That's a lot of nuking damage to take on. And double damage also takes more health from himself. Look, really the proper name for the skill, actually.
In the meantime, just looking like... Okay, just CSing normally. No one is putting too much emphasis, like a whole lot of emphasis on getting these kills. But Merlin's relatively low health, so he needs to be careful. He hasn't, I don't like this. He hasn't taken a point of flak cannon. One thing I'm seeing from or at least the skill that I like is taking level 1 flak cannon, so that you can harass both the enemy carry and the support together. You might get a couple of CS that way, but you know, you can just be like, wink, wink, sorry, bro, didn't mean to do that.
Yeah, but you see, that's the thing, right? Like, I think that's because they just maybe don't want to shove the lane too much or just take away too much CS, because as it is, maybe trying to secure is a tad bit too pricey for the side since it's in the center with the double edge too. And you're going against 2 nukers, Brain Sap and Lucid Beam. It hurts a lot.
Check out Darwin. He's still hunting. He's level 1.
It's like when top lane curry is not enough. Okay, I can't. They're all on. They're still on cooldown respawn timers.
He was able to get in time. Yeah, everyone else is hitting level 3 soon, and Narman's only level 1. Very sacrificial. To be fair, okay, Crystal Maid is about to hit level 3.
Yep.
To be fair, though, you can see the Primal Beast is having a decent time because of that.
He definitely is.
Yeah, yep. Force hits level 5
too, yeah. So hit it first. Oh, trample's always great.
It's
And that's a strike. And the thing is, the best part about this as well, eventually he will slowly whittle down Kami in this manner until the point where once he gets at level 6, which will give him a level advantage. That's when Kami really needs to take it into account about this.
By the way, if you trample, if you're Morphling, you turn Primal Beast, you turn on trample and you waveform, you do a lot of damage.
Oh yeah.
So it's a very nice combination there. Okay.
Nightmare.
Where's the damage though?
No, now we're trying to reposition himself to try to cut out the route of escape, right? You got the brain sap here. Can he get the Fisher off? Is great. Although he still got the route path though, but he did throw the blood grenade. But I think the brain sap still slightly a little bit more cooldown. But then again, farming wise, yeah. Warwick. Trying to get that level 6 as quickly out as much as possible.
Yeah, he's farming these like neutral creeps, which don't give you as much gold or experience as Janitor.
No. That's a level 2 CM in the face of Supreme here. Body block.
First blood at 6.5 minutes. All right, we'll take it.
I mean, it's scary, right? It's like a level 6 only in front of a level 2 Crystal Maiden with an AD rune. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right?
That should not happen.
Once he hits that level 6, it gets too crazy, right?
That should not happen. Getting a solo kill like that. Now Narman's sacrifice looks so much better because he's like level 1 at 7 minutes. And you think, oh man, that's like a lot, but it's fine. Why? Because they were able to get so much. They were able to get solo kill in that situation.
That's insane to me.
I was like, yeah, see ya. He's gonna take the Wisdom Ruin. The poor guy is like 2.5. Oh. That's fine. It's okay.
But you also got to give credit to Foresight to really adjust that distancing for the onslaught to really lead into the pulverize. It's not something anyone can do it as well.
No, it's 100%. That's like very impressive.
Wow.
It's fine.
There's no strength out.
He's fine. As Unit loses his life, that's a problem.
Yeah, but Pulverize is not necessarily a very long cooldown, right?
No, it's not.
There's not a lot of regen on our dear friend Morphling either.
He's Morphling. He's gonna be fine. It's like if you don't kill him, it's not really... Well, actually, he's got no health. Maybe you can onslaught into him at some point.
That's what I'm saying, right?
Benjin? Or Benjin? Bane?
Yeah,
his name is Bane.
Into the Stampede. Nah, there's no way he's gonna get out of this. Nah. That's gonna be a nice pickup for Merlin.
Nice move by Night Pulse. Recognizing that, bottom lane is kind of open for us. There's no way we can kill Force, but Luna is a way easier target.
Yep. But now we got a quick rotation coming in for Warwick. He does have the Illusion Rune in hand.
By the way, Warwick has more gold than the OD. That's surprising.
I mean, he has been farming the jungle stack.
Supreme got first blood. Like, what?
Oh, I love it, dude. He forces out the Astral just so he can try to land it with the boat. They got the boat buff as well, so they don't mind taking a couple of hits from the towers here. However, not for the gyro. He's a little bit tattoo sore, but the defensive TP comes in for the support from the side of Mouz, and they will be able to get rid of the punish. Force come to the mix. They'll definitely get a couple of more. Crystal Maiden, unfortunately for Janta, doesn't really necessarily have the levels to withstand the might from Force.
I wish we had interviews because I'd love to know how he does that instant onslaught that is like a minor jump forward, because when I try to do it, it's like I always overshoot my target.
Like there's still a little bit of distance travel than expected.
For him, it's like 200-300 range. It gets to like 3 trample charges. That's all he needs, like that one.
Yeah, you see, it feels like a jump scare at this point. Okay, Power comes in. That's a lot of big damage, and that's still totally fine.
And he's got the Veil, so he's gonna go possibly first item Shivas. Very impressive.
It is.
Force has looked amazing.
And he's level 9 as well. That's insane.
Level 9. To be fair, though, you have to balance that with the fact that Narman's, level 3 on the Earthshaker, so...
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You also... Oh, God, here, this is what I'm saying, right? It just happens again. He just slowly wielding. Don't get me wrong, yes, Morbid Mask, you get some form of lifesteal back. You can regen slightly back, but we're talking about a maxed out onslaught, a maxed out trample here. It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, I didn't take any points in uproar, just recognizing I want to hurt people as much as I can. Or a couple times he's like, do I want to? But no, you don't. No, you don't. Mid lane, what's Supreme building? Just gonna go for the Witchblade.
Nice.
He is one of the very few heroes that still build the Null Talisman. It's like him and Silencer. No one else builds the Null Talisman. Which tells me how bad Null Talisman is.
I mean, they did change Null Talisman recently as well, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Well, I think they buffed the mana regeneration you get from it. It's still a very garbage item. for most heroes. Wraithband if you want armor, bracers if you're universal or you want like some region and damage. But there's no point to the null.
Yeah, but I don't think you really have to worry too much about like regen or sustain because this Kunkka is just not really too present in the lane, especially now where Odie's got a lot more points in these levels. Gotta be watching for him. But you see what I mean? Not too dependent on levels or items. He just allows him to go for this rotate. TP comes into the Fiend Grip.
I think he's dead.
I think he's gone. Yeah, he's gone, right? Yeah, it's so gone. That is insane.
They were able. They got the mini stun in time. Then they asked him so he can't get his strength morph off. Okay. Not sure if you want to take this.
But he did spot the X-Mark into the boat. Good. Try to save with the Nightmare, but it wouldn't matter. They try to nuke him away, but guess what? The Force is here and it's good. Doing big damage into a beautiful fissure. Literally denies them access to the Luna, and only was also going to get a kill out of that as well. All cores will get something out of this confrontation here, and literally the GPM and the goal, the GP and XP is literally scaling absolutely phenomenally for them.
They're doing a great job here on Mouz. Love the rotation coming out from Force and Lat, and he reaches in time just to save the team. It was looking like we might be losing Kami, but you know, you can't kill God. Oh, Centaur, he's got the Blade Mail. Okay. There's a decent amount of AoE damage from the other side, so the Blade Mail, when he turns it on, it's good against the Trample, it's good against something like the Luna. She has the Eclipse, the ultimate, the Scientific Eclipse, of course, coming out from the OD. It's not bad. I think we have two abilities with almost the same name, right? Eclipse on the Luna and Sanity's Eclipse on the OD. Can we check? What's it called?
Yeah, Sanity Eclipse, right?
Right, it's like the same Eclipse and Sanity's Eclipse. I just realized this.
It's like, you know,
come on.
Pick your poison. Which one you like more, you know?
Which Eclipse is worse? Man, because I was thinking, I was like, are they really both Eclipse?
You know, for some reason it makes me feel like, you know, like the Matrix, right? You got the red pill and the blue pills. Like, which one you like? Sanity Eclipse, Eclipse, which one? Regular Eclipse?
He's like, I'm feeling crazy. I'll take the Sanity.
I mean, I wouldn't mind. I think they all absolutely crazy. Look at the Force. He's literally farming all the camps. He did get the homing missile to him as well. He does have the hood to sustain alongside with the Veil of Discord. That's a lot of armor he's getting. He's durable so much. But then again, Force a little bit too much to tank for here. But I think that's great, right? That's a really big offlaner. So I think that kill, that pick off, pretty great.
It does. He's been making so much space for the team. You want to get him off the map. Narmin not far from that Blink Dagger. Only about, what, 550 gold or so? Once he has that, we haven't seen him actually. I mean, I don't imagine you'll be able to get insanely big Echo Slams because there's so many range heroes on the other side, and there's Stampede, so they can separate quite easily. But we'll see.
I'm actually, I mean, if we get some really great Echo Slam, I think that's great. But I'm looking for some really great fishers here. I think like some of those fishers, especially mid chaos, I think it'll be really hard to deal with, especially from the side here.
I've been, you know, I'm a fan of whether you go Blink Dagger first or Aghanim's Shard. I kind of like the Aghanim Shard slightly more, but Blink Dagger, you can go for these big plays. Warwick, he's quite deep if they want to go for him. He's kind of spots. Yeah, they're going between two towers. This is a little ill-advised for Mouz. Feels very forced. Like, we're going to go between two towers and try and get them.
I thought maybe it's because of his oversized and the tower just instantly picks him up.
Like the tower's like the ground's rumbling. What's going on?
There's a lot of shaking here, you know. Feels like a Jurassic Park movie. But of course, other than that, I think a lot, like, even though despite the disparity, I think there's nicely really coming back. I think not too much really happening for the side for the Morphling. I think he's nicely trying to get the necessary amount of farm. He's still at the top of the net worth as well.
Yep.
Alongside with the Centaur here.
Oh.
By Fiend Scream into the Blade Mail.
Yeah, but the OD is kind of far. I don't think he's going to be here in time.
Yeah.
Force, on the other hand, could be...
Oh no, but there's a Crystal Maiden coming for the back line. Can he come in for the save? No, unfortunately not. The Bane does fall, but they won't be able to get the trade off. Sanity Eclipse drops down into the freezing field, into the boat as well. No way to really pop international time for the save. Supreme will literally melt them all the way. Kami definitely returning the favor with his own personal trample, but it doesn't feel like he did a lot of damage compared to the original. Yeah, that strike definitely feels a lot more better to secure that pickup. 1 for 3, I think that's the best you can really ask for, especially when it feels like you didn't really have a lot of advantage in those laning phase here.
Yeah.
I think that's really great.
They were kind of baited by that Bane's grip. I don't think Bane should have gone for it. He throws it out, and the enemy, his allies are kind of far. Force is forced to use the twin gate. You can see like Supreme walking from a mile away. Norman, he's got the blink dagger, I think. Does he have it?
The Earthshaker.
Yeah, he's got it.
Yeah, he got it. Wow.
So, is he gonna go for it? It's gonna be a big one. Oh, he might be. I think he's gonna go for it. Come on, Norman. Come on, Norman.
Is he waiting for the Fiend's grip to come off?
No, there's no way.
Okay, he's got it.
This is gonna take
Fisher,
forever.
Onslaught, Pulverize. That's it.
They just used Fiend's grip, so he's just waiting for anyone else to show up.
Yeah.
Nicely done, though. That's a great reveal. Kind of equalizes the loss that they just take, especially if the Janter's able to get this kill.
Oh no, Janter. You gotta run, buddy. Slay me into the Nightmare. He did get an X-Mark into the boat as well. Not gonna do the fun thing for a unit. Stop, double H, pops the Stampede. That's a lot of CC on our unit here. What about the other side there? Stampede was giving a lot, giving Merlin some space. The homie does not connect thanks to the Astral, but he does have the X-Mark. Beautiful 4-man Fisher to really slow things down. It's going to allow the OD to really get out of it. But the Frostbite, the blink into the Hoostorm, the same can't be said for our dear friend Baggett.
There's our friend.
Unbelievable! Force comes in with the onslaught to save the life here. Astral Imprisonment to keep the save. Warwick is not going to go out without the pickup here. But no. Bane does fall, but same goes to the Centaur. 4! Literally all 4 members fall. When you felt like there was the light at the end of the tunnel, Force just comes to the literally palm them in.
Dude, Force is insane. This game is easy MVP if they take it. Like, in general, among both teams, he's played the best so far by miles. What's he going for? He's got Eternal Shroud, so magic damage from the enemy side is really not going to do too much. They are trying to use their health as a resource on Night Pulse, using 2 Blade Mails, one on the Kunkka and one on the Centaur. Hasn't worked out that well.
Yeah, and I'm actually happy he went for the Eternal Shroud as well, right? Because especially for now, all the damage that's been really up with him is not really too much of physical. Don't get me wrong, Morphling hits hard, but it's a lot more later. So far, it's been Adaptive Strike, Frostbite. A lot of magic damage has been hitting him a lot.
And throws out the Roar. Just to want to make sure he benefits from those stacks. The only problem for Mouz is that Supreme isn't farming too well on the Luna. He's quite behind Kami, and the 1 versus 1 matchup of the Luna versus the Morphling favors the Morphling quite a bit. We'll see if he can get that Khanda early. And of course, both of them are Khanda builders, but... Okay.
Storm into the call down, freezing field looks great. The Eternal Shroud definitely paying its dues here, but something needs to cancel it out. Cancel it midway, calls right with the X-Mark. Astral Imprisonment trying to buy the less amount of time, but the boat comes in. Here comes the Eclipse here, doing quite the amount of damage. And look at Force, he's still sustaining. Comes in with the Pulverize, he eventually does fall, but he has sustained it, took it so much damage. Massive ultimates was also committed for him as well. They need to try to divide and conquer here. Morphling, stunned up with a Lucent Beam and literally right-clicked away. Although he is not able to get a lot of farm, but they are definitely farming heroes here.
The Eternal Shroud is so valuable. The double wisdom, that's fine. You know? The Eternal Shroud is so good for the Primal Beast. And I imagine when he's level 15, he's going to take the Dispel talent, which means that these Frostbites are not going to do too much against him.
I know it's definitely a little bit out of the norm, but would you say like it would be nice if, especially since they have this some kind of lead, would you like to see Unit to be joining a lot of this pushes a lot more better, or is it more safer that he just sticks to the farm here?
I think he can. I think it's up to him really, but you definitely want to farm a little bit more. You know, he's got a big shopping list. If he has the BKB, I wouldn't worry, because there's nothing on the enemy side that appears to BKB. Without BKB, you don't have that much health. You're kind of vulnerable. So I'd get the BKB, then you can fight.
But at the same time, I felt like we haven't really seen the opportunity for them to really get onto the Luna. It's always been just trying to get Force out of the way.
Again, Force is insane. This is not just an offlaner. I mean, he's an offlaner, but it feels like...
he's not just an offlaner, he's also one with the Force, man.
His net worth makes you think that this guy's like the carry of the team right now. He's getting so much done.
The Sith Lord and the Master Jedi is very, very satisfied with him in the Force.
Meantime, Supreme, what's he going for? Just wants to get the Hurricane Bike very close to it. That's going to be a nice way for him to get a bit of space and distance in these fights. Roshan showing up. Will he hit Unit? Oh, I knew it. He's like, I was like, Unit, you're gonna get smacked, aren't you?
What about Kami though? What's his current state at the moment? I mean, we see
He's aiming for Kanda. That's what he wants. He's like, he's got the Manta. He's like, I want to get Kanda so I can do some burst damage in these fights.
I'll be definitely helpful. Right?
They're taking way too long to get here on Night Pulse.
But I think it's fine, right? Like they don't really have like any like idea about it as well.
Nope, he took the Dispel talents. Makes sense. You only remove, I think, what, the Frostbite? I don't think anything else can actually get dispelled, but that by itself is good enough. And you will be using he wants to go Aghanim Scepter at some point. Oh, and of course the Frost Nova, sorry, the Crystal Nova.
The slows, yeah.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Dire's bottom tower is under
And looks
attack.
like they are grouping up here on the Radiant side. Unit still wants to get his BKB.
Radiant's middle tower
Once you
is
have the
under
Aegis, you discourage the enemy team from fighting against you. So it's very nice from us. They're like, all right, Luna, you have time to do what you want.
I mean, there's also the fact that, like, you know, they're not really someone in the lead as well. Force has already been here. Force has done so much damage, let's be honest there.
MVP.
Not really giving them much of an option here. Sure, they have a lot of Team 5 ultimates as well to really play around with, but when you're a little bit far behind, you just can't really do much about it. We just witnessed, like, multiple, like, 4 people dumpstering on top of Force, and Force just took it like a champ, man. He's just like, yeah, that's great, guys. Maybe you want to try to join in the fun too. I mean, he did eventually fail, but he didn't really move from the same spot. He didn't even pulverize on the spot too. He just refused to go down, at least not without taking someone down with him at least. Merlin did get spotted out. He did, of course, notice like suddenly the minion and the creep wave just disappearing.
Did he notice it in time though?
Even if he did, I don't think he did much about it. Homie Missile does manage to connect, but he still have the onslaught here. How much does he have to travel? Oh, Stampede. The Fisher didn't really work hand in hand with him though. So he should be able to get out of it.
These are very unusual item choices he's going for. The Blink Dagger into the Blade Mail on the support Gyro. Like, the mech is good, you know, oftentimes see them either go for like the Greaves and then Force Staff Glimmer along with the Shard, you know, standard items, but Blink and Blade Mail? How unusual. Very unusual to see.
Yeah.
Well, meanwhile, Crystal Maiden wants to go for the Loadstorm. Game has slowed down a little bit here. That does favor Night Pulse.
You know, curiously speaking, right? Like where do you go from here? And I mean, yeah, sure, I do have some rough idea, but I also want to see like what's your take on this? Like individually pick-offs here, or
no? Now you fight. If you are Mouz, you finish the BKB on the Luna, you have the Shiva's Guard on the Primal Beast. You are ready.
No, I'm talking about the Dire side. Like
you pray. you pray a lot.
Okay, what about the mid? I see the Yodi going for the defensive TPs here. Got the Astral on top of it, but the rest of the team is coming in. Everyone's in pure unison for this. Blade Mail is coming in as well, but I don't think it really doesn't matter. He got the boat coming in to give some defensive buff, but he's just merely delaying the inevitable. But about the rest of the team, though? Kunkka got the nightmare to slow things down before he get out of it. And that would be a nice pickup. Although, sure, could try to hold it up, but I think his teammate just decided, like, no, that's not a really good place we want to be in.
And you know, if you're Night Pulse, you might allow them to come to your high ground, you smoke, and you go from behind, try to kill the Bane and the Earthshaker first, rather than try to like peel them off of each other. Because we saw just now, you know, they were able to rotate faster than you. They are way stronger. So Night Pulse, I think the best case scenario is, all right, guys, let's go from behind. Let them come to high ground where we have the advantage. Merlin.
Oh, what? He spotted it in the last second too. Frost is like, hey, wait a minute. You're no jungle creep. Look, trying to look for coming now. He could have found it. Maybe he assumed he had TP'd out. Oh no!
Merlin, what are you doing, buddy?
Wait, hold on. He's playing around the trees. I love there's a little action happening to the bottom side, but what about the top? We got a couple of smokes, they got breaks, they find the Bane, but then they get into the Fisher. But this is what I'm saying, right? Like maybe individual pickup might be the way to go. They got the Stampede, they noticed that the Primal's not here for the big fight. X-File's a little bit too early, but they are somewhat dependent on the Frostbite here. Guess the Astral, alright, that's great. Can he stop them though? Onslaught comes in with the TP, can he get the Pulverizer? He did, he succeeds! And the Fisher is absolutely massive and significant. Centaur, sure, you can try to run out of it, that's totally fine. We're just gonna try to melt away the rest of your team members. So nice turn on top of the Earthshaker, on top of Norman, but before he goes, he drops on the nice Fisher to cancel out the freezing field. Merlin, on the other hand, oh, guess what? Paul said, hey man, I couldn't catch up to you initially. Maybe I can try again for round 2, but no, he managed to walk out of it pretty much scot-free.
I like how he whips him and you see the Gyrocopter move a lot slower. And really nice rotation again. Forsk jumps in, gets the ultimate off on the Morphling, and Morphling's like, ah, crap, can't do anything.
Yeah.
It might be worth it. You might have to get BKB and Lincolns on the Morphling.
But there's so much defensive
Exactly.
items here, right?
And he wants to get the Kanda.
But you see, that's the thing, right?
Rorik,
Oh,
he has
no.
the Fiend's Grip.
Oli's also nearby. Norman's too. Yeah, I think this is gonna be it for our dear friend. Goodbye. Gonna be pretty much sleeping with the fishes here in Davy Jones' locker. But you know, ultimately, yeah, like this is the like. I love how you brought out about the BKB and the Lincolns, right? There's not a lot of damage really coming up from the Dire Side if the Morphling chooses to go full utility, right?
Because the other two guys, they're relying on health. They bought blade mails. You know, and Skunk, like Kunkka in general doesn't do as much damage. That's how he itemizes. Centaur does, but it's not. But it's like every few seconds a double edge, and that's kind of it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. That looks promising.
There you go. Gets him.
Definitely shows. Norman is someone nearby, but same goes for unit. You know, I know you talk about the itemization, but would have been nice if we had an Orchid on the Kunkka initially.
Look at how big that guy is.
The Pulver. He has a Shivas, my god. Controlling things out, but then again, the team's already in a well-played position. He did manage to get a nice, beautiful clone here to get the Tremor and onslaught off here. Stampede for a little bit defensive, and they want to play around away from the Luna BKB. This girl dropped the center of the Eclipse, but the Fisher into the ball right, but he did manage to get the strength to transfer. Waterpark comes to the mix as well, alongside with the Potent. So the defensive stats was exactly what they're looking for. They bide their time, they guided them around, and they managed to find their way through. A full 5-man wiper, although yes, the Bane was still alive, but that's because he died a lot more, relatively much more earlier.
The only reason that Echo Slam did not do more was because the boat had landed and had given everyone that run buff. Otherwise, he would have wiped the floor with them with the Echo Slam.
Yep.
And Night Falls, they know how to take these team fights. They take them very well.
Oh, the mag was also pretty good as well, really just by, although it's not a lot, but it's just pretty much enough.
It helps, right? Like every little bit when you're that low health. Which is why I'm surprised that Gyrocopter's not considering upgrading to Greaves or thinking of a pipe for the team. What about Centaur? Oh, okay. I like it. Heaven's Halberd. It's the Luna and the OD who are doing damage, and they're both ranged, so the 5 seconds disarm is very nice. Kami's got the Kanda. He's going for BKB next. Feeling like, all right, guys, I do need to get some defensive items. It's going to help him out quite a bit.
Which I think it's fine, right?
Yeah. Honestly, it might be enough just to get the BKB. No need for the Lincolns. Because if you're BKB'd, even if you get Fiend's Grip, you're fine. You know, your team will be able to interrupt it and you'll be okay. Kami.
Oh, it didn't connect. He was still in waveform too.
So close. So close here for Mouz. Force. He's going to go for the Kaya Sanj. He's got the Sanj now. I don't think he had in the previous fight. So a lot of these long, stuns and stuff won't be lasting as long, especially with him having uproar anyway, the spells.
Yeah, it's fine. Both sides really respecting each other, especially after that team fight. That did really tip the scale slightly as well. I'm pretty sure.
It evened it out.
I'm pretty sure okay, let's go without casual game. Okay, wait, now I will. Are they going to call for it? Are they going to attempt for it? No, okay, they're not going to refine. So okay, like I was about to say, like let's go back to our Casters banter game, right? Which is guessing what's the win rate now.
Oh yeah. all right. We're guessing the win rate.
I'm calling it 75, 78%.
78% for who?
For the Radiant.
No way. It's close to like 53 or something like that.
All right.
Yeah.
Observer?
52. So, you know what's the problem? Observers get, after this break, be like, you were wrong. I'm like, what? You were off by 1%. I'm like,
I mean, I never got the chance to do it. It's usually you, right? No, I mean, you usually do it. You usually the one who initiated it. So I decided, okay, maybe it's my turn to try it out.
I mean, I just know that me being off by 1% is not gonna count. Like, I won't get any points. You know. And here in the studio, they feed us based on how accurate our guesses are. So it's like, I might get 3 fries. You know, they're like, here you go.
I probably don't get anything now since I'm like 20%.
You're buying the fries. With how wrong you are.
Yeah, man.
And Merlin, he is getting close to that Lotus Orb. Lotus Orb in this particular game, it's like good against the Bane.
The Power Rise is also pretty not bad.
That's yeah. Actually, that's why I don't need the Lincolns.
Yeah, it does gives you that sense of reassurance, especially they didn't really reveal it just yet as well. So like once it does comes in, at least it gives a good feeling. Hey, you know, I got no power rise, but you know, it's like a 20 seconds cooldown if I'm not mistaken for the power rise. So.
It's longer now. It used to be that low, but I think it's like 40, 12.
30 seconds.
Yeah,
Okay.
32. It used to start at 36, so 36, 32, 30, 28. Now it starts at 40, so 4 seconds extra at all levels. This pace of the game, I think both teams are kind of comfortable with it. I'd favors Mouz a tiny bit more just because I think their scaling is a little bit better.
Oh yeah, the initiative is also a lot more better too. They got the slide in here. Each side says you're gonna try to go for the smoke pickup here. Let's see who's gonna be able to get the drop on the other. Roshan.
But
a couple of seconds as well. I think that's pretty much why everyone decided to go for the smoke, right? Just really prepped for that Roshan.
Dire, they think, oh yeah, we'll encounter them along the way. No, they do put some nice wards here near the gate for the Radiant.
They did. But at the same time, the Dire also someone new they're really good for the Roshan. Since the Sentry actually
the Courier, they almost hit it. Oh, the Sanjin Kaya finished up though. That's a bit of an annoying thing.
Oh, they attempt for it, but of course they go for the beefiest guy in the world. The Fisher really blocks it out, and that's fantastic. BKB comes in, they're not going to be able to do much about it as well. Here comes Force, really bouncing it back and forth here. Waterbot comes to the mix, but they're not really able to get to the back. Pops in on personal BKB, into the Fiend Grip, into the Pulverize. Can he melt it down fast away? And he can. The Sanity Eclipse massive into two Eclipse going back and forth here. Absolutely melting away the competition. Fisher finds Merlin. Although our dear friend Centaur will be able to TP back to save me, but the safety kept safe for Merlin as he be sent back to King Arthur.
And guess what? Roshan's up and doing that fight. Nice buyback for Narman. And he didn't even need to use his Echo Slam, just the ultimate from the OD. The Eclipse with the Sanity's Eclipse.
That's like two Eclipse back to back.
And,
I love how the skill logo for it is relatively similar.
Right? It's like it looks very much the same.
Oh man.
It's only today that I realized these two abilities are that similar, both icon as well as the naming.
I mean, it's been a while since we had these two particular hero playing back to back as well too.
Whoa, Narman actually maxed out the Enchant Totem. Unusual to see that when you are facing up against the Morphling. But it's like, okay, I guess he thinks it's still worth it. I believe only the damage increases, and that's not something that you generally want for the Earthshaker.
Yeah. But I think maybe because of the fact like he's not too focused on the Morphling. Like you've seen this specifically so far, it's just more like just try to cancel out the freezing field, try to get onto the more softer ones too.
I guess, but I just don't see the value of. He knows the hero way better than me. Just one of those things where you're like,
just priority, right? That kind of thing.
Would be worth it to question. Like you'd love to ask him, why would you? His strength Morphin.
Did you get strength Morphin? Yeah. Very fast on the draw. Got the vision for the Warrior. Thank God for that too. But
Force is already, by the way, he's also got the Cloak of Flame, so it's an additional 10% magic resistance.
That is crazy.
He's walking around with something like, I don't know, 54. I was gonna say 53.
Dude, if he's ever gonna die, it's never gonna be that easy at all.
Half their magic damage is gonna be removed. And
Uly's also in the state where he's just hitting towers like a truck at this point.
Interesting smoke.
Another one, but they do have the Aegis to be careful, but instantly gets breaked out. They did manage to find Force, cancel out by the Fisher, but there's no more Fisher. They drop in the Torrent here, but the smoke again was a success, so they need to reposition. The call that was great. It did catch it on two of the main cores. He did pop the BKB. There is the Aegis at the hand of the Luna. They need to try to keep things going. The BKB is not going to happen for a long time. Banging. Fiend Grip, absolutely phenomenal. Drops in the Echo Slam here. Damage is pretty great with the Sanity Eclipse as well. They got the Aegis, but can they get out of it? If they succeed, it'll be great, but no, Warwick on the other hand is being critted away by the illusion crit. Can they try to get the Morphling? No, he does wave from away to safety here.
That was interesting, Echo. But getting Janto at the very end is probably going to be the thing that makes this all worth it, along with getting Warwick. They lose the Aegis, but it's fine.
Got a lot of it.
Kami, do you think he can kill Force?
He's thinking about it.
He is thinking about it, isn't it? He's like, I got Kanda. He's walking around with like 45% health, not enough.
Yeah.
And whenever they ignore Luna, look at Luna. Every fight just stands still, does all the damage. He's one of unit's best heroes, along with the Faceless Void. And like he really knows. He's what was he, level 24 as well? Jeez.
It's gonna be pretty tough as well. He's gonna be hitting level 25. Like initially we were concerned about whether he's a little bit slow on the foul. Ooh, nice bling in the hook. So they try to melt away his Force. They get cancelled out midway. They put the Glimmer to try to mitigate some of those damage as well. Fisher, yes, they did a delay, but not for too long. The onslaught and into the trample. And look, Look at you. He literally just forced the Morphling away. He had no choice but to waveform out of it.
Oh, can I get him?
Raise. Not the best time, Vasya here. Literally try to boost on it, try to slow things down.
And
Didn't really work
Janter's
out.
dead as well.
Oh, no, he just literally did a nice Tokyo trip into Janta, knocking it back into the line side of everyone else.
Now it's 78%. Now
I'm
it's
calling 85. Hey! I mean, I'm responsible 1% off, but hey!
That's too easy.
Really?
Well, yeah, that's easy.
You
know?
said 70%. You said it was easy.
I said 78. Shaker, he's got the Yule Scepter, so a nice way to like dispel the Lotus Orb, although you have to get it off being used. Warwick.
Oh, that's not fun. You even got to slide the
Fiend's
flies
Grip.
into the
Well
Fiend's Grip
done.
as well. No point saving it up because you got the power. What is that
it might be
damage?
over.
My God! Couldn't get the strength mob in time either.
Are they gonna call it? They could go for. They might have to make one last
They do
defense.
have the buyback.
Yeah, but look at the base. Tier 2 mid is still standing, but you can go top if you want to. Maybe even try to.
There's a lot of all still available for the side for the Radiant team.
They're like, let's just threaten the throne, see what happens.
Yeah.
If they don't know if Warwick doesn't have buyback, but if he doesn't use it, they'll be like, yeah, he does want.
All right, he commits it. Everyone backs off, and hey, nothing happens.
5 versus 4.
They want to go back in.
Yeah, they want more.
Find a Vasya into the side of ice here. They do get the Lotus off, and the Eclipse also gets dropped down. Stampede was able to come in time, and they really tried to get to the necessary pick-off here. BKB also committed by the side of Supreme here, and he does find timeout. Norman,
Nice
back also defensive blink here. The Bane, everyone needs to fall back. They try to see if they can get anyone in the lines of sight.
Look at those wards,
Will
by
not
the way.
find anyone.
Super deep wards by the Radiant side, so they can jump in whenever they want. Janter, I think he knows that there's wards out there. Yep, he is able to remove them in time.
It's good, it's good. It's great.
Nine-
Always got a better safe than sorry. You know?
19,000 advantage here for Mouz. Their draft is like able to fight. It scales well into the late game, and generally Force has been a joy to watch.
Yep. Which is pretty great, right? That kind of thing. Like both of these two teams are relatively similar when it comes to how they how they want to draft their composition as well. I guess the only difference would be the fact that Mouse is slightly more polished compared to the side here or Team Night Pulse here.
Yeah, I think so. You can definitely say that. And he's got a shield rune on Force, which I don't think they have dispels on the enemy side. So he is 7,500 health essentially.
That is.
The shield doesn't regen, that's about the only positive thing about it. Oh, they smoke?
Wouldn't even matter though, that's the thing. Look at it.
They want to go. Okay, they get Supreme.
They're trying they get caught out as well. Nice time with the smoke, with the force out, but he does have the X-Mark on. But he's got the extra imprisonment, so he doesn't really have to worry about the X-Mark too much. A lot of other muscles coming in, including the BKB as well. There is still the Stampede into the Echo Slam onto Merlin. A very defensive Stampede. And they want to see if they can get a couple of more. BKB pop on the side of Kami. You really do need to take it to the counter. The Fisher comes in strong. In most of the strength, but the Luna is too superior in terms of damage alongside with the Eclipse.
This was a masterclass by Mouz. Like, it all comes down from Force having a great time. Norman leaves him in the lane, and Force like, it's okay, guys. Let me reach level 6. I'll solo kill Morphling. Mid lane also they did really well here just because they were able to always Astral Warwick. And the safe lane, he was farmed the whole time just fine. I do think that near the end, Nightfall started panicking.
Yeah.
Because we could see like when they get the X mark on the OD, he was barely like, he instantly throws it out without like waiting. So not as good as we expected from Nightfall's. Mouse definitely a class above in this game.
I can tell you this for sure, what really went wrong. Okay, I think
tell me the secret.
It's just force. It's just literally force. Because think of it this way, right? They came with a drafting where there's not a lot of damage output, right? You pretty much have a Centaur, you got, sure, maybe the freezing phase or cooldown is pretty great, probably in the laning phase, probably in the early phase as well, when there's no BKB, there's not much stat items either way. So a lot of responsibility in terms of damage was really dependent on Kami here, the Morphling here.
Yeah.
But what they didn't really take into account would be the fact that you have this roaming ES and this solo EXP farming Primal Beast is literally destroying the lane. Like, not just once, but twice now at this pace here. It's like even you were surprised. You're like, how did that even happen? Is that even possible?
It's insane that he had that much impact here on Force. And this was the first blood, came at 6.5 minutes. Supreme gets it. Supreme also a little underrated. In the last fight, he was able to get 2 saves off. One on himself when he was X-marked, and the other one was on the on Narman. And good Fiend's Grip here. There was, just showed up. He's like, I'm gonna Astral his ass. Is that okay, everyone? They're like, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
There was like one time when Benjin kind of forces his team to go in a bad fight when he was using Fiend's Grip when no one was around. But overall, he's also been getting these Fiend's Grip right on point. The one time they kill Force, it's fine.
There's the second one too at the river, the mid-river, but that was so costly.
That one doesn't count. And they were waiting, they're waiting. They didn't have Fiend's Grip because they used it earlier.
Yeah.
Force shows up, boom, boom. They really did buff up that spell because every time you slam, you do more damage. It adds up. It's a very nice buff for the ability.
And the same time, there's just so much CC for the Morphin to really deal with as well.
Narman, great stun here to ensure that Supreme doesn't get like instantly bursted because they were like queuing, getting ready to kill him, and the Astral finishes.
There's really nothing much you can do with it, right? That kind of thing.
It's just every time you look at Mouz, this spell, usually just perfect. This is something I've noticed with these European teams is nobody saves this spell. The boat landing gave them such a good buff to survive the Echo Slam. These European teams that, oh, I don't mind using Fiend's Grip on one guy, we get a kill and that's it. We don't have to wait for like a giant team fight. Like whatever I can do, just throw out my spells, get a kill, move on with my life.
You know, the crazy part about it is, well, there's just so much range, right? Not just the Fiend's Grip, there's also the Fissure, there's also the Astral Imprisonment if it's really necessary as well. And because Force is in the position where he's just so tanky, he just dive in first. Like no one really has to worry about it.
Like this Fiend's Grip is great. You know, just keep him there so he can get the kill so that we know he's out of the fight and Kami shows up. I don't understand how he could just die. He melts. He melts.
He couldn't get the strength shift in time. But I think even if he did, right, I think it wouldn't matter, right? Like that Arcane Orb coming for the OT is just too insane, right?
You know what's crazy? Is that Supreme has 15 kills and Force has 10. Like the KDA is way better on Supreme, but I don't care. Force is MVP, man. Supreme, he did well, sure, but Force is fantastic.
He was really all over the place. And I think it was a lot more reassuring as well. Like even you throwing the Fiend's Grip coming from the side from banging, right? Like it doesn't really have, they don't really have to worry too much, especially since there's not much damage coming from the rest of the team.
Yeah.
You Fiend's Grip, you want to try to go for the save, but that's because that's more like a bait. Then here comes Force, here comes Norman.
Yep.
Unit is of course always nearby the bottom lane because it's always going to be a bottom fight. Yeah, it's never been a fun conclusion here.
It's a very well played by Mouz. Strong opening performance as well. This team, they only dropped 1 game versus 1 win, and that's about it. It's a tough squad to go up against. I'd like to see what they can do at Night Pulse in game 2, because one thing I wasn't very confident with the Morphling pick for Kami. It's not something he plays a whole lot of. He plays a decent amount of it for sure, but not competitively. Where it's usually like the Faceless Void and the Luna. They took the Luna, I was like, okay, he's gonna take Faceless Void, but they didn't have combinations to work with.
Correct. I mean, and I think that's something that we just noticed as well, how the Void has been quite underwhelming so far in this series. Just not really great magic nucleus or backline damage dealer to really pair with the Chronos. I mean, there was one time we thought the Tiny would pick up the Scepter to at least try to make that combo. I think we saw 2 games. Literally the same thing, Tiny and Kunkka, but just didn't happen here.
A little bit unfortunate. I expect though that Faceless Void or Luna are going to go in for Night Boss next game, especially when you know Unit is so good with the Luna.
Correct.
To be fair, Luna is not exactly the hero that requires a whole lot of strategy to use, but still, that's going to be game 1. Mouz took it very convincingly. We'll see if Night Balls can mount a comeback, or will Mouz be the first team to secure a spot in the Grand Finals. We're going to take a 10-minute break and we'll be back with game 2.
air is thick with blood. Allegiances have been tested. Those who remain stand no chance. In the wake of defeat, when your legacy lies in ruins, steel yourself. The enemy stands at the door. Only courage remains. There is no other choice. You must protect your house.
We knew they were coming. We knew we couldn't win this fight. Still, those of us who could fought, so that most of humanity could evacuate Earth. In the end, all we could do was buy time. Time to get to Oikos. Time to run. We gave everything. This is not our end. We are Space Nation.
Eons ago, in an attempt to save the Earth, humanity summoned a cataclysm that threatened to extinguish all life. Severe, uncharted landscapes compelled leaps in evolution and the adoption of extreme physical transformation. A time of peace would prevail for the Forsaken, and for the favored, boundless pride in all their triumphs, while those lost in time embraced a greater power that defied all understanding. Now their ancestral home beckons, ushering in new conflict. All are prepared to fight for what is rightfully theirs to claim. Future, their people, and their home.
you.
Thanks.
Stay with me.
No rest for the wicked.
Get fucked.
Shit! Cover up!
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Fuck!
Adventure awaits.
Take down. Listen up, damn. Tip. On me.
Oh, yeah.
Stormy forecast, right. Hey! Shit! I'm thunder for a reason.
Citizen conflict.
Peggy 16.
Fair, ladies and gentlemen, we are back again to the Portal Dota 2 World Invitational. I'm Lennon, known as Yolali, and again, Otomo. Such an amazing cast, such an amazing person. But here we are at the second game of our final series of the day of the upper bracket finals here. Seriously, it's between Mouz and Nightpulse so far. The game has been not what we were expecting for the first one. I felt like we were something expecting a little bit of tug and pull, that kind of thing.
There was some tug.
But no, force just didn't happen. He just forced his way through everything else. He's just like, nah, we don't like a drawn out. We don't like a drawn out fight. We don't like a slow paced game. We want some action, and he gave it to us.
Yeah, it was very interesting how they sort of prioritized their Primal Beast off lane.
Yes.
So we saw Norman leave the lane just hunting couriers, nothing else. And we've seen Bounty Hunters do it. We've seen Monkey Kings do it. We don't often see the Earthshaker with the boots, and he's like, there's a creep, and and sends it back a bunch of times. Narman was able, because of that force, was able to get a lot of levels, and he solo kills the Morphling, which is insane. In the mid lane, Supreme, he was playing OD versus Kunkka. He also had a very nice time.
Yes.
And in the bottom lane, it's like Luno's like, I just farm. I'm okay. I'm not bothered by anything.
I mean, that's the thing, right? When you have when you last pick that kind of hero as well, it's like really hard for you to contend for you. I mean, although yes, it was not a last pick OD, it was the last pick for their side, but they had the last pick Kunga here. But you know, either way, this is the second. It could be possibly the last one as well.
Possibly.
But I love it. Just instantly, just get rid of the prime and like get out of the pool. But guess what? Off laners comes to the pool. Some supports also being banned now. But Disruptor and Shadow Demon is in their sights here.
Yeah, that is Shadow Demon's gone.
Okay.
Crystal
Spoke
Maiden.
a little too soon.
Mouz, they can ban out the Crystal Maiden if they want to or not, but they just take the Disruptor. I imagine that you would want to take the Disruptor here.
Correct.
Mouz, do they play a lot of Disruptor? Not a whole lot, but that's because in this patch he just got, you know, buffed up. Before this he was unplayable, so when you go and see like 7.5, they go Disruptor. Of course, like we said, they have to go for it. He's just too good. They do leave the Crystal Maiden, who I will say feels like a slight tier below the Disruptor.
Correct. But of course, just in case Night Pulse decides to lock in with the Bat Rider, it's pretty 50-50. It's pretty great. It's pretty flex as well. I won't say 50-50, sorry. Scratch that as well. Great for secure, as opposed to you're really great at securing those jungle camps as well.
Yep.
Lasso is always fantastic for you, decent amount of harass. But at the same time, you also didn't want to give Mouz too much opportunity, because if you let the Bat Rider go through, could be in the hands of Norman if he decides not to go for the Earthshaker.
He doesn't play a whole lot of Bat Rider though. I imagine, but Merlin, it is his most played hero on this patch, the Bat Rider, so they want to secure him, make sure he's comfortable.
Yep.
Because in the previous game, what was Merlin playing? I'm trying to remember.
Merlin?
Yeah, in the previous game.
The previous game he was playing Gyro.
Yeah, I didn't really feel a whole lot of impact from that Gyro. I was looking at the post-game screen. He did the most damage among all the supports, but during the game, you look at him and you're like, okay, not really seeing what you're doing.
Correct.
They do get rid of Fazia, Centaur, Warren. Again, it's his most played hero. This is what they're doing. They're looking at the most played heroes from Night Pulse, get rid of them. And Night Pulse, more than any other team, tends to stick to their most played heroes.
Yep.
You know, it's like Vazia plays Centaur like 28 times, then Tide like 12, and then Doom, DP, Magnus like 2 or 3 each.
Yep, and then we had the Primal who is 8, but of course, you know, Primal was banned now. But it's a nice mention, you know, the kind of thing. There is still a few more heroes still in the pool as well, which is still optional if you choose to go for it. There's still his Darks here. Doom, I feel, Doom is just, like I say, one of those few pieces where you really need to see what's the drafting like before you really lock that off-laner down.
Yeah. I mean, Doom is almost always good, though, as well. So it's like, if you're not sure, you can take Doom just because Doom is like, I'm good. You know what? Doom removes the enemy from the game, and that's very nice for you.
Correct.
Not as bad as it used to be, though, just because now you can still use items while doomed.
Now, here's the thing. Oh, okay. Comes in with the Gyro. Now, this is the part where I'm curious. Okay, so that's that. If we're talking about post 4 for the side here for Night Pulse, right? He plays the Gyro, but at the same time he also plays the Bat Rider.
Yeah.
But if we're assuming that these two are supports, okay? Supports.
Fair assumption.
Janta has never touched these two except Gyro. Maybe Gyro once so far.
I would think that you just give the Gyro to Janter, and that's it. For Mouz, they take the Tiny. That's going to be Norman's hero. He always loves either Urshik or Tiny.
Oh, that is insane.
And Leshrac is going to be picked up by Supreme, so they're getting a lot of what they want on Mouz.
It's such a powerful opening coming from Mouz as well, right? You got the Disruptor. Next thing you follow with a very strong post 4 Initiator, possibly Initiator, and a Leshrac as well. Pretty flex with the Lash, you can still play between the lanes, but it's still such a strong one. But now Night Pulse really need to figure out like how we're gonna do about this. They got a P5, they got an Initiator, they got a lot of tower damage dealers as well.
What do you want to play? They take the Doom, always good. Then they do what do you want? Faceless Void or Luna here for Night Pulse? They take Invoker instead.
That's a lot better. Yeah.
That is, okay, that's fine for Warwick. As we mentioned before, it doesn't feel like he can play the Pango in this series against what he's going up against. This means Mouz will definitely feel compelled to ban out the Faceless Void. You know, you have Gyrocopter, who's pretty good and he deals decent damage, as well as the Invoker with the Cataclysm later on.
Yep. I was about to like bring it up if you didn't, right? Now it's a lot more better to follow up with the Void here.
Yep.
But to go for the ban, I think it's pretty debatable because if you think about it this way, right? Void to really have a really beautiful and successful chrono, right? Would mean the fact that he needs to get the BKB out. There's a lot of things that can really cancel him in the chrono. You have both the Avalanche. If you, of course, depending on who he's really chronoing into the chrono as well. There's a lot of ways to really like stun him in place inside the chrono if you choose to take that fight head on.
Mouz is an interesting position. If they ban out, if they don't pick a carry, they can force Night Pulse to ban out carries themselves, which is not what you want to do when you have your last pick as a carry. You don't want to ban out heroes from that pool.
Correct.
So Mouz, if they take an offlaner right now, would be very interesting. There's still the Dark Seer, although he's not amazing against the Invoker, just because, you know, Tornado is super good against you.
Yeah.
Primal Beast is banned out.
I would love if you actually go for an Omni as well, just in case, like, if the Chrono comes out, you just pop the Guardian Angel as well. Just like, hey, you know, now you're not going to do anything about it. Even with the BKB that's like mitigating a lot of this magic damage, wouldn't really matter.
Okay, they take the TA, huh? Interesting.
Once again, Mouz is sending us for a spin. Let me think about this.
You know, no matter what, I was gonna say they need an offlaner for Mouz, but this could be Force playing the Leshrac. I think that's unlikely. I think that's the 1-2 combination they have. We'll see. Mouz, overall, Faceless Void should be banned out. There you go. No matter what happens on the Mouz, they had the next pick. They could have taken Faceless Void, but they didn't want to, so let's just get rid of it.
Better safe than sorry, right? That kind of thing. Especially since now you're really locked into TA.
Yeah.
So you really do not have anything to really control it too much.
Night Pulse, on the other hand, they're head spinning because they have no idea exactly. Is this the 1-2, the 2-3, the 1-3?
I'm spinning for a fact too. Don't get me wrong.
It's a tough one for Night Pulse to ban, and they are starting to dip into that reserve time.
Like, okay, the thing is, even if you've been put in this kind of position, so when it comes to the draft, I think the most safer thing is to fall back to start banning out the heroes. That's not really ideal for your carry in this case here, right?
Okay.
You don't really have a carry here. There's a lot of few carries that's still in the pool that you can really play around with. You still have the Lifestealer. You still have the Savant as well. Luna is really great for flash farming. You have the Medusa if you want to try to play along with the same pace with the TA if it's necessary as well.
I would hope that it's a TA carry, just because we've seen a lot of TA mid today.
Yeah.
And they pick a farming carry. It hasn't looked very good, but as mentioned before, Mouz, they have a very flexible draft based on what they want. They have the next pick as well. What would? It's hard to predict because you don't know what is missing.
5 seconds remaining.
Maybe they just take a Tide Hunter. You know, give yourself some team fight, some fun fight.
That would be fantastic, right? It's been a while since we've seen the Tide Hunter to play alongside with the TA.
Yeah,
it's like a liquid game all over again.
Right? Was it Kuroki who said that the Tide TA gives you everything that you want?
Every single series, like every single game in that single series, right? I remember the talent kept saying like Tide 100 T again.
What's wrong with it? They want it. Night Pulse, they're thinking, what are we gonna ban out? The Wraith King. Okay, I don't think this hero has been picked once this tournament, but to see him banned is like, oh, you're banning him out. Cool. What else do you want to ban out from Night Pulse? It's again, it could be anything coming out from now. It's definitely a core pick, but which one? I don't know. They get rid of the Razor, so they are definitely thinking about a Sven or a Lifestealer for Night Pulse. One of these two.
I mean, it's definitely either one of the two, right? Like I say, right? It's better to just ban those heroes that's not really great against your safe lane and the kind of thing. Might as well just circle. Let's be honest, you can't second guess what Mouz is thinking. It's almost impossible in this kind of scenario as well.
Yeah.
You could try to make assumption, but it's a lot more better to just focus around yourself first.
Yeah.
So Night Pulse pretty much content with what they want. It's a matter of whether Mouz is able to take this read, right? Like you mentioned, you were thinking about the Savannah, you think about the Lifestealer. Must have been the same case with the Cypher Mouz here. The final ban was definitely going to be the final nail on the coffin here. Definitely can only ban between one of the two. I wouldn't mind if they banned the Savannah because like just Savannah the ability to just randomly burst any of these heroes here. I mean, sure, Tiny will be a couple of hits in, but Disruptor I don't think is going to have a fun time. Medusa! I was thinking of Medusa for Night Pulse. Medusa went to the Mouz instead.
Anti-Mage is banned out, so you're not going to be able to get that. Do you want to take Luna here for Night Pulse? That would sort of be the standard. We've seen, like, you know, when you go with that big AoE from Medusa, you take the Luna, they feel okay. There is a Juggernaut, a Lifestealer.
If it wasn't for the last strike, I would actually say you could try to force the Phantom Lancer as well with the diffuser.
No. If you have mana burn already from the Invoker EMP, so more mana burn is nice to be fair, but you have some mana burn. Who do they want here?
Okay, if we move away from the mana burn perspective, right? Then
Luna.
Yeah, Luna.
I knew it.
Just flash farm the thing, yeah.
Yeah, it's like if you're going to go for this farm and carry, we're going to go for farm and carry as well. So it is going to be, which one's going to be, oh, Force is going to be on the Tiny and Norman position 4 Leshrac. I've been waiting for this. It's kind of unusual to see Mouse switch it up. I'm excited to see what this position 4 Leshrac can do, just because, again, I am playing it. It's nice to see the pros do it. On the other side from Night's Pulse, nothing crazy. It is going to be the 5 Gyrocopter and the 4 Batrider. Makes sense because Merlin likes the Batrider a little bit more than the Gyro.
Definitely, for sure. And it'll be pretty fresh, right? Because I think this is going to be Force, well, definitely not the first time playing Tiny, but it will definitely be the first Tiny pick in this, at least in this this tournament, at least alone. Or at least for the past few months here. Because
yeah, he's never played Tiny.
He never picked up the Tiny. But it does fit the role, though. That's pretty much flex about it.
I don't know. I'm having a hard time. I look at the Mouse draft. I don't like the Medusa because you're up against Invoker. You know,
Right.
there's like mana burn there, so you still, you know, you can't disrespect it. That's what I'm saying. There's a disrespect going on.
I'm surprised that the Mars didn't really came out for any of the two sides here, really. It was still definitely there for sure. But you know, like I said, these two teams definitely have their own goals and ideals on how they want to play around with the game as well. Now it's just a matter of, because this is possibly, like I said, I'm not going to cheat because possibly the last game.
Possibly, of course.
Possibly the last game of the day.
You secure yourself, you know, an additional 15,000 USD if you win this series, and you're spot in the grand finals. So the big money question at the end is, are you hungry? I mean, who do you think is going to take the win?
Well, I am hungry also. Hungry for action. Hungry for the other two actions for sure. To determine which of these two teams will be comfortable as our first grand finalist. But who will win? I will... I think I had to traditionally might go to Night Boss. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's a lot more... There's definitely a lot more refined. A lot more refinery coming for the side here for Team Mouse, but there's one too many farming heroes for my taking here.
Oh yeah, I also feel very... I'm also kind of like, it's hard to back up TA and Medusa. I'm going to go with Night Pulse as well. I think we're going to be going to a game 3. We'll see how well Unit as well as Supreme can sort of balance out that farm.
The goal would be is how much presence can. I believe the one who really needs to overperform once again will most likely be Force as well. If he's able to create enough presence, right, just keep going for the news, getting those combos out, getting that Tiny to really be big and big and grown up, right? That's going to be a lot of damage he's going to be doing here.
One nice thing about the Tiny as an offlaner is that you don't really have cooldowns to work with. You look at the other side, it's like Doom. When the Doom is not available, you don't really do too much, but Tiny, you get Blink Dagger, you're always ready to fight.
Yeah.
So I do like that aspect of the Mouse trap, but it's too greedy for me, maybe a little bit too squishy. This Leshrac 4, we haven't seen it, so it's kind of hard to calculate its strength.
But oh yeah, sorry.
But I'm excited to see Norman, what Norman can do with it.
I actually see the potential in the combo, right? Because think of it this way, right? It will be like the Disruptor with the Mirana Arrow, right? You see a target, you glimpse him into the split earth here. There's really no way you can really do about it here as well.
You know, that's like an insanely, that's not exactly an easy combo to get
it really
off.
isn't. Or even the avalanche into the split
split earth is tiny. Good luck getting it off. And it takes forever to land. No. Good luck if that is the strategy.
I mean, it's something they can really play off with.
Yeah.
Right? It may not be the main goal,
Yeah.
but it's definitely something they can try to utilize here, right? And honestly, with what we've been seeing from Mouse so far, I wouldn't be surprised if they attempt it and be quite successful with it.
No, I'm sure they can do it as well. It's just you probably pick the Leshrac for different reasons. One of them is the tower push that he gives you.
Of course.
Fazia, oi oi oi.
Yeah. It's not fun, especially when you have that when you're going against a range agi as well. You got a little bit of nuclear protection coming from the bank, and that's what I'm saying, right? The other thing we need to look out for is towards this bottom lane, right?
Yeah.
You give a little bit too much.
Merlin might be dead.
Oh god.
I think he's dead. Oh no.
Get it? No, that one he cut. Nah.
They got way overconfident, not realizing he had the fairy fire.
Yeah.
If they knew, if Meng Engine went for it, one more hit, he would definitely got that kill.
Yeah, but I mean, that's still totally fine. Vastia coming in with the Flame Blade. There's not much mana under the mana shield, so they need to try to really see who gets the first blood. Of course, fantastic coming from Vastia. Definitely a much needed starting. Definitely got the nice bonuses. That's what I'm saying, right? Like, bottom lane is something we also need to look at, mainly because of the fact we're still talking about the Doom, right?
Yeah.
You get him a little bit too much space, you give it, let him allow him to get level 6. He's definitely going to be able to literally run down the Medusa here. Bangin has a lot of responsibility. No Shadow Demon this time to really scare away the off-laner.
But what he really needs to do is make sure he gets that mana, the Satyr Mind Stealer, so he can actually burn mana from the Medusa. It does like multiplies of her intelligence.
Yep.
And Infernal Blade in particular is going to be kind of useless. It's percentage based against the Medusa. She has very low health, so percentage of nothing is nothing.
Yeah, it's just absolutely perfect, right? But we'll just have to see. The ball lane is still in this. It's still in the early phase. Definitely quite the start for Vasya.
Oh, look at. By the way, interesting skill build from Narman. He is going to go for the Split Earth and the Edict. No Lightning Storm. Okay, so
I guess he just really looks forward to try to burn out the damage, right? Because I think eventually will really run him down in a way, you see? That's what I'm talking about, right? The avalanche into the split up combo is just really hard to deal with.
And also, if you take, you know, Edict level 2, that means you can have by level 3 you can take a second point. The damage ramps up significantly at that point. Does something like, what, 720 damage.
Correct. And don't forget, Luna is still an edgy hero. Oh, Rocket Barrage, hard to see who will be able to secure the Lotus. Dota, he does get it, literally for the price of himself here. Yeah. I'm not sure whether that was the best part of that trade here.
Oh, he wasn't able to get his magic stick or the healing Lotus used in the last second. Poor guy. In terms of CS, check out the mid lane though. The TA is running through this lane. And Warwick, because he's going for the Quas Wex build, not a whole lot of damage. And just very easy for... Well, yeah, you get attack speed, that's nice, but yeah, you're very happy if you're Supreme.
Yeah, I mean, definitely for sure. But I don't think Warwick's going to be sticking around for too long. Great early jungle diver or invader if it's really necessary as well, or at least try to rotate to the bottom lane. Definitely a lot more better for the TA here. Okay. But a beautiful glimpse of the back line. They just want to get a couple of hits in, really try to keep them in this place. I think this is pretty much all Bang can really do as well. Because we're talking about Doomsteel, a strength hero as well. Not the most easiest target to really melt away. Rocket Barrage, Rocket Barrage into the Edict here.
Yeah, the second point in Diabolic Edict does so much for him. It's like 80% more damage than level 1.
And also do remember as well, this is Luna still edgy hero, so she doesn't really tank damage as well compared to your strength carries as well, compared to all these nukes. But no, bottom side, banging. They try the attempt for it, they try to go for the trade, but the moments coming for the Scorch that really allows them to get away. But the Firefly is really burning out the mana here. Not really much left. It's literally going to right-click him away. Commits the stick, definitely keeps him alive and keeps him going here.
They are doing a good job of harassing Vazia, but once they run out of mana, it actually becomes very difficult for him to sort of approach these two range heroes with slows. You know, it may not be Viper and Veno, but it's a lot of slows. It's painful.
It's its own damage over time kind of thing, their own dot damage, you know, in the terms of fire. Ideally, both of them really pair off each other pretty decently well. Pretty fun. And also, it's quite the bonus as well when you have the Batter Rider with the range. It does really help to trade back between both sides here.
Warwick is going to go for the Spirit Vessel. I like it. Unfortunately, it's not great against the Medusa, but it's good against the other heroes.
Yeah.
What is Leshrac going for? No, nothing yet. You know, just getting boots. Probably Arcane boots. Then we'll see how he wants to itemize on it.
I like the Arcane boost because especially in this lane where most of your damage is really coming up from your abilities as well, not just the Leshrac, but even the Tiny as well.
Of course, yeah. Avalanche toss.
I'm sure you can get the tree grab much later on, but I think actually hold on, let's really check.
He has 1 point.
He got 1 point.
Yeah, you always start off with tree grab level 1 because it's the best like harassing and denying ability.
You gotta check, right? All right. Thank you so much.
14 bonus damage, a bit of cleave as well. It's all good.
Yeah.
Or splash, sorry, not cleave, which is apparently a different thing.
Yeah, which is somewhat similar, but really great job coming from Kami, just really keeping in the distancing, right? That kind of thing. Understanding like the amount of threat as well. The same can't be said for Gyra. I think he was pretty much the guinea pig initially, as seeing the damage was really piling on.
Yep.
On top of the change down as well, that's pretty crazy to really deal with. But rotating to the bottom side, I think Kami is pretty great with his distancing between the two teams. Comes out to the bottom, see if we try to attempt to get those pickoffs. But a good ward though, just managed to spot them out early.
Merlin removes it though, so he's very happy with that. They're going to be able to go for it. It's all 3-man dive.
Blood grenade. He does have the defensive glimpse though, but the Firefly is coming in. But guess what? Norman says, hey, you want to come in for the party? So can I. But the Flame Blade was great. The stack was significant. They are slowly scorching. They're now burning them down with the damage over time though. But they are tanking the tower here. Vasya, I know you're a strength hero, but I don't think you tanked up the damage here. But no, Janta was able to find Norman, but Unit was able to find Merlin as well. I would say quite a great trade, but it was somewhat 2 for 1.
It is 2 for 1. You're pretty happy here for Nightpulse. You had to rotate everyone there, but then again, so did the Leshrac have to TP and he loses his life, so he's going to take a long walk to the top lane. So overall, you're pretty happy for Nightpulse. Although they do get the kill second here. Fazia, what is he eating? He's got the tornado creep, so he can push people away from, well, whoever they need to.
I mean, definitely not the creep he was looking for, but I mean, sometimes it's just what you get, right? It's really the trick of the draw, right? When it comes to those jungle spawns.
That's the small one. It's not the tornado, it's the hurricane, which is the cyclone thingy. Yeah. It's the one that does damage and slows. I'm glad. I like this one quite a bit. Although it feels better when it's from the creep rather than from you channeling it. Because channeling it, you don't stand around.
Yeah. It's pretty much asking for punishment, right? That kind of thing.
I think that was changed recently, so you don't actually have to challenge like you used to. Like challenge for 2 seconds, and then you can move Wisdom Runes, one each. Okay.
Which is to be expected. There's no, like, thank God. There's
no Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
Look at the mid lane, though. Supreme.
Gone.
He may not have any mana, but you look at the other side of the work, it barely has any CS.
True.
And this is scary, because you pick the Invoker to go around and make space and fight, but he loses the lane. That's very difficult. Force. He's fast.
I think he also gets spotted too, right? Because initially because they had a really nice like top warding as well from the Radiant side.
Yep.
So they did spot the Invoker just coming in on the cliff and even from the mid side. So a lot of visioning, a lot of intel really passing through. So sadly that rotation didn't really come to full fruition here.
Oh, sadly for one team, very happily for the other team.
I mean, definitely for sure, but wow, Gyro, unfortunate for Janda, that's definitely going. But this is the beauty about Battle Rider, right? You can definitely able to take those stacks of camps pretty efficiently as well. Create enough spacing for that solo ESP coming for the Doom. Don't think you really need to worry too much. Don't think Medusa can really pick him off easily, of course, unless overextension or being whittled down by the Disruptor by banging. But
Doom is actually a very shitty spell when you're up against Medusa, because you can still regenerate mana, and it doesn't do damage directly to your health. So Doom is it's so bad to do.
Okay, that's the attempt. Tornado
nice
gonna be targeted, but that split up, absolutely insane. You need to win quite the amount of damage as well. Although they do have the refraction, but they're not gonna be able to last
more people here.
They will be able to get the mid core. Unfortunately, the last strike can only watch his allies fall. That's a really great attempt for the pick-off as well. Since really nothing much is happening between all the lanes,
Disruptor?
It's gonna be pretty great.
Disruptor, did he I think he walked through the fire or something. Jeez.
And the Firefly initially that was still sticking around.
And Merlin's here. And when you see movements like this, you think maybe the enemy team's got vision, because why the hell is the Bat Rider this deep in just because I'm low health?
Yep. But then again, there's the glimpse, whether he could be able to surmount to something. Nah, I'm gonna be able to foster Scorch. He does have. Actually, no, the Doom is still currently on cooldown. Or is it this? Did he not? Yeah, he's pretty sure the Doom is still on cooldown.
Nice stun.
Nice split up into the Centaurs. Just a little bit of fair neutral assistance. For a second, I thought the Centaur might steal it away.
Supreme? Is he?
Burned down. Trade back, but mid for mid.
Big victory for Mouz, actually, because it's 1 versus 3 and he trades and he gets the experience because he gets the kill first.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, they are able to kill Vazia in the bottom lane. I don't think that's a recap of only the kill like that they got from the TA. Like from that Invoker, it doesn't count the TA's death for the other side.
You know, although we are seeing like literally the exact same score line, right? Like 6-6. Yeah, 6-6, right? Like who is really benefiting from all these confrontations?
Mouz, 100%. They are the farming lineup, so if they're keeping up with you in kills, you can't feel too happy about it.
Oh, Flaming Lasso, he's already got it out too.
Good kill.
Right into the EMP, I don't think this man's going to be able to walk out of it. Although I was concerned, there's a lot of neutral creeps around.
And dude, Merlin's farming really nicely. So is Narman, actually, but not quite the same realm as Merlin, who is basically a core at this point.
Yep. I mean, that's why we mentioned, right? That's to be a Bad Rider, but of course, Janta, gotta be curating, definitely getting that high fives, you know?
Okay, that was a bit risky there, but I didn't think he was going to be chasing this.
Dude, if he got Lucent Beam there, I have no idea what to say about it too.
It's level 1 with Lucent Beam though, so that wouldn't have done too much damage, but just chasing a Gyro with maxed out Rocket Barrage.
But Supreme just being very satisfied with all the stacks. I think this is like the third stacks that he picked for himself.
They got him. They got Nami.
Okay, so Yeah, they did change.
It's a double damage on the Leshrac, which explains why he was doing so much in that fight. As look at that, you hit him with an Inferno Blade, it doesn't do anything.
I mean, yes, burning out the mana, but that's not what you're trying to go for, right?
Doesn't even burn that much. No health. This is such a problem. What's not okay? I want to look at Nami. What is he building? Because this game, okay, well, something's
on the
coming.
way. Yeah, something's on the way.
But yeah, well, it's probably like a look at it. Yeah, I knew it's gonna be like dust or something because he got 1,000 gold in the pocket, so it's not. He's not showcasing what he's building just yet.
I think it's fine, right? Like picturing maybe Eos. I think Eos has always been great against the Bad Rider kind of thing.
Eos is always good. Eos is always good. You might. What are they thinking here? Gets pushed away in the last second. This ward is doing work. And Mouz knows that they have vision there. They look at the sentry top.
Just trying to find out where, right?
Yeah, they're like, we know you guys can see us, but we can't find you at all.
And every random, yeah. That's, I mean, it's great, right? Like, but you can stop the Bad Rider if he blinks out the way. You can someone save an ally.
Yeah.
Create a dispel if it's necessary.
If you are tornadoed up in next to an EMP, you can just drop down. You're like, okay, I'll use myself. Extra movement speed sets up your stun. It's all good. It's all
great,
good.
Yes, all great. Very multi-purpose. But here's the thing, right? Like,
tell me the thing. I want to know the thing.
Don't think there's not much real pressure because, like, I mean, it's great. It's great there's nothing much happening to the bottom lane.
Great for Mouz.
Yeah, great for Mouz. Like, great for Mouz, right? But same goes to the Doom. He's
tiny.
able to find his farm, but toss avalanche combination onto the cooldown as well. Should be able to walk out of it because the tree toss is only level 1. Not much damage there. Claims it did split up, but it would not really connect. Did pop the salve for a little bit of good measure. Still going to be able to walk out safe here. A lot of abilities, not really any picked up, unfortunately, here. But yeah, like I was saying, right, like the Doom, sure, the Doom is not picking up the Medusa is not picking up Doom, but eventually in terms of scaling, I think Medusa is like top of the net worth here in this case.
Yeah, Medusa is very happy. This game is going very well for Mouz. Their win percentage must be, what is it, Leonard?
I would say 63%.
63%?
Yep.
I'm not gonna say mine. I always want to see if he's right.
Oh, come on, that's not fair.
No, that's totally fair. I don't have to. Okay, fine,
right.
Fine. I think it's a little bit less. I think it's 57.
All right.
63.
Hey! Right on the money.
I was like, is it a bit lower than that?
That's great. But I mean, I guess it's also taking into account of the static storm, right? Because we haven't really seen a full-blown team fight.
It's just, yeah, the natures of the draft, right? You have a farming draft versus a fighting draft, and the farming draft is ahead and equal in terms of kills. So you're very happy.
True. He's following up with the vessel with the flaming lasso, pulls all the way to the back. He does have the glaive, so buys into the same amount of time. Home misses the managed to connect on top of force, but he should be able to try to walk away out of this. Scorchness comes to the avalanche.
Wow,
beautiful to slow things down for the counter initiation into the stone gates, and they were able to find Luna in the process. Well done and fantastic. Glimpse him all the way back again. Not a core, but it's a kill you're trying to look for, and that's really fantastic.
This is the power of the disruptor. You're running at the enemy, you're always getting those +1s. Kami, firstly, good lasso, but glimpse. Lasso is just controlled. Kami comes in, he's stuck in the kinetic field static storm, he can't really do too much.
Correct.
And then they are able to get the +1 of the gyrocopter on the way out. Oh, man.
And the worst part, since you got no Blink Dagger, everyone's slowly walking into the fight. That's where the avalanche came in.
Yep.
Disrupted, slowing things down. And unfortunately for Luna, actually, I really didn't get to see much of the Luna.
Merlin?
A very defensive play, but still, they got the vision, though. And the best part about it, that ward, that sentry, was more not really intentional for giving vision, but just trying to find that one observer deep ward.
And they put a trap there once the ward was removed, so they had the vision that they could, all they needed.
Man. That's so funny.
I don't think we've seen a Doom so far.
Yeah, no, he couldn't get the Doom off in time. Not the right target, though. Maybe this could be the chance, could be the opportunity. But no, not going to come in it. Not much follow-up for it to really secure the pickup. The Glimpse is always great. Yeah. Now, this is great, right? Because the TA has been getting a lot of great ancient stack farm, even the small camp stacks. The Blink, after that few fights, a few skirmishes, we're definitely going to be seeing a lot more of the TA being more present in all these fights.
And, I mean, why not? Because you're hitting those timings for your heroes that they want to be active. As cores like this, you generally want to fight when you have the advantage. It doesn't have to be like a specific item, but it's like, I'm ahead, I want to fight. And that gap is pretty sizable at this point. Invoker, he is so far behind, nearly more than 3,000 behind the TA. And he's going for Hand of Midas. So he's got no Spirit Vessel charges. He's going for Hand of Midas. So this Invoker, he's got so much catching up to do.
It's greed. I feel like it's very solely dependent on just you just scaling towards it later on, that kind of thing. You're really hoping for that as well.
Yes, so.
I guess mainly because of the fact that when you see, like, although yes, everyone's having their backs against the wall, but you're still fighting against a TA and Medusa, so you won't see too much of those kind of confrontation just yet. Maybe for that one mid tier 1 tower, I think that's the only time you ever see everyone grouped up.
Yeah.
So I think now he realized, okay, maybe I could try to bet on the scaling, but if you're scaling and not really slowing the Medusa TA down, that's also going to be a problem here.
Yeah, it's kind of risky that you're like, let's scale against them. Oh, Vazia.
Yeah, but that's always great. Toss into the Static Storm. Flame Break is here. That's... Oh, actually, Vazia is actually tanking it out. That's pretty great. Get the Flaming Lasso. The Doom is still alive? Okay, no, not for too long. Right into the Eclipse. The mana is literally burning away. This is exactly what you were looking for as well. Great punish, great catch. But then again, of course, courtesy to Vazia, who really just tanked it out for quite a long time here.
Yeah, they took way too long to bring down Vazia. They might get something else for their trouble. Merlin.
Tornado. Flamer didn't really connect, unfortunately, but hey, the tornado is always great. Eels into the splitter, maybe. Yes, that's
big splitter. Holy moly.
Supreme comes in for round 2. He says, hey, you got the Medusa.
Oh,
what
the
about
Edict.
me?
The Edict, it persists after you die. And Warwick was moving slow. So it's a 3-for-3 trade overall. Still favoring Nightfall slightly just because they got more kills. Sorry, they got even kills, but they're behind. So it's not bad for them. And they were able to kill the...
Yeah. Oh man, that Dazzle's almost out too. About maybe like 400 gold, 300 gold plus, 300 gold to 400 gold. They're gonna get that Dazzle. Yeah, that's gonna be something tough to deal with.
Yep.
Still top of the network though. I think this is one of the few games where we never see like two hard carry farm this well.
There's a problem. There's a big problem.
What's the problem?
Warwick is... He's either entering support territory or Narmer is entering core territory. One way or the other, you have a very underfarmed Invoker.
I mean, if you think of it as well, you also have like decently like a couple of farm heroes on your end as well. The Doom, the Luna, Invoker. You try to farm heroes, but you just lost that window that you had is just long gone.
Yeah.
Oh, but that's a really good catch though onto the Disruptor. That's exactly what you want to try to go for. Could try to glimpse for it, but there's no point. You already targeted with the homing. You already got the EMP as well. There's no way you can get out of it.
Yeah. So and I like what they do. What Force does. He's like, I'm sorry, buddy. It's time for you to die.
I think that's the only way they can really go for it. Like specific targets here, not just on course. Like I think specifically on the Disruptor. I think he's the easiest one, which they can really try to pull off and try to force them back here.
If you look at Vazia, he's still keeping the Satyr Mind Flayer, I believe. Yep. Anyway, it's a mana burn ability. Can we look at it? How much does it burn? Something like 20 plus a multiplier. All right, so it's 25 and an additional 2.5 of the target's intelligence. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's like 4 or 5 second cooldown. What was it? Observer's like, oh god, did you get all the hit points before?
But then again, the Baron got the 4-staff, thankfully as well. I think much needed.
He's gonna be fine.
Definitely a much needed 4-staff game.
Yeah. It is 18 seconds cooldown. Okay, this ability is crap, man. Get something else. Like, I thought this used to be, by the way, 5 seconds, but it used to burn a set amount of mana. Then they changed it to like a percentage, which is better and stronger, but also the cooldown.
Does he have the blink though? That's actually can't really recall for that one. The Doom.
No, not yet.
He just went straight for the BKB. Alright, yeah, I guess so. Got static storm and everything. Yeah,
it's too good.
There's a lot of stuns. You also had to. You're going to be able to mitigate away. So yeah.
Oh, Supreme. Okay, all right.
Oh,
he got a feeling.
He definitely felt the feeling. Kami comes in, but Force also comes in. He does it a little bit better. He got the Desert hand as well. It's pretty great damage.
Oh.
But then again, Flaming Lasso really secured the fair on the T. I think that's
Dion's
great.
Coming.
Mouz coming into the mix as well. Tornado doesn't really connect on top of our dear friend Force, but he's looking to try to see if he can bounce back in. They do have the wall, they do have the vision here, so they get someone to say how they want to go into it as well here. Now here's what I'm concerned. You're dealing with multiple cores here. Vazia pops in the BKB. Can't really get the cores. Try to get the Doom kill on top of the Disruptor here. We'll secure it, but it's definitely going to be for the life. What about the Bat right here? Merlin pops the Firefly here. But no one really else to catch on to it, unless... Are they going to try for it, Force?
Nah,
Are you thinking about it? Nah.
They already blinked in.
But you know, it's like...
By the way, that's all the cores on the dire side gone.
Yeah.
And what did you get? You got, sure, getting Supreme is worth it, but you doomed a Disruptor. And he only doomed Disruptor because he knew no one else was going to die.
Yep.
He's like, that one. Norman, okay, that's bold. Bold positioning, but he decides not to stick to it. And the Roshan could be an option here for Mouz. You have TA, Leshrac, and Medusa, all very solid Roche takers.
One thing with this way around, Tomo, right? It's like Doom has also another problem, right?
Okay.
One of the things Doom really hates the most is dealing with multiple core targets, right?
Yep.
Like you have the TA and you have the Medusa. Let's be honest, doing the Medusa is pretty hard as well because you know it goes to the mana, it hits the mana shield, so it goes with the mana.
I love what unit bought. I love it. The Agam Scepter on Medusa it's underrated. You know, people think like, oh, you always go for like other stat items. Like this is really good for what it gives you. It basically gives you another stun for the hero. It's very strong. So I'm glad that unit went for it.
It used to be the go-to item as well. Like
at some point, yeah.
Back, yeah.
Then people were like, no, we don't like it anymore.
Yeah, everyone's like, you gotta have the scepter, you got the shard with it. And then you see Medusa as such a threat to deal with. And it was such an annoying thing, right? Every time he throws a snake, someone gets stoned, and you'd be like, great, what am I supposed to do now? And then the whole cavalry comes in, right? And especially when you're trying to siege that high ground, when you feel you got the safety in number, the safety of the high ground. I know it's a Star Wars reference. High ground usually wins. But when you have a snake that just bounces from your crease into you, and your team just say, hey, great, I can initiate on you. Yeah, that's it. You can't really do much about it.
It works really well with the Tanya. If you can get it to proc, you can jump and follow up. Aegis is finished on the Radiant side. Mouz, I don't know if they want to go high ground just yet.
I mean, they can siege for the tier 2 towers percentage. I think that's definitely a lot more better. Or let's try to get a little bit more catch. They're currently smoked up. Not really a lot. Is there actually, I see a vision on the minimap. I'm not sure what is it, their ward or is it the D ward here?
They're all grouping up. They're all going to be seeing each other.
They find it. Oh, yes. The beautiful homing into the U's here. Try to counter out here, and there's no mana on the TA here. Come to the base. They did manage to find the gyro here. Janta falls. It's currently in a 5v4 here, but the rest of the team is just currently falling back in full disarray.
Another one where you would think, oh, Gyrocop is going to make it out, but Glimpse has come back here.
Such an annoying thing to deal with,
Disruptor,
isn't it, right?
dude. He is the position 5. As Vazia first knows he's there.
Yeah, I mean,
he's like the fire.
He's getting burned, right?
He's like,
give me TP.
You're here, buddy, but where? Okay, BKB was forced to be used, but there's a BKB now on the Luna.
You know, it's that kind of thing when you're trying to be that detective, right? It's like I'm trying to find the clues, what's the hidden mystery, but you just feel the burn. You're like, all right, he's definitely somewhere here. Yeah, you can't do it. It's a death OTA. That tower is not gonna have a fun time. But then again, to the bottom lane, Force is just eating up that Eclipse. So almost got to pick up the Merlin. I think that'll be pretty cool. But you know, thankfully they didn't. Thankfully Merlin didn't die for that one. But Warwick making his way. That's fun unit. Getting a lot of intel here. Getting out the vessel. Got the EMP. Sadly no tornado, but the EMP still managed to pull through. Drain quite significant amount of mana. There's still some charge from the wand, but really not enough to really keep it sustained. Oh, that Invi rune is fantastic. They managed to force in the Manta, but they managed to get out the Aegis here. They find the Gyro, Janta falls here. But on the rest of the squad here, Supreme trying to sustain, he will be able to get out of it. Did lose the Aegis, so I think they were still like maybe 3 minutes before he actually lost it, but the glimpse. Oh, that, what? Nice time with the Manta.
Yeah, you can do that.
Really fantastic.
It's very difficult to do.
I know, that's why I say what? I mean, I forgot. You know, they're all amazing players, you know?
Yeah, Aegis is about 2 minutes left to expire, but it's good that they get out of it. And you can see that Kami, he is doing very well against the unit.
Oh,
okay.
No. Vasya saw it too. He saw the Diabolic Edict hit the range crew. He's like, yeah, I gotta go. Oh, man. But thankfully, no fallout for them. They have a lot more prioritized target here. Bonsai, both same time with the initiation. The Flaming Lasso was not able to pull for too long. Sadly, no BKB was able to cover for the side of Supreme. We'll be able to melt out these 2 players over. That's absolutely fantastic. The EMP was great. Really drained them out here. But what about the Glimpse? No, not in range. We didn't want to try to come in for this here, especially when you have two of your main cores out of the picture.
Warwick is able to walk out in time. That was 2 cores for a support Bat Rider.
That's great.
Things are getting better for Night Pulse. A problem could be that the Leshrac continues to skill, but so is the Bat Rider. Like, we've been praising Leshrac, but Merlin has been doing as well as Number the entire game. I would say, though, that the Leshrac probably brings you more value, but he also needs more items to get you that value, if that makes sense. Like, Bat Rider, jump, catch, Force Staff, you're like, I'm cool if I die after. Whereas Norman, he's got the gold, but he needs more items to sort of have that big impact.
Medusa also managed to get spotted out. Kami's is still farming. I don't think there's really enough people. Oh, there's the Boots of Travel TP coming in alongside with the Bad Rider. They're all here. They're all literally trying to engage with the ball lane. They did felt something. They definitely felt a disturbance in the Force. They definitely fall back here. Force moving forward as the off lane here to see against Force on any ability.
They're all under the
to get
wards.
success here. No BKB, not even to withstand the amount of magic damage coming into the Eclipse. Flaming Lasso finds the Medusa, drags him back. There goes the Glimpse as well. Static Storm was on the drop on top of that, but the BKB falls out with it into the Stone Gaze. The counter initiation here. Now suddenly the catching potential feels a lot more better, but then again at the same time they disengage because the T is not too far behind. I know you brought up about the fact the difference between both the Bad Rider and also for Norman with the Lash Strike as well. But think of it this way, right? Bad Rider is great for the initiation, right? But Norman with the Lash Strike is great for the long run, like for the long duration, or the battle of attrition at least here. BKB didn't last for too long.
Could they get something here? Big jump.
Oh, that's really great. Did do the Medusa in the end though, but hey, guess what? At least he managed to get the pick up. Okay, try to get the other one into the tornado. Supreme comes in. There's not a lot of abilities left on the other side for the Dire team, but they need to try to get some form of control. They're almost melting down. Wounded here. Can they manage to get the pick up? The vessel times out. He wants the pick up. The Inferno Blade comes in. Not much mana. Forced with the toss avalanche as well. They'll get two for literally nothing. Unique walks out of it like a champ.
And that is the strength of not really relying on your health as a resource to survive. The Medusa was able to stay alive thanks to the use of the wand. The Infernal Blade and Doom barely did anything.
Oh no, he's not done yet. Janta's gone. Kami, you gotta run for it.
They might be able to get like a tier 2 tower here, but Mouz can't go high ground with just the kills they have. You know, they're gonna respawn fairly soon on the Dire side. So this was a nice... Oh, that's very nice actually.
They attempt for it though. Try to whittle it down. The rest of the squad is still on the way. Unfortunately, the Disruptor is not near enough to go for the Glimpse though. But I still think it's fine right now. Just slowly recover. They got the ultimates backed up again. Slowly push for that bottom tier 2. Could try to go for the mid, but hey, everyone's already at the bottom side. Might say attempt to go for it. Roshan is coming up within a minute. They can try to set up for it before they push
Supreme.
forward. Get it sorry, but he's not going to risk it. He blinks back. The team's a little bit too far behind.
He might not. He might actually be willing to fight. There's a.
Oh, you got a Scepter already. Yeah.
There's a double damage Ruin top, and did Radiant take their Wisdom Ruin, the 21 minutes one? Because I think they may have just left it there.
Yeah, it's still there.
Oh no, that's 28 minutes. Okay, so I thought we'd find 2.
Oh.
Meanwhile,
pushing on the lane. They still have the lead here, especially since now they're all grouped up now. Previously, there's a lot more success because they were a little bit more spread out. They weren't really fully grouped up for this.
It's a tiny lead though. 3,000 or nearly 30 minutes doesn't amount to much.
Oops,
All right, smoke up.
They wanted to attempt to it. I want to see if they can try to get something out of it as well.
Dire's bottom tower is under
the
attack.
EMP shard has been amazing by Invoker. Every time he throws out the EMP, it's been
pulls them in.
Yeah, they've been being pulled. They get pulled in, and they're having trouble dealing with it.
Dire's middle tower is under
Not too sure.
Kami.
Oh no, you walk right into that one. There's at the BKB, instantly gets the TP.
They don't have enough damage.
Oh, not enough. Barely got it out. Probably about like 100 HP, I'm assuming.
It's very close
to how it was, yeah.
And now you're thinking, all right, guys, there's no BKB on the Luna. We didn't have to use anything for that.
But the best part about it as well is that, yes, like you said, no BKB. They didn't really expand their ultimate, but the same goes for the Luna as well.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All right, what are you going to do here for Mouz? Do you want to push the issue? Kami is vulnerable. There's about 70 seconds left. Oh, yeah, that EMP pull.
Yeah, that's going to hurt. Not too much, though. Still has a significant mana pool.
Vengeance.
They need to try to get rid of Bang in then. Got the homing missile already locked on. We want to try to connect. Honestly, like, okay, just looking for the map alone, right? Tiny's a little bit. We have Tiny Force a little bit.
Here we're back.
Back into the max as well, and literally Medusa melted away. That's a lot of damage coming in for the Eclipse as well on top of that too. Connecting on the support as well, the rest of the squad is still a little bit too far to really re-assist. It was a little bit unfortunate, but we had the mid and Force a little bit too far away when this whole confrontation was really happening here. Surprisingly, actually Bangin was able to
get
out,
right? It's like, I was thinking, wait, you lived?
I'm assuming there was a quick shift in priority, right? Because they spotted the Medusa unit coming from the back. They're like, yeah, live and be. Focus on the guy here.
Yeah, Medusa and Leshrac fall in that fight. And for the first time in the entire game, Night Pulse has the net worth advantage.
That's great. But it was I guess, quite costly as well. Call down. Flaming, I'm assuming Flaming Lasso was also committed into the Eclipse as well.
I mean, those are what their spells are for, right? You want to use them to get those kills and you're happy with no matter what happens.
Correct. Oh, man. Really able to get this pickup, and I guess you could say it was they had a little bit Lady Luck forces like on the top side of the diagram. The same goes for the TA as well. No one's really nearby.
It's looking very 50-50.
It shifted so quickly too.
Oh, wait.
Supreme?
They're taking a long time. They're not full health. Look at War.
There's not a lot of mana either. No BKBs, no ultimate. They commit the call down. That should slow things down for Warwick. They found the Warwick. They melt him away. Commit the BKB into the TP. Sadly, the Glimpse really couldn't get a hand on him either.
Yeah. It's still 2 kills. Can they get more of it? No, they just get 2 kills. Banners planted by the Dire. You can remove it later.
I'm talking about, do you ever feel like maybe in another world, the Glimpse actually pierces through BKB?
Yeah, that would be crazy land. The spell is so good. The only way it can pierce BKB is if we can cut its cast range by like half or something. Or make it its ult. No.
You just see Ice Troll, like just for 1 week only, disrupt the Glimpse pierces BKB.
No, that would be the hero is way too strong as is. All right, what are
fun?
Can you see the net worth of all the heroes? I know we have to switch cameras a little bit.
It's like 54% of this by now, but yeah, but net worth, please.
It's just so even, and like for Mouz, you win this, secured spot in the grand finals.
It's really great as well, because like now the Luna's like 3 levels ahead of the Medusa as well. I think she's almost to that level. 25 at this point. I can't remember. Was she 23 or 24 initially?
There, 23.
Yeah, 23. All right.
She's getting 24 soon. I don't think that her level 25 talents are that amazing. The Eclipse stun is nice. The Lunar Blessing 20 damage. Just like these are nice talents, but not huge game-breaking ones.
Yeah, but you know, it's like what you said before, right? It's the small things that count.
It all adds up. It all adds up for sure. Gyrocopter, he's got the Solar Crest. That's going to be something you can buff up with for the Luna.
I know there is the Glimmer. Is there enough saves? I know he's trying to farm up that Scepter now. He's almost there.
It's taking a while though.
It is. I mean, it's that kind of thing, right? Not really much areas to really farm when you have a Medusa on the team in your team too.
You're kind of hoping that like Bounty Ruin, some of these creeps so that you can farm with Thunderstrike.
Farming heroes, if that's possible as well. But with the recent few skirmishes as well, not really in their favor.
The Raptor's like, yeah guys, I'll kill them all.
So they're just like skimming through like whatever money's left in the bank, and it's like, I'm almost there, guys. Maybe give me like 5 minutes or a wave or 2.
Or you can do the worst thing possible. Or what feels like is that you sell other items to get it.
Oh man, that's what we call desperation, right?
But it's good sometimes when it's like the item's that good. Oh,
I know, but we're not on that stage yet. But okay, nice, dude. That's going to be definitely preventing the Stone Gaze here. BKB is definitely not going to be required for this case here. They got the call that was Supreme comes in.
He's going to be fine.
Not able to land the Flaming Lasso, unfortunately not really in range for that. Lasher comes in with the Diabolic Edict. But look at the damage coming in from the Toss Avalanche combo. But the Eclipse into the Static Storm. Can all he can do is really hold the line between the Luna here, but here comes the Stone Gauge. Time for the refresh, but he still has the Aegis in hand. They didn't lose Norman, unfortunately, here. And there's not really much ultimates as well, but I love the isolation pickup, the individual. There's the Lincolns, funny, that's quite the reveal on top of the Luna. Can they force out the Aegis here? Will they want to go for it? Not much money on the Luna, on the Medusa, do take it to the count here as well.
Couple more hits on Kami will take him out, but...
Oh no! They managed to get the Avalanche toss.
What a hit!
They managed to crit out away on Warwick. They get the Aegis, they did. But the final hit coming in from the side thrown by the Luna will seal the TA's fate. Everyone needs to disengage. They got the Aegis. They're pretty fine with this. They're pretty satisfied.
Buyback was used on the Gyrocopter, and like I said, they get the Aegis out of the hands of the Luna. It only was going to last for an extra minute and a half. You can see it's a very close trade.
Correct,
Supreme, when he jumps in, one-shots the Invoker. Well, he had like half health, but very impressive. These Dooms cannot go up on the Medusa. It's simply not worth it most of the time.
I know, but it's that kind of thing when they only saw the Medusa alone, they just really trying to melt them away. But
fair point.
There's really not much visioning in the mid lanes either as well, right? That kind of thing, so they're not too sure how far the Luna team is.
Luna.
Hold on.
By the way, in the back line, Bat Rider's coming.
They didn't manage to he glimpses to try to walk in casually as well. Nice move to you to try to bind the next one top, but into the static storm. Not much BKB just yet, but they need to try to melt it down as quickly
They
as
got the
possible.
Luna.
Stone Gaze, they get the Luna. They found the Bat Rider here, but he's trying to run away. But the Firefly
The
can only
Edict.
last for so long. Stuns him down. Lightning Storm into the split up as well. This is great.
Dude, I think that he actually Yuled him, and that was really... Oh, no wonder he's got it. I was thinking, dude, why is he not using his BKB, but he was cutting the Static Storm with the Aghanim Scepter.
He felt like he's... Did he sell off anything? I felt like he had a little bit more items.
He's
before.
definitely sold. He definitely sold some items.
He heard your reply. He heard your advice.
And to be fair, it was well worth it
Yes,
for him.
definitely. Could have BKB out the TP too.
Because, I mean, when I saw Narman use the Luna, I'm thinking, man, you messed up. Because he can just come back and be BKB, but then he couldn't because he's stuck in, of course, the Static Storm.
Yeah, and the best part about it, Luna's currently out of commission for the next 40 seconds, right? So that's a good timing to try to get at least
Supreme.
some territory.
Supreme. He knows that there are people there. TPing it to show up.
He's slowed down.
He might
Anyone at the resistance. Force is currently on the way. Can he get the Doom? But he has the Lincolns though. Was able to try to succumb. Doom managed to get on top of it. But then again, here comes the Revenge Terror. Warwick just disappeared in 2 hits here. Absolutely crazy. And Vasi has no choice but to run. Although yes, Luna is coming in a couple of seconds. There's no Warwick. There's no Doom for a relatively long 100 seconds. Jeez.
Huge opening for Mouz. Can they get Vazia? He's stunned up.
He's on the way.
I love that. Flying Darwin.
No one, you can't do anything about it. God, 80 seconds gone.
It's like here he is, the goat man himself. Disco Pony. Dude, Darwin just flying him.
I really want to hear what the comms like, right? It's like,
I wish you get that. Level 25 on the Temple Assassin Reflection talents, which basically the entire Doom damage is negated with that.
Oh man, beautiful. Thank God for the Bat Rider.
This is terrifying. Oh, champs. Mid lane.
I was wondering how, but...
You've got a farmed Medusa, a TA, and a Leshrac hitting your buildings. They are gonna melt if they're... Luckily, they were able to remove the creeps, but backdoor kicks in. Okay. Might have to consider pushing another lane at this point.
So the other lane is coming. And the Bat is trying to do his best to secure the top side at least. But
it's still 3. Oh, there you go. Creeps come in from the mid. It's still a 3 versus 5 fight as well for Night Pulse.
They can't do anything. Not without the Doom at least here. They need as many people as much as possible.
Will they go for more here? And it looks like they think, yeah, let's just do it. Look at it. Look at it melt.
They can't do anything. Play the last soul. Latches onto the Mouz. They come mid the Eclipse. There is the Lotus though. That's definitely buying the next amount of time. But it's just gone. Disappeared. There's no Eclipse though. But the Doom is slowly coming out, so they need to disengage. But I think they really did the job, right? The objective has been secured. Couldn't really get the mid.
But this is scary. There's no buyback on Medusa for 8 seconds. They might be in for the fight of their lives for our Mouz.
And the best part about it, without the Medusa, you can definitely prioritize the Doom a little bit better on the TA.
You only have buybacks on the Tiny as well as the Disruptor. Wait, okay, this would be great.
Oh, yeah, gone.
Such a huge kill by Force.
Oh, no, and they want to look for a couple of more. They saw Doom pushing at the top side, so the Doom, they know the Doom is not here. Glimpse of Gyro back, use on the last track here on top of the Kami here.
He's got buyback now, man. They don't care if he dies.
Can't beat the Manta, though.
Oh, okay, base.
The Doom is definitely on the way. They need him here and now, but the Static Storm into it. But he did manage to pop the BKB in time, though. But he really couldn't get the heals up as well. They managed to melt away the Luna. No buyback. They did try to get Warwick. The glimpse again.
Come on.
Pulls him in. He does have the buyback, though. But what can he do? Not without the Luna here.
That was super unfortunate. They were able to get the kill. All right, for Night Boss, they're like, we are 5 versus 4. We want to force that buyback.
You gotta love Force.
Dude, yeah,
you just gotta love him.
Jumping on the gyrocopter, removing him instantly from the fight. They were like, okay, we can still take it. We can still go in this situation, but no, they just lose bleed kills 1 by 1.
It's crazy because it's like he went for the Bat Rider first, removes him first, and after that, hey guys, let's keep it going. And the Doom, I think the Doom revealed to the top side, I get it. You want to split the lanes, you want to get a decent amount of farm, but when you show yourself like this and against a team who's pretty fed as well, you're just asking for an opportunity here, and they just really got it through.
And now you're able to take this mid set of barracks. Bottom as well could fall because you're like thinking, hey, listen, do you guys have buybacks? You might want to use it. Invoker buys back. Oh, unit.
Stone Gaze. Can't really glimpse back.
Luna hasn't bought back, but this is some respect being shown. You know, they're saying maybe he does have buyback, maybe these 4 are still scary enough.
Yep.
Maybe let's just secure Roshan.
It's not to say like, I mean, yes, respectful for sure, but you just don't want to take the risk, especially with the flaming lasso, right?
Yep.
That kind of thing. Depending on who he catches as well. I'm sure you catch the Medusa. We saw the outcome, but that was with the assist of Luna.
Yep.
But what if he doesn't catch the Medusa? What if he catches someone else? That will be definitely a little bit of a problem here.
All right.
Oh, refresh on top of that too. Refresh a shard, sorry.
Yeah, bro, it's pretty damn solid here. I think they're gonna give. Did they give Unit every? No, they gave Refresher Shard to the Disruptor. Why the hell not? Double static storm.
Exactly, right? Like kind of thing. It's now the worst part about it is that he throws out one, he catches someone, you remove him, use a shard, and come in for another person. You can't do anything about it.
Because I was like, does Unit need it? Not really. But the best person is gonna be the Disruptor.
Yeah, I mean they definitely knew it.
This is why this hero is so strong. Not only is Glimpse an amazing spell, but you give him the Agham's Shard, and he becomes one of the most valuable supports in the game. And then it's like this Refresher Shard just makes him such a threat.
Yeah, with the Scepter definitely, you would see, I guess you could say really the icing on the cake here as well. Just mutes items, and his cast range is ridiculously far as well. Not just for the Glimpse, but the Static Storm too is a pretty good discipline.
Merlin trying to sort of cut the creep wave in the mid lane. Force is there, he kills Merlin.
And he's gone. It's so tough to deal with, right? Like
the Kanda
into the Echo Saber for a tree for a level 4 tree grab as well. It hurts. It hurts a lot.
He's got the double toss as well, so if he doesn't kill you with the first toss, he'll throw another.
Yeah, one doesn't kill you makes you stronger for sure. The AP was
the
great.
damage.
There's no mana out of that for sure. They managed to jump the Static Storm. The Doom, there's a buyback Doom as well. Hey, no, he still has the buyback. Sorry, it was the Invoker who actually bought back initially, but it doesn't matter. Pops a shot, 3-man Static Storm into the kinetic field. Can they melt them all? They can.
There you go.
They all grouped up perfectly as they all disappear within their eyes. That's the kind of magic show they like to see here. Houdini was currently present. They get the buyback here, but it's still no. They omit the BKB, but will it be enough? It's 2 cores hitting you for sure. Supreme does fall.
Kami's strong.
Now runs Aegis as well, but they still need to melt away Kami. Kami's gone as well. Buyback becomes the dieback here. Invoker at the DC and the GG is called. Ladies and gentlemen, your first grand finalist is Team Mouz.
Well, that was honestly both games didn't feel that close. Yes, there were some signs of life from Night Pulse, but Mouz, amazing performance. Forced so many times in game 1 with the promise, incredible. In this game, so many times there's a chance he just jumps on someone, kills them, and then they take advantage. Mid lane, they killed the Bat Rider. When they were 4 versus 5, he was able to kill the Gyrocopter and the Bat Rider as well.
Yep. And the crazy thing about it as well, like, although yes, you would normally assume that the team knows, okay, this is definitely the third Roche or the fourth Roche, which got the Refresher Shard as well. And you would think like, okay, we never can be careful of that second Static Storm. But when you're kind of desperate and you're trying to make that kind of play and so chaotic as well, you just don't really recall like those small things anymore.
I mean, they recall it when they win it.
Oh yeah, definitely for sure. They
this hurts, bro.
That's why when they saw it, they tried to turn around, but the kinetic field just like sealed them all in, and they're like, "Hey, man, thanks a lot, man."
I always thought Supreme's performance on the TA was amazing. Firstly, he crushed the mid lane, which is, you know, you were hoping that you have a good game with Invoker. He runs around making space, but that wasn't going to happen. And in many fights, they focus on units. Supreme's like, it's okay, guys. I got you. And also some of highlights of the game, some moments where we're like, okay, that was very cool. And this is going to be, I believe, the first blood. Vazi gets it first, but Unit was able to get something back in the end.
I think it's really came down to the fact that there was not anyone that has really great cat potential. We're not talking about like a disruptor or bounty hunter kind of thing. Sure, you got the bat, but it's more like it takes a while before you get the bling dagger as well. Doom, also pretty much in the same category. So yeah, sure, you got high kill potential, but it's like you mentioned as well, Doom just more hits on that mana shield a lot more compared to actual health too.
It's very, the Doom itself is just weak against these two cores. Refraction nullifies so much of the damage, and just Kaya can't do anything. And mana shield also doesn't care about Doom in any way, shape or form.
Yeah.
So
there was also the problem about, like, sure, you maybe can catch with the homing missile, but like it's nothing like what a Tiny can really do for you as well. I think there was something they were really lacking to really enable them even further, that kind of thing.
Yeah, the Tiny from Mouz feels like it's going to be one of those premium picks for them. Look at that, he just jumps and throws him back. He does this so often. And he's tanking up because he's a core Tiny. He doesn't like risk losing his life every time he does it.
There's really not enough like pressure to really stop them, right? Like, I think we've been seeing a few games which we have this really super farming composition as well, which hasn't been quite fruitful so far. I think this is the first one where we see it's been quite successful and quite scary, right?
Medusa TA and still winning is pretty insane. The Doom comes out here. This was actually a decent fight for them. I mean, when you look at Nightpulse, like even 35 minutes, there's barely a difference between the two teams. There's net worth. It just feels like they weren't able to sort of go high ground. There was that one moment. Oh yeah, this one.
Yeah, this is the one where the reveal of the scepter.
Like I kept thinking, I was like, why isn't he BKB? Then you look at the Aghanim Disruptor, like, oh yeah, that's why. And the Doom comes out on the TATA, doesn't care. Just turns around, hits him a few times.
Jesus.
This Narman, throwing Narman gets the stun. The teamwork between Mouz's members with the Tiny was very impressive. Good. This was a good kill on the Medusa, but I thought this could be a turnaround, right? Like Nightpulse, they push in, but then they get picked off one by one before they reach the enemy barracks.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, right? There's just really not enough catch, right? Like you use your flaming lasso, then that's pretty much it, right? Everyone just disengaged. You can't really say anything or do anything about it as well. Oh man, what a game, seriously.
Well played, very well played by Mouz. This feels like maybe the highest quality game in terms of the performance of the two teams. Like the most, we can see like they're really bringing everything. And you know, we saw Manta dodge. You know, like, oh man, Manta dodge. That was also pretty cool. Just in general, he sells items. For example, I mentioned feeling like he needs the Aghanim Scepter. That was such a clutch decision.
I mean, it's definitely much needed, right? That kind of thing. It's just like, hey, you know, like, I'm so close, like 200 gold, like, whatever, just sells it off. And just like,
here's my magic wand. Here's my boot. Here's my mother if you need it. Just give me the Aghanim Scepter.
At the real estate house, right? I just want to buy this kind of thing. This is really great. But of course, with that being said, let's quickly bring up the beautiful bracket to see. Because we just finally concluded our final series of the day. Let's quickly check things out. Mouz, definitely worthy of a grand final this year to really solidify their spot there for now. Until they find out who's going to be their contender for tomorrow. It's definitely going to be a matchup between Liga and Nightpulse as well.
Yep, Nightpulse, I think that's a tough one. Overall, I imagine Liga will come in as the favorites, but we'll see if they bring Ramses or not, because they've been playing the last two series without
Violet,
him. Yeah, so in Violent he's great and all that, but I feel like you'd want to bring in your whole roster. I'm not quite sure why Liga hasn't been able to field that.
Now all the fangirls just be like, Ramses, where are you?
It's admirable that you imagine there are many fangirls in Dota. The fanboys, yes. Not sure of how many fangirls we'll have.
I mean, hey, come on. You never know. We've seen a lot of great
fans.
The fans.
The fans. We'll call the fans and leave it at that.
But still, it's tomorrow, the final championship Sunday. I mean, it's currently... I mean, for us, it's already Sunday.
Yep.
But it will be
It is already Sunday. It is 3:30 a.m. is Sunday morning.
Yeah.
So we're going to be starting at 12:30 p.m. UTC, and this is going to be a rolling schedule. Obviously, it'll be the lower bracket finals. Whoever wins there will go up against Mouz for a chance to, take the championship. Whoever loses, $9,000. Some experience, third place at the first Portal tournament, which has been pretty cool so far.
It has been. It's also at the same time, just a reminder as well, it will be a best of 5 for the grand finals as well. So really getting the full package here between whoever's going to go toe-to-toe with Mouz. If Nightpulse manages to pull through, it'll be a great grudge match. And also quite the climb and growth for Nightpulse side here. But at the same time, Liga.
Yeah.
Revenge matchup against Mouz. Mouz was the reason that Liga was in the lower bracket in the first place as well.
Yep.
So it'll be pretty cool to watch between two of these teams going.
I mean, everyone has been sent to the lower bracket by Mouz. That's why they're another bracket. Anyone who faces up against Mouz.
But it's a little bit more salty for Liga, right? Because he had to go through multiple series to get back here, right?
Yep.
So the wound is definitely being rubbed with all kinds of salt here.
Well, if they can beat them, there won't be anything to worry about for Liga. No wounds, no nothing. They'll be washing it with money. They'll be like, we'll put our bandages at hundreds of dollars there. So,
man.
Kudos to sorry, Mouz, for making it all the way, securing $24,000. They obviously want the $50,000 at the end, but it is, you know, you at least walk away like, wow, we got something for all our efforts.
Not really decided yet, but yeah, it's pretty great. But still, what a road that we have this past 3 days so far.
Yep, and we also want to make sure that we thank Portal for making this possible. This is their first in the tournament. They're starting off with Dota. They have a bunch of other games that they're working with. And if you're interested in sort of get involved, they're going to be releasing their Portal chests, which come in 3 different varieties. There's common, there is rare.
I'm sorry,
epic.
I'm all about the epic one. You
course.
definitely want the best skins, but it's just, although yes, like Thomas said, this is not just the first, many more into the future. Same goes for the Portal 2. For the Portal, sorry, not Portal 2. For the Portal chest, for the Portal chest as well. It's not just for Dota 2. As more events, as more tournament comes up with different game titles, we'll have different chests for those specific game titles as well. So it's definitely something you guys really need to look out for. I love the epic. I really love my good skins.
Of course.
I know you. Like you said before, whatever skin you're using is the best skin.
Yes.
It's the epic skin. But not to me. I need to get that nice flashy bling, and that's something Portal can provide you.
I despise it when enemies have arcanas and stuff. But that's going to be all for us for today. We hope you enjoyed this show. On behalf of me, Leonard, and the crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Have a good night.
Bottom